Hello, guys. Welcome to the Mojave Podcast transmission. It's 11 a.m., 5/18, 18th, 2026. We have a few videos we got to update you with. London Erupts by Nick Shirley. Larian Scandal Gets Even Worse by Decaf Decoy. Johnny Somalia Exposed in New Prison Letter, Legal Mindset. And New Earthquake Swarm, Southern California near Ocotillo Wells. That's near home. That just dropped 11 minutes ago. So, um, I'm gonna put that one first and swap it with Nick Shirley because I want that to be the final thing after. And we learn about the Larian scandal first because it's probably less anticlimactic than it's more of a flow state than how I originally just threw them on that playlist. So here we go. Without further ado, thank you for joining. I am your host, Clifford Johnston. Here we go.
All right, what's going on there, folks? Welcome back here to a Monday. Start of the work week here is upon us. I know it is a Monday, but that's okay. We'll get through it all. It is 10:03 a.m. California time here. May 18th, 2026 is the date. Put my phone on silent. There we go. Latest activity here on the Earthquake 3D globe as we spin around. Looks like a 2.5 here. Somewhere out in the green flag, potentially the red flag here. Looks like 2.5 across the Indonesia area. Hiding back there in a little cluster of earthquake activity. California getting some activity earlier this morning as well with a 3.2 earthquake just off the San Andreas Fault here. That is due east of the Parkfield section of the San Andreas Fault, where last night there was a decent little cluster of activity trying to unzip its way down south here along the plate boundary. I say unzip because this area is, it's primed here for at least a 6-pointer. You get these regular built-up events here every 20 to 22 years along that segment. And the last one was 22 years ago there, back in 2004. 2004, so that's 22 years ago. And, intervals coming up, I believe, awfully soon. The bad thing about that is that it could potentially take the rest of the San Andreas Fault with it, considering the amount of time that is passed out there. Anyway, there's that 3.2 near Kettleman City, not on the San Andreas Fault, but it has everything to do with the San Andreas Fault in terms of pressurization out here. We're also seeing an uptick in terms of earthquakes across the Nevada area. Good sign here of how pressurized we are out here across the West Coast. Nevada area, the Fallon region, seeing an uptick of earthquake activity this morning there. As you can see, quite a bit coming in this morning. Nothing big, but looks like a 2.6 kind of kicked things off here just after midnight. Seen a little swarm of activity outside of Fallon. This area, man, has been rocking and rolling here in the last couple weeks with some decent sized events. Has it been over 30 days now? Hold on a second here. Largest magnitude. Maybe it hasn't. I thought there was a higher number of earthquakes there on the map, but it looks like it dropped down a little bit. Anyway, a lot of earthquake activity out there. Yeah, it has been over 30 days. That's right, because the largest event was a 5.7 that popped out here. Anyway, things still stirring up out there. Also outside of Tonopah near Warm Springs, looks like it's starting to maybe pop back up as well in terms of activity. Keep an eye on the Nevada region, of course, more closely. Keep an eye here on the West Coast and the San Andreas Fault. Southern California here, one earthquake. We got an earthquake down there across the San Jacinto Fault Zone after midnight, 3.1. That looks like it was definitely earlier than the 3.2 that struck this morning, but things are definitely trying to kick up out here. Northern California, most of those, let's see here. We had one earthquake just after midnight at 2.3, 10 miles deep there into the Cascadia subduction zone. That follows a deeper event there yesterday, 3.2, 2.3 this morning, 3.2 yesterday, 18 miles deep into the southern end of the Cascadia subduction zone. Nothing major going on through the Pacific Northwest for now. There's that three-pointer well off the coast of Oregon from yesterday. Nothing new to report across that area for now. Let's see, Yellowstone National Park, nothing showing up there. One earthquake being reported last night out in the oil fields of Texas, still rocking and rolling. A couple earthquakes out there around Salt Lake City. It's a 2.2. There is an earthquake out there in Colorado as well. That been a little activity out here recently north of Trinidad. There's quite a few oil fields out here, so that more than likely has something to do with the uptick in earthquake activity there across the region. Far as the global view of things, let's take a look here and see what we got. There's that activity in the
Sound check seems to be okay.
Southern California region. Actually looks like there's a little bit more of a swarm down here. Let's go see. You really can't tell looking at it from here, but zooming in here, 40 earthquakes. Okay, so kind of hard to tell on the USGS map. It's not until you put up the globe here you see all those pancakes of earthquakes kicking up there in Southern California. So it does look like things have ramped up overnight near the Alcatela Wells region. Started off with a 1.7, so really no main quake yet. There's the big quake, well, not the big quake, but the largest quake so far, 3.1. Quite a few twos in there. Quite a few twos and some ones, and no telling how many smaller quakes. Let's see, are they reporting the smaller ones? Nope. Negative. Not reporting any of the smaller quakes out there. It's weird how sometimes they will, and then sometimes they won't. This is the a separate swarm, but awfully close here to where the Brawley seismic zone has just had a swarm of hundreds.
Okay, so this is just in, and I'm going to be reporting on this a little bit more extensively later on in our tonight segment, but since it's a little bit early today and you guys might be going out to get mushrooms, I would definitely recommend not. And California is currently experiencing the largest known outbreak of deadly wild mushroom poisonings in U.S. history, with 47 confirmed cases, and there's 4 deaths from this, and at least 4 liver transplants since November of 2025. That's not even that long ago, guys. That's not even 8 months. The California Department of Public Health and the California Poison Control System, CDPH and CPCS, have issued urgent warnings instructing the public to entirely avoid foraging for and consuming wild mushrooms. So, if you're into that nature gathering stuff, just understand that it has to do with the weather and the late spring deal right here. It says a little bit because I read about it a little bit right now, but it has to do with that. So outbreak data and scope: unprecedented baseline. A typical year in California yields fewer than 5 wild mushroom poison cases. Fewer than 5 for a whole year. This is 8 months and we got 43 cases and 4 deaths. So not just 12 cases, 4 deaths. It's completely different. So and then here's what they're trying to say is extended season. While toxic blooms normally peak during winter, unseasonable late spring cases are actively emerging, including a recent cluster of hospitalizations in Napa County. Geographic spreads. So severe cases are spanning across at least 12 counties, heavily clustered in Northern California and the Bay Area, while increasingly expanding into the Central Valley. The deadly culprits. The vast majority of the illnesses are tied to lethal amatoxin containing mushrooms, and it's spelled Amatoxin. So amatoxin. Death caps. Is one of them. It's Amanita phalloides. It's probably a Latin thing. Introduced in California in the 1930s, these flourish near oak and pine trees. A portion as small as sugar cube contains enough toxin to kill an adult. Western destroying angels. Amanita acarita, another highly prevalent lethal species native to California. Environmental experts attribute this historic superbloom to early heavy rainfall combined with unseasonably warm autumn temperatures. We didn't get any frost to kill them off. We didn't get any frost to kill off all the bad mushrooms, so you don't know who's good or who's bad right now. You really should just not pick them. So miss this season until they're all, you know, cold. This is not good. Okay, we don't want to be the next person to die from a mushroom that you thought would have just been your next meal. Misidentification risks. The primary cause of poisoning is foragers mistakenly identifying toxic mushrooms as safe. Edible, uh, the edible varieties. Foragers from diverse backgrounds have been impacted, prompting state health officials to launch multilingual public health alerts in languages including Spanish, Mandarin, Russia, Ukrainian, Mam, and Mixteco. Many poisonings stem from individuals applying traditional foraging rules from their home countries, unaware that California's lethal look-alike mere edible species found in places like Canada and China and Mexico. My mycologists, which is like for the mushrooms, people who study mushrooms, emphasize that cooking, boiling, freezing, or drying mushrooms does not destroy or neuralize amoxitoxins. So basically, the toxins don't go away through natural cooking, boiling, freezing, drying the mushrooms. It's not, the toxin's still in there. It's not bacteria, it's a different toxin. You don't understand, people. So, symptoms and medical warnings. Symptoms usually do not appear immediately, taking anywhere from 6 to 24 hours to manifest after ingestion. Initial phase: severe gastrointestinal distress, including watery diarrhea, intense vomiting, and abdominal cramping. Danger zone: symptoms may temporarily disappear after 24 hours, giving a false sense of recovery while the toxins secretly cause severe, irreversible liver and kidney failure. Officials warn pet owners that multiple dog deaths have been linked to this bloom. Anyone who suspects they or their pets have been consumed a wild mushroom should seek immediate emergency medical care, as waiting for symptoms to appear severely complicates treatment options. And I would definitely have you guys research this a little bit more on your own, but I'm going to be doing another segment on this in general because this could affect a lot of people, but like they might not be watching my podcast, but it doesn't matter. Like we got to get this out. I know news outlets are watching my thing, so if we can get this out to as many people, it would really be good to help save lives potentially, and including pets' lives, because my dog died, and I know how devastating that can be. Your dog, you just think your dog's out, foraging in the desert with the oaks or big bear or whatever, and then you eat a wild mushroom. Your dog found some mushrooms, he eats one, you eat one. You just think it's bad or whatever, and then you guys both die. Like, I mean, this is crazy. You guys need to understand like how crazy this can get. So do not go out there foraging naturally like you used to. You need to make sure that it's the right one, not a look-alike. And yeah, because they're mirroring ones in Mexico that are safe and edible, and China that are safe and edible. So what does that mean? People from Mexico and China are probably the main culprits that or foragers that are coming over here and trying to live off of the land, and they didn't realize that we have all these lethal things just sitting around. So yeah. Anyway, so back to California and the potential of having the big one down here from the low section of where Mexicali is all the way up past the tip of the Salton Sea, going up past Coachella Valley. All that is a stress zone that is likely to rupture soon. It's been 300 years in the waiting. That's my home stomping grounds is in between Cat City and Joshua Tree. That's called Sky Valley right there. And that's basically where I spend the majority of my younger life. And I remember watching an earthquake. I don't remember if it was a six, but we were outside and we were right there on the fault line, and you could see, well, you could see the ground like roll, bro. Like, so like it's something that you have to really understand and like be prepared for. Like it's not just something that's easily like you gotta like where would your supplies be? You gotta remind yourself like is it gonna be in a collapsible zone? Like are your stuff literally inaccessible as soon as it happens? Like that's not good. So you gotta realize like you gotta figure out a place to store these things that isn't gonna be trapped underneath a house that got hit by these big earthquakes. And you gotta have enough food to last. And Next News Network has a couple of good options to stock up on decent, you know, shelf life long meals for family sized like containers and stuff. So I live near a military base. Not everyone's gonna have the luxury of asking the military for help eventually, and like so like I'm not too stressed about it considering my prior military background and me being able to be an engineer and I can make my way out of anything. But the people who don't, this is why I'm engineering this podcast to help people be aware of how easy it is to just have it all one day and then it all be gone the next. And you think it's sad seeing your stuff go up in a house fire, but what if like all your pets just get crushed by your house? Like that's not like you're in it. Like, so like it doesn't really matter then if you're all dead, but then that's not how you should think of things. Like that's not, anyway, like majority of these houses, these older houses, they're not going to be up to code for these big earthquakes that are inevitably going to happen along this section that he's spanning in right now. And I definitely want people to be increasingly aware of the fact that we're having upticks in earthquakes in specific pressure points along the San Andreas Fault, which indicates a massive slip could occur anytime. And we do not want to cause panic, but we do want to cause awareness that this has been known for at least 100 years that it needs to happen. And he's saying even 300 years it hasn't been released. So combine that knowledge together, it's about 400 years of like it needs something's going to happen like anytime. And like to not have any plan is just, and then to just ask for help immediately like oh like but like we knew about this for years. Like you shouldn't feel inclined to ask for help when you knew this thing was going to happen for years. And like this is what I'm saying with the leadership, like news scum and whatever, Gavin Goonsum I call him. It's just all the money going to different places, but none of it's going into infrastructure that could safely, uh, add on to any of these high desert areas. People that are going to be, if the ground shifts and the pipes break, they're going to be without water and who knows how long. Like we got to really think about this. We got to figure out a way to reinforce our infrastructure in a way that at least bolster it by adding these atmospheric condensing machines that I've obviously showed on my channel, but I'm not sure if they've gotten out. There's nuclear options now. It's called the Second Manhattan Project. Look it up, and I forget exactly the other project name, but basically it's a transportable fusion generator that you can go to certain high areas or whatever and hook up to infrastructure that's not completely taken down and help ease people's lives. You get in a sense. So it's not three-point energy, but at least it is clean. So like in that sense, it's not like just big generators that we're going to run out of gas. No, it's compartmentalized fusion atomics that's super safe to be moved around, and it's shielded. And anyway, so it kind of reminds me of like the Ark or something, right? But we have to remember to have survival kits and stuff ready and accessible in a place that's not going to be in a danger zone when a big one hits. That you have to think about, getting underneath a house, which is just super heavy, and like not to mention it could be on fire, because like if your house falls and you have gas, and and it's just one spark and the whole place erupts in flames. So like how would that work if you're under there too? So like your house falls down there, and like next thing you know, like you're being gassed by your own pipeline, and you have no idea, like there's no options for you. So you really got to think about like plans. Like if there's a pre-shock, you got to remember to go out there and shut off the gas from the main valve before it doesn't matter, I guess. But like all that crap. Anyway, enough of the doom and gloom, but we do have to really consider being more proactive in our lives instead of reactive and acting like the government is going to be there to be able to manage how many people are in California. You're on a whole nother level of go fish, bro, literally. So figure it out.
Hundreds of earthquakes in the last few weeks here. I do think it's a pressurization event, not just limited here to the Brawley seismic zone.
Don't pick mushrooms.
An overall sign of stress out here on the San Andreas Fault, even for the southern segment. So that definitely stirring up outside the Superstition Hills region, off of the San Jacinto Fault zone. Yeah, that's got to be pushing quite a bit of strain out here on this area of the San Andreas Fault right now. So we'll keep an eye on that. 70 earthquakes in the last 12 hours. 40 earthquakes, excuse me. Probably be 70 here coming up. The seismograph stations, let me see. Oh, there we go. We got Japan stirring up an earthquake right now, it looks like. Let's see here what we got. Just coming in, so it's not going to be this 5.1. That was early this morning outside of the, that's in the China region, I believe. But there's a newer event coming in right now there across the Japan area, which looks quiet for now. There's that deeper quake from yesterday. Indonesia area still active, nothing changing there. New Zealand about the same. Let's see here. Middle America Trench, really nothing big going on. Same for the South America area. This one's down here, the Peru Chile Trench, been pretty active, but looks like things taking a little break today. A lot of red rings indicating older activity there from yesterday. Puerto Rico Trench getting a pretty good uptick in earthquake activity out here yesterday. So far today, though, let's see what we got. A couple earthquakes after midnight in the 2, even the 4 range up there. So, and it looks like it's starting to migrate westward here along the Puerto Rico Trench, which in itself is, capable of producing a good-sized earthquake up here. We just recently had that 6-pointer down south here with really no aftershock activity. Now that swarm it kind of worked its way here now. So watch that region closely.
I'm going to report
we'll have to check back on the Japan quake here in a minute. It's not showing up yet.
Watch all the points on the
so we'll check out space weather activity.
Earthquakes.
Way down into the boring class, the B category, B4.4.
Like, let me tell you right now,
aurora potential continues through the evening and tomorrow night as well.
And be able to
we do have a coronal hold at, excuse me,
make sure
CME
this guy,
that was
Earthmaster.
kicked off
He's
there
really
from
good.
an M flare, this M flare specifically, a couple days ago. That's going to be arriving sometime today, I believe. Maybe even getting the signs of it right now. Density has spiked a little bit. High-speed solar wind stream slowly going down. We're at about 537 kms a second right now, but that should pick back up once the CME hits us. But pending the BT-BZ component there cooperates, it doesn't look like we're gonna see any aurora activity with that being way up above the 0 there. So
Just
things
has
are
to do
suppressed.
with Representative
As far as that
Obama.
goes. Go back here. No major coronal holes facing us.
Republican.
Sunspots, yes, we have a few out there, but I don't think there's anything of any noteworthy mentioning here at all. I don't see anything that's going to spark up a big flare. We've got a couple areas back over here on the northeastern limb of the sun we'll have to watch for
That's him right
in the
there.
coming days. Right now, flare threat, they've
not in
bumped
the
it up a
middle. He's
little
the guy
bit,
on the
but
left.
should have been kept pretty low. Should have kept it a little bit lower. I think a 1% chance there for an X flare. M flare around 20 to 30, I'm thinking. C flare at 90. Like I say, I just don't see anything out there right now that is going to spark off any strong flares. All the magnetic complexity images here of the sunspots, they look fairly stable.
Oh,
As far as any close approach asteroids go to
make sure you guys take your C60 Evo today. Remember I had my special yesterday on that? I already had mine today.
the planet,
My wife did as well.
wow, this one's safe, but getting closer. Yesterday we had one that was 70,000 miles. This one 56,000 miles. That's still a good distance if you really think about it. Newly discovered though, 60 foot. That's what I'm saying. One of these days we're gonna turn this thing on and it's gonna show 100 miles for a 60-foot house-size asteroid. You know, how did they just discover that? That's a good-sized rock. I get it. There's hundreds and thousands of them out there all the time around the planet coming at us from all sorts of angles, but that should have been tracked there for a while. Let's see. Yeah, all these are newly discovered. This one's been tracked since last year, 70-foot airplane-sized asteroid, but yeah, that one's a little close. I don't think we'll get any impact from that, but if this starts getting closer and closer, I'm going to have to investigate these and break out the orbital viewer to look at, see how close this is actually getting to the planet, because that's 56,000 miles. It's still a good distance out there, but well within the Earth-Moon distance, which on average is 239,000 miles. So I'll keep checking back on that. Severe weather today. We got a moderate risk across the area of Kansas. That includes areas of Wichita up to about Lincoln, Nebraska. Seen some big-time tornadoes out there yesterday. I didn't personally, but all the storm chasers out there have been watching Reed Timmer a lot on YouTube. He's always right in it and seems to always find a way to intercept them. But today is a no-joke kind of day when it comes to the severe weather out there, folks. Got big-time baseball-size hail or larger across the area there in the pink and the hatched area. Big-time wind and big-time strong tornado threat today out here with those thunderstorms. So just be on guard, be observant, keep your eye on the sky for sure. There's that earthquake in Japan. Let's see, have they popped that up yet? Come on, EMSC. See that event right there? Not a big one. It didn't show up on anything else out here. And it's kind of at a distance there from that Japan station. So more than likely a 4.5 somewhere out there around Japan. Let me see if the EMSC is reporting this. I mean, it should pop up on the globe, because the Earthquake 3D Globe's combination here of a EMSC and USGS. So, but I don't see it yet. A little slow. Wonder if the Japan agency has it back up. Let me check over here real quick. 4.6 observed at is this going to be UTC time at 0? Or is that local time there? I think that's their local time. They're on the 19th already, 2:04. That very well may be the earthquake there that's showing up. That would match that time frame. They have it as a 4.6 up here along the northern, off the northeastern coast here of Japan, north of Tokyo, around the Japan Trench. So that's 4.6. Nothing big, but yeah, they're just a little slow for some reason today, but the Japan agency picked it up. Anyway, folks, we'll see you guys out here a little bit later on. Member drawing is coming up here in 2 days. I'm going to try to do a live.
All right, here you go.
Yeah, I didn't expect that if you asked for an interview with me that you were going to be so aggressive. Is that how you just speak to people normally?
Yes. Joining me now now is Dr. Amina Knight, the organizer
yes.
behind the Muslim Eid Water Park event. Thank you for joining me.
You're welcome. Thanks
She
for having
was expecting a softball interview. She was not expecting any pushback at all because probably she's never got pushback before.
me.
I want to just set the record straight because I know there's been a lot of confusion. You did have the Muslims only on the original flyer, and then you changed it and updated it on the site.
Let's see what it says. It says exclusive access to indoor water park one day only for Muslims only. A family-friendly event. Halal food will be served. Modest dress code. What is a modest dress code at a water park? I genuinely wonder. Wow, closed to the public, Muslims only. And then apparently it changed later on. It said Muslim only event. Now it says modest dress only. And then it says, so they took out all the reference to them. Oh, there's going to be a private prayer area, modest dress code. Okay, so now that it doesn't say that it's for them only, they describe it. They say modest dress code required. Birkins for ladies, swim trunks and shirts for men. What? Burkinis for ladies. I don't even know. What is a burkini? This is a burkini, so apparently you can't show any skin above your ankle or above your wrist. So they're required to wear that, and they had to enforce it. I wonder if you went there, could they even enforce that since they took away like the religious requirement, which is 100% illegal, I believe.
Read modest dress only, correct?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. So
correct.
why did you make that change?
So I made that change because
It's illegal.
this flyer, when it was originally created, and just to say, this event, this is the third year of the event, right? But it's
So they'd gotten away with it before until they got media pressure to change it. So how long in Texas have they been getting away with this?
the second year that it was a private event. And so last year, the flyer also said the celebration is for the Eid. It's a Muslim-only event, right?
Exactly as I thought. They were getting away with it before, but then you have people like Sarah Gonzalez from The Blaze calling them out for it, and now they're like, oh, she is surprised. Why are you giving me this attitude? Because they've never got pushback from it before. This is a problem, guys.
Now, there was no issue last year. The website was reviewed, the flyer was reviewed
By who?
by the water park, and there was absolutely no issue, right? And so the show went on. It was wonderful. We had about 600 attendees.
It's wonderful if you're part of that religion. But if I showed up at the water park that day, because this has happened to me before, where I've gone to, I think it was like a Dave & Buster's, and it was like a private event, and I was very upset. I'm like, I drove all the way out here. Nobody ever checks the schedule to see, hey, did one place reserve the entire center for themselves? I'd be upset if I went to the water park one day and they say, hey, because you are not of this religion, we're not going to admit you because you're dirty. How dare you be in swim trunks only? Like, this is a problem, guys.
Everything was great. So this year,
great for
the
them.
water park contacted me like earlier on to say, we're ready to do another Muslim-only event. You know, like it was so great last year. Let's do it again. And I was, so happy to start planning and all of that. But, okay, so then I just went, took my flyer, revised it for this year, just really with the date, and put it out there in my private groups because it's a private event.
Yeah, you can't do that.
So essentially,
Well, it was,
Based
but it
on
was on a
religion.
public website as well.
Say it again.
It was on a public website as well. So that's not a private group that you're posting it to, right?
Okay, fair. That's very fair. But the event was circulated, so no people wouldn't just find the website, right? I don't think that you would just look up, oh, let me find a Eid website, right? Unless you celebrate the Eid, right? However, so when I say it was circulated,
She's insulted at the noticing. How dare you notice that we're doing something like this?
in private groups. That's true because I made the flyer and I circulated it within private.
And how many times, like, I hate to even use this argument because it's so overused, but it's like, could you get away with this in the Middle East, having a Buddhist-only event, a Catholic-only event? Could you? And if the answer is no, you don't get to sit here on your high horse and saying, how dare you guys enforce what we would enforce on you? Same thing with the border laws. Oh my God, we're waving the Mexican flag because Mexico is so great when they 100% enforce their border laws.
Muslim groups because Muslims celebrate the Eid.
Mm-hmm.
So to let the Muslim community in DFW know, hey, I'm hosting this Eid event again for the Muslim community.
So
now you asked me, why did I change the flyer?
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just-
So a few days ago, the New York Post contacted me and they said, hey,
Media
did you
pressure.
know that your flyer in this event is going viral? And I'm like, what are you talking about? Right? Because again, I'm doing this again for the third time. Why would my little event at this water park we go, like, for what reason? So once I spoke to the New York Post, I'm like, okay, well, if all these eyes are not on the flyer, my intention is not to exclude people, right?
What?
And so I
What?
quickly
My intention is not to exclude people, but it's a private event for us only. Yeah.
changed the flyer because other communities were looking at it to be a modest fashion only event, still for the Eid holiday, but just to make it clear that modest fashion is required for this private event that I'm throwing at the water park.
Yeah, I mean, because it does read like you were trying to exclude non-Muslims.
Yes.
And I just wonder, I know
Nobody that is not of that religion is gonna have the burkini.
that you feel like you were wronged in this, but I just wonder if you feel like it would be fair for, say, a private group to rent out a publicly funded water park and put on, their post.
That's the big thing. I thought it was like, what do we have in California? We have Raging Waters and we have
or like the Muslim community, oftentimes need to take a moment
I tried to pause it.
gather,
Hold on.
fortify each other, and
fortify.
I'm just gonna go back a couple seconds because it was trying to reconnect.
Black
Okay, I just got that. I don't know how many.
community,
Oh, we get
like-
special rights. We can do things that are racist
Sorry.
because of reasons.
the American, or like the Muslim community, oftentimes need to take a moment to gather,
Oh,
fortify each other, and then go
fortify and
back out
gather.
into the world. It is not easy identifying as a marginalized person in this country where you
And here's the thing is, I don't deny that racism exists in America. I don't deny the idea that, some communities will be targeted or whatever, but it's like, that doesn't grant you the right to do it to other people. The whole thing where bad people do bad things, okay, point us out. Who's marginalizing you? Who's doing something evil to you? Is it illegal? Let's arrest them. Let's not let you do something as well because reasons. That's how it just spins out of control.
constantly feel like there's a foot on your neck for one reason or another.
No.
Maybe because you're Black, maybe because you're Muslim.
So then why not have like just a private pool party at someone's house? I mean, because my question actually was, how is this any different than someone holding a whites only, KKK party at a publicly funded water park? And I feel like your answer before we had some technical difficulties was just, well, it's okay for us because we feel like we're a marginalized community, but it would not be okay for whites.
Well, here's the thing. And what is your name actually?
You
He's
just
Hispanic.
you agreed to do an interview with someone whose name you didn't know?
I don't remember your name.
It's Sarah.
Okay. Thank you. So, Sarah,
Wait.
tell me your question again because your answer threw me off.
Okay.
What?
So my question was, before we had some technical difficulty, how is this any different? Saying we're having a Muslim-only event, putting it on posters several times and on the website all over the place saying Muslim-only, exclusively Muslim event. How is that any different than the KKK putting on an event that says
Valid.
whites only, Black people can attend, Muslims can attend? How is that any different? And I feel
Yeah, how could you say bikinis only event? You cannot wear this. Would that be perceived well? Where she's like, okay, that's fine.
like your answer, that's why I'm giving you a chance to clarify. I feel like your answer was, well, it's okay for us because we feel like we're a marginalized community, so it's okay for us to exclude.
Valid?
Okay. So here's the thing, Sarah. If anybody rents out a private space and
It's a public space,
for
though,
a
right?
private
Public space.
party, it could be that somebody says, hey, I'm renting out the water park for the Knight family reunion. If your last name is not Knight and you're not part of the Knight family, I wouldn't expect you to come, but I also wouldn't broadcast that all over the world. I would only send it to my target audience, right?
Right,
so-
but that's
But
not.
she's not answering the question of what if the KKK did this? Is she's trying to argue like, hey, as long as the KKK doesn't tell us about their whites only event, then you can't say anything about it. I got away with it for 2 years. Why doesn't the KKK do it?
That
doesn't violate discrimination laws. There is no discrimination law that doesn't violate discrimination laws. There's no discrimination law that says you can't have a private event for a family reunion. There are discrimination laws that say that you cannot have a private event that excludes people based on their religion.
Yes.
That is federal statutes and state statutes. So how do you think that that's okay?
Well, Sarah, the first year that we had this event, and
I keep on getting away with my crimes. Why did I get caught for it this time?
and we
Actually,
did not rent
you're
out
really
the
nice
water
today.
park. Although the
Haven't had
Muslim
to use the
community
AC
had a
once.
wonderful time,
Wait, we had a good time. It's fine. You literally can't be this dumb. You can't. I think you have to be playing this dumb to be this dumb.
being with the
Normally
larger
nice.
community, we wanted to be able to curate a space where modesty and modest dress was the standard.
Then why did it say Muslims only?
So
And
you
for
did
the
want to
Muslim
exclude
community-
people.
Say that again? Based on their modest dress?
Well, no, you just said the Muslim community, and
She kind of started to smirk there as if she was cooking. It was modest. It was modest.
so we wanted to be able to create a space where we could just take over and exclude everyone else.
I didn't say that, Sarah. You said that. You can play back
Well,
what
I mean,
I said.
you did say it on the
What
flyer,
I
but
said, yeah. So let me finish my sentence. What I said is that a lot of Muslims,
Sorry. It keeps cutting out my mic. Here. This is really hard to
like
watch.
500 Muslims came to the water park and enjoyed the water park with the wider community. I got a lot of feedback that, hey, we would love it if this space, if we could have a day where the water park was rented out and it was just Muslims at the water
Yeah, it's
park.
illegal.
my god.
He
Told you it's illegal.
Do that!
She did. She just said I didn't do that. No, you said I did
Then
it.
you
I
said
didn't.
it,
And she,
then you
then
would be
Sarah
nice
says
to
it's
do
on the
that.
flyer,
Like,
and then
what?
she takes a whole ass minute to say exactly what you said I did. Yeah, I did it, and I do it for 2 years too.
Muslims
Takes a whole
uphold
ass
a
minute to
modest
say,
dress
yeah,
code,
I
and
know,
we're
it's
celebrating
slow
our
as talking,
Eid
mother-
events. Okay? So, therefore, and you're absolutely right, I didn't think anything was wrong with that.
Okay, so you
I
made it.
didn't.
wow. By the way, are people going to get their money back?
Sarah, I didn't expect that if you asked for an interview with me that you were going to be
It's not a
so
softball interview.
aggressive.
is that a
by
no?
absolutely.
By
I want
by
money
asking
back.
if it
I
would
don't
be
even-
okay
I
if
wasn't
we
even- I
could
don't
do a
have
whites
horse in this
only
race, and I want my
event
money
as well,
back.
and how that was
No,
different.
This is-
it's
this
just
is too
it's
much.
just your tone. It's just, is that how you just speak to people normally?
Yeah,
Yes.
If it is, that's okay. And
yeah.
I'll
It kind of
just-
sounds like she's not gonna give the money back exactly. So it's like,
Kinda
hey, is this a
sounds like-
fraud scenario? Now she's getting upset.
Okay. Are you? I'm asking if people are going to get their money back. Will they get their money back?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay.
And then we had some questions on the Ascendant Faith LLC that the money was going to. We couldn't find any listing for that here in the state of Texas anyway. What is Ascendant Faith
Is there gonna be
LLC?
fraud in here?
I don't know where you got that from or what you're talking about, actually.
Well, when people go to your website to buy tickets for that event,
Yeah, way
it
better.
says that Ascendant Faith LLC is who is receiving the money, and you don't know what that is?
I don't know. It must be some type of typo.
Wait. She's either being defrauded herself or she's conducting the fraud and she's realizing, hey, I thought I was just going to be able to say why it's okay because we were just being modest, guys. We wanted a modest day to ourselves, which I can kind of understand. Okay, yeah. You
We just
are
wanted a day
repulsed
off.
by
We just
how
wanted
skimpy
all the Muslims
American
to be
bikinis have
able to
gotten.
control the water
Okay,
park for a single
whatever.
day.
Someone's
That's
saying,
all.
hey, it's
Just one
illegal.
day. We just
Should
wanted
just
a
be the
day.
end of it. But now you're like, wait. Now we're talking about my LLC? Stop digging.
It must be a typo.
One day turned to a month.
Interesting.
One month that turned to a Muslim
Very
year?
interesting.
And there's another...
Oh no.
I think there's another part of it. I thought it was going to be in this one. You guys are never going to guess what is part of her Oh no, she got sent a. This is it right. She got sent a cease and desist letter.
Also,
but then also got
run a daycare, I believe, called Excellence Early Leering Center, or at least it's listed on Google that way, and on your website, I think it's also called a.
You couldn't write this. This is South Park levels. She owns a Leering Center. She has videos from her husband. I haven't seen it. She has a Leering Center. How bad is a Leering in this country?
Leaning Center.
With a
So I'm just wondering, is it appropriate?
Oh, guys, are we changing the vernacular? Are we changing the? Is it leaning? Is it leering or leaning? Because leaning kind of would be more like, okay, yeah, you guys are just drinking a special beverage at the Leaning Center. No.
To be in charge of teaching children when you can't spell learning right?
No, dude, no. I think she's playing 4D chess. For her to sit there and kind of smirk, it's like you're playing a role. Like, damn, you got me. Like if I was like playing a prank on somebody, I saw that shit, I'm like, keep it together. For her to smile knows it's bad, and now she's gonna go back to the character. It has to be, right?
Okay, she's not frozen because she's blinking. She's just mad.
No, I'm not mad, but I am acknowledging the typo, and I think that's a more appropriate way to say it. Are you trying to let me know that I have a typo on my website?
I know you're almost out of.
We're insinuating that this is fraud. She knows it is, but she doesn't. She's trying to like talk to her like a 6-year-old.
Time, so I want to respect your time here. I also want to know how the daycare is operational if your right to transact business was involuntarily ended in Texas.
Oh, they cut her.
What?
I mean,
she's either being defrauded by her business partner or she's doing it herself. It's gotta be, right?
This is according to the state website. Your registration is inactive.
She freezes.
Nothing to say.
I guess I have to figure that out.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
you're probably gonna get a call from the IRS, I'm guessing.
Ascendant Faith LLC, you are dead set on that was a typo. That's what you're saying.
I am set on. I actually don't know what you're talking about. And
Deny.
you want to talk to me about how I felt about the event being canceled, which I
thought this was gonna.
I just don't know what you're talking about. Bro.
Be a softball interview. I thought I was just gonna be able to explain
Fucking leering.
why it's okay for me to do something that I would be freaked out if the KKK did it. I didn't realize you were gonna dig up the fact that my Leering Center is operating illegally.
happy to talk to you about.
And we did talk about that. So
Okay, so that's it. I don't have anything else to talk to you about, but I appreciate you reaching out.
okay. Well, I hope that you've learned your lesson. You can't exclude based on religion here in the good old U.S. of
I do
A.
not want to exclude
God bless,
people based
Amina.
off of
God bless.
religion.
You just said
She's gonna say, I didn't do that, and proceed to describe why it's okay when she does that. Marginalized, black, this
That's
religion,
that,
like it's
like-
ridiculous.
Amina,
That good old
goodbye.
fashioned like
She
tone
did.
comes
I don't
on
blame her.
with the disconnected.
Thank you
comes
for,
on. Beep. Yeah,
Thank you for
I'm
joining
fucking
me,
losing
but
it. This
we're
is
done
too
here.
much.
Make sure that you share the show with a friend. Share the show with your
Yeah.
loved ones. I mean, who doesn't
Sarah
want to
Gonzalez,
watch
Texas.
this type of entertainment? So make sure that you are sharing. Smash the like button and comment. Let me know if I should start digging into Ascendant Faith LLC.
Yes, please.
I think I just found a new investigation.
Yes.
Actually, thank you to Dr. Amina Knight.
No, she's not a doctor. No. If she's a but yeah, follow her over there if you can. Is she like a doctor in this, in like a medical, like she can practice medicine on us, or a doctor like Dr. Dre, like a rapper or whatever? Like it's so bad, guys. It's so bad. A leering doctor. You know what? She is a very leered doctor.
Leered
I believe
doctor.
that. And if she got a doctorate from the Leering Center, then I believe it. I mean, maybe she just identifies as a doctor, because that is ridiculous. Yeah, she calls herself Dr. Amina, a Dallas-Fort Worth Epic EDAC organizer. This is not a good look for them, and now I hope that they actually investigate the place that gave her that degree, because that sounds like a problem.
Yeah.
Johnny Somali has had his addiction exposed and how he is going to suffer in Korean jail in his latest prison letter. We're going to get at that today on The Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. Now, as you all know, we have been tracking the case of Ramzi Khalid Ismail, aka Johnny Somali, since the beginning 2 years ago. And he is now sitting in a Seoul detention center, the Nambu Detention Center, as his appeal is ongoing. And that will determine what happens to him, whether it's extended even longer, if he's sent to this forced labor prison. That's all going to be determined over the coming months.
Bro, there's
and
no
the
beds.
only window we really
sleep
have
on the
into
floor.
Somali's thoughts and what's going on is these prison letters, which are being leaked and exposed as we go. Now, we've already gone over one of those letters, but we have a latest letter which goes deeper into his thoughts and what's going on with him. So let's break into all of that. So here we go. We have this, and I'm going to be reading this for you because the handwriting is a little bit messy. So Somali starts the letter by thanking him and giving the information for his commissary. Obviously, we're not going to put that information out there so people aren't sending people Johnny funds. But he asked for Game of Thrones for a paperback. He says that would help him to kill time with a fiction novel. But then he really gets into the meat of it. So he says, I will answer your questions honestly, but to be upfront, since I do not really know your identity or motive, I will have to be careful what I write. I will not lie, but some things I cannot fully express while all still on Korean soil. So let's stop right there. This person is just a random person that's writing him. We don't really know the intentions of this person. Obviously, this person is turning these things over to the public, so they want them to be leaked. Now, this could be a person that is pro-Somali, anti-Somali. We really don't know, but clearly they want this information to get out there. Now, whether or not Johnny knows this, whether or not this was planned, we can't say. But it is fair to say that these are things that Johnny is willing to say regardless. He's just willing to go out there and say no matter what. To continue on there, he says, also, if you could include an unused stamp in your next letter, I can write you back a lot quicker. I was very curious of the social media and traditional media coverage of my case and sentencing. I would really appreciate if you could screenshot or print some of the articles in English or the top Reddit or X threads, right? Twitter X threads. So stop right there. Johnny Somali exposed the first thing he's really going for. The thing he really cares about here is his social media appearance. Johnny Somali, if you guys don't know, Ramzi Khalid Ismail is addicted to what people are saying about him. He's constantly watching every video on him, etc. He watched all of my videos, was always there to seethe and hit a dislike button. So one thing I've said about this is his punishment is being away from the internet, away from social media, away from being able to track this. He just has a TV. He doesn't have anything else in there, and that's really just Korean programming. He's not getting Johnny Somali news 24/7 and being able to think he's the center of the world because people are putting bad press out on him. Part of that addiction is cut now. He's not able to get that. This only is fed. His attention is only given through these letters, and he is already hurting, and it has barely been a month behind bars. And you can see he goes in the next page here even deeper into what he wants and exactly what he thinks is important. He says, or even YouTube reactions, even Korean sites translated in English. So he's fiending so hard. He wants anything. He just wants that hit of social media validation. He says the Korean opinions would be interesting to read, but I would like to see Western and Korean opinions. I heard it made the New York Times, so I would love to have that too specifically. So somebody told him, somehow it got out there. Maybe this was, circulating at some point. Maybe there's a copy of the New York Times in the prison. Who knows? Something like that. Now, that article was absolutely horrible. We reviewed it. It had some information that wasn't entirely accurate. It wasn't the full picture. It also painted him in a very neutral light, which I think was very weird to do. Perhaps because the New York Times is mainly something that is for rather elderly people that aren't aware of the internet, so they don't have as much context here. But he wants that information because he's addicted to thinking he is the most important person in the world. A key factor about these nuisance streamers is they think they are the center of the universe. Says it was on TV for a couple days in all the cells, and we have Korean newspaper clippings here, but it would be curious to see the general consensus of the outcome. all of the guards and inmates know who I am. So he's getting this false importance because they know who I am. So he thinks, oh, he's so important. He's some sort of VIP. He says, living situation. At the moment, I'm staying in a cell with other foreign inmates, but I have been given the option to stay alone if I would like. I think most foreign inmates are Chinese. So he's in there with a bunch of Chinese people. He has the option of going into solitary, essentially. You know, if he wants to go into a solitary cell, which would not be as preferable, trust me, if he wants to go there. He also said treatment of facilities. I've honestly been treated very well at the detention center and have tried to accommodate my needs to make me feel comfortable. I've been given the option to eat a foreigner meal, and that is tailored to my dietary restrictions. And I can choose what to eat from the Korean meal, which is surprisingly good. The medical care is good, and the general living conditions are not all that bad. I am not in a prison. It is different. A word in Korean is gochujang, something like that. So this is an important point. And I do believe, by the way, that maybe they give him an option of another meal, but that meal is not going to be great. This is definite cope on that quality, you know, saying, okay, yeah, it's surprisingly good. No. This is not, you know, gourmet food. This is absolutely the very, very simple meal. But on that point specifically about not being in a prison, he is not being fully informed of what's going down. Previously, he could watch my videos and find out exactly what's going down because we're working with multiple people that are insiders, people that have vast experience in the Korean legal system. We know exactly what's going on. He is unaware of this distinction between a detention center and a prison. And he doesn't know that he's being held here during the pendency of his appeal before he gets sent to the prison where he'd be forced to do labor, right? He doesn't understand this is a separate section. No one's explained this to him. Now, mind you, he just fired, or rather his private lawyer, you know, quit, left, etc. The one that was formerly funded by his roommate, Hank, and former ally, who has now turned a little bit of frenemy, if you might say. That's gone. He's with a public defender. And in Korea, the thing is, lawyers are only going to do that bare minimum that is required unless you push them usually to ask more questions or go further. They're just going to give you what they need to give you and not any more. So they're not going to go out of their way to explain everything that's going on, the entire system, unless you're actually going there and pressing them with questions and actually asking them the right things, which Johnny Somali has no idea how to do, particularly with the loss of his ally Hank. So he goes, it's pretty low security and like a summer camp. We just eat, go to recess, work out, watch TV, and read the newspaper. There's no forced labor. We just relax and do nothing all day because he's not yet in that labor prison. That's coming next after the appeal. So if he, for example, gets sentenced to a year or 2 years, the sentence is increased, then he would go on to that labor prison after the end of his appeals. He says foreigners are not allowed to work or be in a cell with Korean nationals. Korean Americans can be put in with foreigners. That's very true. And that is also true that they can't work. And that's actually something that in the prison, there's some jobs that actually people find, you know, hey, they're a way to kill time, a way to do something different. He can't do that because he doesn't speak Korean. Yes, I have social interaction with other inmates every day within my cell block, and during my outside time. I also interact with guards and inmate staff that can speak English. I am like a celebrity inmate here and treated very well by all the inmates who shake my hand and always say hello or yell Somali from the cells and cells through the windows. I have had inmates young and old shake my hand and even ask for autographs, which I did 4 or 5 so far. That might pop up online, so I drew some nice art. The staff are always talking to me, sometimes with a translator, and making sure I'm safe and okay, and the staff tell me I should live a nice, kind life and treat people better in the future. Some of the inmates have even said that they are my fans, and I have made good friends already. This is exactly what's wrong with Somali. Somali is treating validation, particularly validation from criminals, as positive reinforcement, as something good. And this is a problem with him. He doesn't really care where this validation comes from, even though it's coming from the most degenerate, the worst of society, the people that are absolutely at the bare bottom, the absolute dregs, which is his Discord, these other people that support him online, the various people that may back him up. Even though it's the absolute worst, he doesn't care. He doesn't care where that validation is coming from as long as he is getting validated. He's just getting that attention, and for Somali, attention is his addiction. He also says here, and this is most important, that the Korean legal system, I am a little bit uncomfortable to talk about this topic in detail. This is because he doesn't want exposed how much he doesn't know and exactly how wrong he is. He, I think, has an idea that these things are getting leaked and getting out there, and he doesn't want his ignorance to get out. So he says, as I do not want to jeopardize my freedom further, I will say that the American system, while flawed, is infinitely more fair, and leave it at that. In my personal experience, a Japanese justice system is more fair, but the correction facilities are worse than Koreans. This is actually fairly accurate from all of my comrades in Japan that explain this to me and have talked about this. The Korean penal system is generally more Spartan, less good than the Korean system, but it's not saying much. That's a matter of degree. It's not, it's, once again, this is not paradise. It's not something that's absolutely fun. But knocking the Korean legal system is because he's failed to actually take the time to engage with people who understand it and have conversations to educate himself. He relied on flawed advice. He relied on single source. He relied on people that weren't experts in the Korean criminal system, and that has proven his flaw all along. So let's go over to my judgment. So in judgment, Ramsey is absolutely addicted to social media and his public image. We see that through his prison letters. And the longer he is behind bars and kept away from that is the better. We got to get, like with any addict, they need time away from this to come down, to drop off of this addiction and make themselves right. As much time as he can get in jail is better, because he will not have access to that and his public image will eventually fade away. Also, it confirms he is not receiving accurate or comprehensive information on his legal status. Now, this is very important because it goes to his appeal. He is not going to be making the right decisions, the right strategy, and really the right thinking without knowing everything he knows and needs to know about the Korean legal system. And the public defender he's assigned is only going to give him the bare minimum. So Somali is probably going to be surprised when they tell him, which he probably doesn't know, that he's going to have to stay in prison in this detention center longer than 6 months because of his appeal. He hasn't received that bad news yet, I think, and that's going to be an absolute surprise. Somali does not know what's coming, and I think that's an absolute glorious thing. But I want to know what you guys think in the comments below, and I will catch you on the next one.
They've imported hostile, violent men into our communities, and then they've tried to smear us as racists or extremists for wanting protection of our women.
This is the revolt. This is the peasants revolting.
It needs to stop branding hard-working Brits as far right. We just want to be heard, and he's ignoring us.
At the end of the day, do you think a civil war is inevitable here?
Yeah, it's been going on for years. I don't recognise my country no more.
Keir Starmer is like an actual traitor.
Today we're here in the streets of London. We have the Big Ben right behind us here today. And today it's set to be one of the biggest marches in the history of the United Kingdom. Hundreds of thousands of people are set to come in from all across the United Kingdom to come into the streets of London today. Right now, over 4,000.
Okay, so that should be enough time to load.
1,000 police officers have been deployed into London, and they're using new facial recognition cameras to track who comes in and out of the protest. That is something that has never happened before, and at all of the major stations like King's Cross, they have new cameras that have facial recognition, and they're tracking quite literally everyone that comes into this protest, and they have even banned journalists from entering police officers have been deployed into London, and they're using new facial recognition cameras to track who comes in and out of the protest. That is something that has never happened before, and at all of the major stations like King's Cross, they have new cameras that have facial recognition, and they're tracking quite literally everyone that comes into this protest, and they have even banned journalists from entering into the United Kingdom to cover this event. Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, quite literally everyone that comes into this protest, and they have even banned journalists from entering into the United Kingdom to cover this event. Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, has been outspoken against those that are attending this march, saying that this march is led by convicted thugs and people that are spreading division and hate here inside the United Kingdom. He called it racist, actually.
Tomorrow's march in London is a reminder of what we're up against in the battle of our values. The organisers, including convicted thugs and racists, are peddling hatred and division. Plain and simple.
So today we're going to be speaking with everyone here in the streets of London to see what's going on and what they have to say about what they are fighting for, as this is called the Unite the West March here in the streets of London. How do you guys feel about what your Prime Minister said about those that attend this march today?
He's a disgrace. He's an absolute disgrace. So he is. I'm not far right. Don't have a criminal record. I'm a pensioner. I fear for my grandchildren.
And what do you fear for your grandchildren?
Because of all the illegal immigrants that's coming here, and they're getting everything going. I have two sons, can't even get on the property market.
And why do you think Keir Starmer would call people like you racist for attending this march?
Because he's frightened. He's frightened. He's on his way out anyway, and the sooner the better.
Your message to Keir Starmer?
Resign for the country's good, you tyrant.
He's calling you guys racist for being out here today.
Well, he's full of as we all know.
Yeah. Now we've made it here to the start of the march. You can hear the chants already. Everyone is yelling, Keir Starmer is a wanker. Look at this, thousands of people in the streets right now, all chanting, Keir Starmer is a wanker. We have Keir Starmer on top of a right now.
How you doing?
How are you doing? Keir Starmer on top of a...
Yeah, he's a wanker.
Do you feel like this is the Great Britain you grew up in?
No. Do you think it's a Great Britain we grew up in? No, not so great now.
We're an embarrassment to the world, what this government's doing.
What do you guys think about Keir Starmer blocking journalists from coming into the United Kingdom?
It's disgusting, isn't it? Yeah, it's only for one thing, because they say things you don't like. You say things Keir Starmer don't like, he likes to block you. I'm surprised you managed to sneak through, to be fair, mate. I've just been watching you in Cuba.
I'm a bit surprised as well that they let me in.
I don't know, you managed to sneak
through. And how come you think here they're attacking freedom of speech?
Well, I know why. It's because they've got their own narrative, haven't they? I mean, I don't go all into it, but it all stems from after the war, they started implementing all these systems of anti-racism, and it just come to a point now where white man's not listened to. It's not about what black or white, but native people are just not listened to in the country anymore. And it's just, put it this way, there's a Sikh guy stabbed a white kid the other day, and the police arrested the white kid because the Sikh guy said he said something racist. They handcuffed him, he sat on the floor, bled out and died a couple of days ago. Somebody Novak, his name is, young college kid, look it up, mate.
And what brings you guys out here today?
Wow, you know what it's like, mate. It's tyranny in this country, absolute diabolical. They're against us English.
Future, my friend. You can't keep pouring one country into this one, expecting it's going to turn out. They've got different cultures, different ideologies, and different ways of living. We want to keep our culture. I've got a granddaughter. When in 30 years' time, when she grows up, I want her to recognise the England I was born in. And if we keep pouring into this country, there's going to be nothing left.
In what ways is the England that you grew up in different than the England that your grandchildren are growing up in?
Because we keep pouring in these different cultures, these different religions into this country. And we've seen how the Islam goes. You spread Islam across the world, you spread Islam across Europe. It destroys everything on its path, on its way. I've got nothing against refugees coming in, as long as they're vetted. And we understand who they are and what they are. Come and respect our culture, come and respect our people. That's all we ask.
And Keir Starmer has called the organizers of the event thugs and racist, and has said that you guys are pushing division and hate here inside the country.
Keir Starmer shouldn't even be there. He's hanging on by a thread, and he knows he is. It's his last chance for his last chance to stand against us people. He's been calling us far-right fascists and Nazis. Can you see any far-right fascists and Nazis around here? I see grandparents, I see parents, I see soldiers, I see everyone up. It's my grandson. We're not far-right, we're not fascists, we're not Nazis, we're just people who want a future for this country. And that's all we're after.
And do you think you'll ever get to the point here where people have to actually defend the country and bear up arms?
Yeah, because nobody's listening to anybody. They're just doing what they want to do. They're not asking us what we want.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm all right. I'm here for the love of Christ.
The march has officially begun. Tommy is right behind us now, leading the march. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people are out here in the streets of London. Here we go.
Oh, let me pray for you quickly. Heavenly Father, thank you for this man. Thank you for everything you've done. Thank you for blessing him and keeping him and continue to bless him and cover him in all ways. In Jesus' precious name, amen.
Amen. There we go. People in the streets of Britain praying for me.
Good to hear you. Oh my God, take your photo.
The people of London.
Come here, quick. Yes.
And ma'am, they are calling people like you a racist for being out here today.
I was an NHS worker. I worked for the NHS. I was a medical emergency nursing assistant. I lost my job for sharing a post from the government website how much asylum seekers get when they come to the UK. I was sacked for gross misconduct straight away. Never had a complaint about me ever in my life. So I'm here to support my nurses.
So you've been attacked by the government for speaking out against mass immigration?
Yes, I was a NHS nursing assistant. I was a medical emergency. And I lost my job through freedom to speak, and I'm going to be here. I want to show freedom to speak in the UK, and we're going to show it today.
So you have the march coming from right here, and then you have a whole nother group of people, a whole nother sea of people meeting up right here. Very well could be 1 million plus people here in the streets of London today. You have the police on the outskirts of the march, and check this out, they have these cameras right here surveilling each and every single one of the protesters. See those cameras right there, they use those to survey the people, and then they have the body cameras as well. So they have those cameras right there for any evidence, for any footage that they may need. Mass surveillance here in the streets of the United Kingdom. Your sign says...
Nick Shirley!
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello, Nick Shirley.
Nice to meet you. Your sign says, we did not vote for open borders, digital ID, higher taxes, two-tier policing, loss of free speech, pedophiles in politics, higher cost of living, Starmer out, restore Britain.
Yes.
What's your message to Keir Starmer today?
Keir Starmer's a wanker. Everything in the mandate is backtracked on. He's added things in that wasn't mandated, like digital ID. It doesn't listen to the British public. He's just had a landslide vote and he still is ignorant.
He needs to go.
He needs to stop branding hard-working Brits as far right. We just want to be heard and he's ignoring us.
How do you feel about the mass surveillance here of your government?
I feel like if you can do that to your own people, why can't you monitor more closely the people you're letting in who are abusing our women and children, who are taking taxpayers' money, who are living better lives than the people who are working really hard in this country, who live here, who are proud of where we are. We don't oppose immigration. We just don't want to be
we have them prioritised above us. We're losing our culture and identity. It's not fair. We've had enough.
And why do you think Keir Starmer and your politicians are calling people out here racist? Saying this is pushing division here inside the United Kingdom.
I wish I knew the answer to that question, but I really don't. I ask myself this all the time. All I know is he's not serving the British public, and these numbers prove it.
The march continues to get bigger and bigger. Right now we're in Trafalgar Square. It's completely filled, and all the way down to Parliament Square is completely filled as well. We're going to go interview Tommy in just a moment, but I want to tell you guys about the sponsor of this video, and that is Opus Clip. What used to just be an AI clipper has now become the most powerful AI growth tool for creators. And me, for instance, I've used Opus on my own, and I've received over 50 million views on a single Facebook page just from using clips from Opus. What you do is you upload your YouTube videos or your videos in general into Opus, and then it'll go through and clip those videos using the power of AI, and then you can then bulk schedule those videos onto your platforms like TikTok, Facebook, YouTube Shorts, and then those videos go ahead and get posted to all of your platforms. And they just came out their new AI editor 3.0 that comes with smarter auto framing, better virality scoring, and brand new captions. I love Opus. It makes it super simple to post your videos and get your content to go quite literally everywhere. And right now, for you guys watching this video, they're gonna hook you guys up with 4 months at 50% off. All you have to do is go to the link in the description down below or in the pinned comment down below. 4 months at 50% off. I promise, give Opus a try. It is well worth it. And now let's get back into the protest. Tommy, you've done it again.
We've done it. March. We're leading a revolution in Britain, right?
From here in the middle of
You
Whitehall.
had your revolution through the election ballot box with Donald Trump. We're having ours right now on the street.
The whole entire streets of Whitehall all the way to Trafalgar are full of people. And what does this say about the current state of the United Kingdom? What do the British people want?
It says that the public are ready. We're ready, right? We've been asleep for too long.
Ready for what?
We're ready to fight for our country, right? We're ready. And what you're witnessing now is a formation and an organisation. We're going to spread this through every town and city, and we're getting ready for the Battle of Britain in 2029. Our next election is the most important election in this country's history, because the enemy are no longer invading on the borders where they are, but the enemy's here. They're here. They're here, and they're betraying us.
Why has your government betrayed the people of Great Britain?
They've tried to replace us, just like they did in Minnesota. Why do you think Somalia is the hottest place in the world, yeah? They're living in Minnesota. They didn't choose there. They were put there. They were put there. Just think what they've done there, and think of what you exposed, and think that they all knew it was happening, but they turned a blind eye. Well, they turned a blind eye to them raping their way through our country, because they're importing voters. They're replacing us. They have 6, 7 kids. We don't. They're bringing people in to replace us that are loyal to them, that want to be dependent on the state. Well, we don't. The far left have had their revolution. Yeah, they've had it. Open borders, breakdown of the family, attacking nationalism, patriotism. They've had it. A successful revolution. You're witnessing today the counter-revolution.
The counter-revolution, civil war come 2029 if nothing happens.
We need to win at the ballot box in 2029. Now, to do that, you have to get the 50% of non-voters. You need to captivate them, electrify them, and give them back that sense of identity and belief that they matter. Today, everyone here knows they matter.
And your message to the rest of the West, for those that aren't here, that don't see what's happening every day here in Britain, what would you say the reality of life is?
The reality of life is women are scared. They can't walk the streets. Our daughters are being raped. They've took the safety of our nation. They've imported hostile, violent men into our communities, and then they've tried to smear us as racists or extremists for wanting protection of our women. And to the rest of the West, unite the kingdom. Look at that. Read that on that side. It says unite the kingdom, unite the West, because this is a Western civilizational problem. They're attacking us.
Starmer saying everyone out here is racist today.
Yeah, no one cares what they say. Right? Look around you. Look at the diversity. This is a lovely crowd, man.
You guys are out here. You're raising up the cross.
Yes.
Starmer's calling people like you guys far right.
Oh, fuck Starmer. He needs to go. There's something dodgy about him.
What's dodgy about Starmer?
Everything. I mean, like, he's a globalist.
And what's the Britain you hope for your children, your 2 daughters right here?
At this moment in time, the whole country's in dire straits. The government are not putting the British people first. There's no housing. There's no doctor's appointments. There's nothing like that. Yeah, Keir Starmer, I mean, if we were far right, how many people can you spot of all different nationalities here? We've got Iranians, we've got black people, Asian people. Get to will you, Starmer? Just resign.
Just resign. That's your message.
Resign.
And
Christ is king. I would like to claim refuge in Poland if possible.
Should the rest of Europe be more like Poland?
I think so, yes. Yes, absolutely.
And with the grooming gangs that took place here inside...
You've got the grooming... I've got 2 daughters at the end of the day. Even when I was a child, my younger sister, it happened with these Afghanis. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're having people coming from all different corners of the world that are not brought up with the same morals and same values, there is going to be a clash of cultures. And this is what Starmer isn't listening to. He doesn't give a fuck about that.
Yeah.
We're just meant to, like, pipe down, shut up, and just get on with it. No, we're sick of it. Like, this is the revolt. This is the peasants revolting.
And we want to keep our next generation safe for our little girls and our children. We want them to grow up in the country that we grew up in. And at times, diversity is not our strength. Unity is our strength, and that's why we're here today, to unify and say that we're not having it anymore.
Starmer is saying that your diversity is your strength. You would say it's not.
No. Does it? You go to the other march. That's the diversity side of it. This is unity. This is British people coming together to say we love our country and we want to keep it our country. We don't need all these open borders because it's not the best thing for us.
Right here it says the rape of Britain. Would you say Britain has been raped?
I'd say 100% it's rape. This isn't a flag, it's a true story. We've had it under the Conservatives and now Keir Starmer. It's ridiculous what this man's doing.
In what ways has Great Britain been raped?
Get him out. Well, look at the
All the young girls are being raped on the streets. Throughout the country, it's covered up by Sadiq Khan.
Enough's enough.
Through the government, complete cover-up.
What's your guys' message to Keir Starmer? Wanker.
Keir Starmer's a f***ing wanker.
Let's hear it.
Keir Starmer's a wanker. Keir Starmer's a wanker. Keir Starmer's a wanker.
And why do you think Keir Starmer is such a wanker?
The way he's absolutely destroying our f***ing country.
What's been your least favorite thing that's happened over the past 10 years here in the United Kingdom?
I've seen my country change in 50 plus years. I don't recognise my country no more. But not only that is, I'm seeing how things went in a different country in the 30s, and it's happening here. And pardon my French, to piss on the veterans the way they have and persecuting them.
What do you think your forefathers would say about the current status of Great Britain right now?
Turn them over in the graves. Literally turn them over in the graves. Because my grandparents fought for this country, my cousins, my relatives, my uncles, my aunts, friends have died for this country. For what? For what? For these rich arseholes over there.
Over in Parliament. And you think those that are in Parliament, you think they represent
They
the
are
people?
the most hated Egypts this country's ever seen.
And why do you think they continue to get elected?
Because I think they like it. I think they want the division. Look at this. Every race, creed, colour, sexuality, people from all over the world. Look at all the different flags. This is united. This is love. This is everyone, brothers and sisters in arms, for one cause. Freedom. Freedom from that tyrannical bunch of bastards over there. That's what it's about. People have died for this country. They've bled. The blood soaks in this every part of this country. It's blood soaked. of men and women and children of this country that have fought for thousands of years. For what? For them bastards. F*** them.
At the end of the day, do you think a civil war is inevitable here?
Yeah, it's been going on for years. I don't recognise my country no more.
So what will a civil war look like here if you guys do not have
Like any war, death, destruction. No one wins. No one wins in war. My friend died fighting for this country. For what? To be pissed on by Keir Starmer and his lot. We're going to take you all to court for war crimes. No. No one wins in war, I'm afraid.
What would be your message to the rest of the world that doesn't live here inside of Great Britain? They don't understand what's going on.
Open your eyes, see what's going on, because if it's happening here, it's going to happen everywhere. Look at Ireland. God bless the Irish. Keir Miller faulty.
Right here you have a man, you have the police officers.
I know that you're just doing a job, and I know that you guys lean one way or the other, but there's going to come a time when you guys need to choose a side, and that guy that lives at number 10 is a traitor, and he should be tried as such. Keir Starmer is like an actual traitor. I believe that he is committing treason against the British people. I actually believe that, you know, we should drag him out of number 10 and we should put him on trial for treason, because what he's done to the British people is it can only be defined as treason. He's opened the borders, he's made a career out of protecting peoples, he's made a career out of dissolving our borders.
You're a black man here at this event. They're saying this is a racist event. What's your message to them?
No, it's not.
Your sign right here says British Christians awake.
Yes, we're sleeping. We've had our language has been numbed by thought processes to self-censure ourselves, and now we've become so liberal we don't know what truth is, and now we've got to wake up to how far we've slipped. Our children are now being aborted one day before birth, and we've now made this massive imbalance, and into that imbalance we put Islam, and it's been done by the left to destroy Christianity. That's the reason. We're in a hell of a mess.
Here in the United Kingdom, you can have an abortion up to the day of?
The day before birth. We've now voted for abortion one day before birth. There's one case where a little baby girl, a girl, 15 years of age, she got hold of the mifepristone tablet. She aborted.
I love what you're doing, mate. Keep up the good work, brother. Absolutely love you. All right?
Thank you.
She aborted a baby. They cut the baby's head off, arms off, legs off, put it in the food blender, hit Frappe. The police did nothing.
So here in the UK, apparently this man, you can have an abortion up to the day of birth. Crazy.
Son, oi! Trump, come and save f***ing England, son!
Now everyone is gathered here at the stage. I've been invited to give a speech, so I'm going to go on just a second. We have hundreds of thousands of people right there. We got these lovely ladies right here. And then I'm going to be going on stage right now. Here we go. All right, now it's time for me to go on stage. Here we go. We got 100,000 people out here. And here we go. London! USA! 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 Today I've walked with some of you here, and as I was walking, one sign really crossed my mind. There was a sign today that said we did not vote for open borders, digital ID, two-tier policing, higher taxes, loss of free speech, in politics, higher cost of living. Now your media will call you far right, and your prime minister will call you guys dangerous. But the ideas of freedom of speech are not dangerous, or the idea that you want to know who your neighbor is does not make you dangerous. It means that you have common sense. We live in a world where common sense is becoming somewhat abstract to have. A lot of people don't have it these days. In the United States, we let an entire state commit billions of dollars in fraud because we are afraid our politicians were afraid of being called racist or Islamophobic for speaking out against the fraud. Here in the United Kingdom, you guys had young women be raped by gangs of men, and your politicians allowed it because they're afraid of being called a racist or Islamophobic. That does not make you a racist
They should be
for
afraid
speaking
of the
truth.
people that
No one
let
should
those
have to worry
motherfuckers in.
about where their tax dollars go. No one should have to worry if it gets spent into fraud or not, because we should have the confidence in our politicians. We shouldn't have to worry that our daughters are having to
No,
be
Nick,
careful
you're right.
who they go around, or a young woman in
You're right.
Scotland who is 12 years old shouldn't have to walk with a hatchet at
You're
the
right.
playground. I've been coming here to the United Kingdom for some time now, and each and every single
got
year
us.
these marches get bigger and bigger and bigger. I think it is time that your Prime Minister and that your government takes heed to your words and takes heed to the caution that you guys are giving them, because change is inevitable here inside of the United Kingdom, and it does need to be done because everyone should have the right to say what they want and have the freedom of speech. And may God bless you all, and thank you, Tommy Robinson. Thank you. How did I do in my speech?
You are excellent.
Excellent, approved?
Approved.
Perfect.
We
That-
need you and we need Trump in the UK.
That is the end of this video. Make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. If you want to get yourself an anti-fraud taxpayer hoodie, go ahead and get yourself a hoodie in the link down below. And remember to check out Opus in the pinned comment as well. See you guys next time.
Okay, so I have a few more. They're pretty important, and I found them just recently.
They've imported hostile, violent men into our communities.
I wanted to finally get this figured out and then finished. It's the...
And they've tried to smear us as racist or extremists for wanting protection of our women.
Like, this is the revolt. This is the peasants revolting.
It's not loading yet.
He needs to stop branding hard-working Brits.
Here. Okay, well that figures itself out. The HR 8469 Military Constructions Veterans Affairs Appropriation Act passed. This is supporting service members and veterans. This week, J.O. Olti supported the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Appropriation Act, which funds critical military construction, family housing, and quality of life improvements for our many service members and their families. This bill is especially important to our community because we are home to many veterans, many military families, and service members. A key military installation that plays a vital role in our national defense. The bill also strengthens support for veterans by funding the health care, benefits, education assistance, home loans, and other services they've earned through their service. And this is really important. The bill also strengthens support for that. J.L. Bonotti was proud to support important infrastructure improvements at Edwards Air Force Base and advance efforts focused on reducing the burden of chronic liver disease amongst veterans. There's more information on his website. Combating organized retail crime. The House recently passed the Combating Organized Retail Crime Act, a bipartisan bill he supported to crack down on organized theft rings targeting stores, workers, and supply chains. Retail theft raises costs for families, hurts businesses, and puts employees and customers at risk. This bill gives law enforcement better tools to keep our communities safe. This is great. Supporting law enforcement families. This is another section. This week was Police Week, and J.O. Bonotti had the opportunity to meet with law enforcement groups from our community to discuss the challenges facing officers and first responders. I enjoyed meeting with Joe Zumkehr, Zumkehr, president of AFGE Local 4070, to talk about the mental health challenges first responders face. And I also appreciate meeting with PORAC to discuss health and child care issues affecting law enforcement officers and their families. The men and women who keep our community safe deserve access to support, care, and resources they need. And here's another couple sections. Strengthening America's critical mineral supply. This week, J.O. Budnolt met with Coliseum Mine team to discuss their work in our community, the local jobs they support, and the important role they play in strengthening America's critical mineral supply. Conversations like this help me better understand the needs of our local employers and workforce so I can continue fighting for policies to grow jobs, support responsible domestic production, and reduce our dependence on foreign countries. This year's art competition winners. Since we have Joshua Tree out here, this is great. I love how he actually does care about the art, at least. This year's art competition winners. Congratulations to this year's Congressional Art Competition winners from our community. I am always impressed by the talent and creativity of students across California's 23rd District, and this year was no exception. Thank you to every student who had submitted their artwork, and congratulations again to our winners for sharing their incredible work with us. And here is the winners. So first place was a nice Joshua Tree. Second place, that was third place. Second place was the San Gorgonio Mountain, basically, but with a nice valley. And then third place was a nice field of love, like flowers. Amazing. So that one looks like more like a photo on the right instead of drawing, but still. The other two were actual drawings, and it's crazy. Did pretty well. I mean, anyway, they are kids. Anyway, the office is open for if you're out here in Southern California. One of his key functions of his congressional office is to help constituents like you with any problems you may face concerning the federal government. If you or a family member need help with federal government problem, please contact my office. You can reach my Hesperia office via this number, 760-247-1815, or email him at j.olbanolte@mail.house.gov, or find more information on how we can help at olbanolte.house.gov/services, and get help with the federal government. And it is an honor to serve you, he says. So there you go. And there is a better way that you can see that. And then up here, I called that number and got a hold of somebody to do, what I needed to do for my Asia 2026, getting it going here, which is American Sovereign Integrity Act. But anyway, so that's that. And then we have a few more things today that this is evacuation orders issued after wildfire in Simi Valley, or Simi, Simi Valley. pretty crazy. Not too close to me, but. It sucks. Smell sucks. It's toxic. Garbage! Oh, garbage! Get him out of here!
It's very deep. It's dust. We call it dust because we blew it up. Oh.
Supervisor from 3 victims, 1144 outside the building, as well as reportedly two shooters, 1144 off the property. Okay, copy that. What's your actual location? Off the street. We are in the parking lot of a mosque.
That's crazy. So yeah, the way it sounds like is 3 victims and 2 shooters. 5 people total so far is what it sounds like are deceased, which is pretty crazy at this Islamic Center in San Diego, California. That's pretty wild.
Reporting, because it was always my impression that that perhaps was the case, and that certainly would have been prudent on a day like today.
I'm aware that the last couple things the sound wasn't
again,
on.
it's just way too early in this investigation.
So I will go back and I'll
anything
replay those
like a motive. Not that there will
segments.
ever be any
There's
rational
nothing
explanation
too big.
to
recapping.
explain why somebody would even want
This
to
is
do
breaking
this and
news
threaten
right now.
people and perhaps children and all the rest of this stuff. But their first order of business is just making sure that people are safely evacuated when possible, and also that the threat has been neutralized, and at least that appears to be the case. And we'll wait for the investigators to come out later with some more information. But at this point, it's just making sure everyone's safe, everybody's accounted for as well. And we all look forward to hearing information from police later to see that the people who are down, these suspects, that's it, and there are no other innocents that may have been targeted.
We're just hearing now that Sharp Memorial Hospital is receiving patients from the shooting, and that is patients plural. So that is just the unknown. We don't know if these are adults, if there were any children involved.
Stressful.
It's so stressful. And as I've been sitting here watching this along with our viewers unfold and sort of describing the situation that we've seen on Sky Ranger 7 or from our ground crews, like the image we're getting now, and also getting updates from our newsroom, there's the parent part of me that feels sick to my stomach when you see something like this. As soon as we saw those first children come out of the Islamic Center holding hands, you just never want to actually have to report on a situation like this, even though we know that this is a reality in today's day and age. What was that information?
Police say now that the threat has been neutralized.
Yes, okay. As we've been reporting, the threat neutralized. 2 suspects have been shot and killed. No more outstanding suspects. So again, we want to reiterate, the threat is neutralized, so people can breathe a sigh of relief there, but we certainly want to make sure that loved ones get reunified with their family members who may have been at the Islamic Center of San Diego today. And we do know that there are patients at Sharp Memorial Hospital, so we don't know yet about who those people might be.
Right. And I just walked in and joined Monica right now, but I presume that we have the information for the Reunification Center in case there are some parents perhaps that...
We certainly do. Can we put that back up on the screen again if people are searching for that information on exactly where the Reunification Center is? I'll search in my notes here as I've been following along. There we go. Let's see, that's the scene. There is the Reunification Center, 4125 Hathaway Street.
Okay, very well. So if you're just joining us right now, we continue to cover what was an active shooter situation which happened at the Islamic Center in San Diego, which has been a source for journalists as well. They have been handy in commenting on matters of faith and certainly in politics and sort of the tensions which have arisen, just as some of the synagogue and Jewish schools are. They remain sort of on a heightened posture as well because of the politics involved and also of the extremists involved as well. It will be interesting to see how this unfolded. That it seemed like the reaction, Monica, was very, very quick from police once the call came out.
It certainly was. Those calls came in between 11:30 and 11:45 this morning, and they were multiple 911 calls about this active shooter situation. We were on the air just shortly after noon, so really within the next 30 minutes, all of these law enforcement just descended on this location in Claremont and shut down roads, told neighbors to shelter in place. We were trying to get the word out here, and we could just see all of the armored vehicles, all of the SWAT teams converging on the mosque to make sure that people were kept safe in the face of a threat such as this, involving 2 people here at the Islamic Center of San Diego that has now been neutralized. Both suspects are dead. Those are believed to be the only suspects involved with this active shooter situation.
So this really is an entire community, right, for much of the Muslim faith in Claremont, which has a sizable population. So you have a mosque there. You also have classes which are taken, and also you have young children who attend there. I think it's just, it's like K through elementary.
Pre-K through third.
Through third grade. So you're talking about like little ones, right, who had to be rushed out.
Oh, it's heartbreaking to see.
Poor kids have no idea what is going on, and you just hope that you can get them out of there without them seeing too much and experiencing too much, and you just wonder how this kind of stuff just continues to happen.
And interestingly, today marks the start of a holiday period for the Islamic faith of Dhul Hijjah. And the first 10 days of the month that it's recommended to do additional acts of worship. So we don't know if this attack somehow coincided with this observance or what was maybe going on in observance of.
Thank you so much. 63 months. Holy moly. Thank you. Yeah, there's some pretty graphic stuff online. I'm not going to show it here, but you can see online on X of one of the shooters on the floor. So they're saying, or well, according to the scanner and Citizens is saying that the 2 shooters deceased plus 3 victims. 2 shooters. So pretty crazy. Unfortunate that they actually, I guess, killed people. It's a good thing this place had some kind of security. It would have been probably worse, but really unfortunate nonetheless. I mean, with these churches and places of worship, and you gotta have security, cameras, guns.
Top, and sometimes it's accurate, sometimes it's not. But we do our best to just pass on vetted information to you, and the information that we are passing on, that the threat has been neutralized, that there are 2 suspects down, are coming from 3 high-level San Diego police officials. So that we can take heart with of knowing.
You see the reunification center there at 4125 Hathaway Street in San Diego. If you are looking to reunite with loved ones and trying to get the latest information, certainly a panicked bunch of parents trying to get to their kiddos there at the Islamic Center. The place to be is 4125 Hathaway Street. We've heard from some of our local leadership. We know Mayor Todd Gloria says he's headed to the area right now. We also got an acknowledgement from the office of Governor Gavin Newsom. So we're trying to just piece together what happened, what led up to this, what transpired inside that mosque, and how many people may have been injured or even killed. And our prayer is that they are going to be okay, because this is certainly an unnerving and heartbreaking scene for our entire community to have to deal with a situation like this, something that they train for and hope to never have to use.
I know, exactly. Let's go out to NBC7 Shelby Bremer. Shelby, for us, for our viewers, and for everyone, kind of do a little scene setter. Tell us where you are in relation to all of this and what you know, please.
Yeah, Mark, we're at Batista, right at Armstrong. So I'm on Batista right now, facing Armstrong, and you can see the police line is right here. We have not been able to get past this, obviously, but what we did just see was a bomb squad truck drive in, and so you can see all of the vehicles down there. We're not really entirely sure what the presence is there, what what's needed there, but I can tell you that we're also watching so many cars circle this intersection, do U-turns, and so many parents. We have seen parent after parent driving, honestly, a lot of them crying, trying to get to that reunification center. We were trying to get there, but we were, in a line of people going through the intersections crying. We also saw somebody, we were over at Lindbergh Park earlier and saw somebody who frequents the mosque and said he came because he saw what was happening on the news and he came to see what was happening. But obviously, so many people can't get close to the Islamic Center. So many people are having trouble finding the reunification site that we're seeing a lot of grief and sadness and confusion. And Mark, I heard you earlier talking about how we're trying to filter through that information, of course, but all of the people living in this area are trying to filter through it too. I just spoke to a woman who lives at this corner, said she's confused. Her kids don't go to the Islamic Center, but they're at area schools. She doesn't know if she can go get them. She's not sure about the lockdown situation, and she's scanning her Ring cameras to see what she can see as far as maybe a potential suspect or anything that looks out of the ordinary, really. So honestly, what we're seeing right now is a lot of people circling and just a lot of confusion. We're going to try and get a little bit more information, but that's what's happening right here at Batista and Armstrong.
Okay, yes, certainly an unnerving situation for all of those neighbors. Shelby, we appreciate you keeping tabs on that. If you are one of those neighbors and trying to seek information right now, I think the best and most important thing to know is that the threat has been neutralized. The situation is contained. Now, the extent of injuries or deaths, we do not know yet. We're awaiting.
So the thing that is today, I'm not sure how to pronounce this, but it would be the first day of Dhul Hijjah. I'm saying that right, and probably not. And they say it's the start of one of the holiest periods of the Islamic year. It says that the first 10 days are considered the best days of the entire year for worship and good deeds, even more virtuous than the days of Ramadan. According to a well-known hadith from the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, there are no days on which righteous deeds are more beloved to Allah than these 10 days. So I'm wondering the two shooters if they had this in mind too, potentially, that this was maybe this special 10 days. It says many Muslims use this time for increased prayer, fasting, especially recommended for the first 9 days. Okay.
I think you will see this police presence there for a while as they make sure that all harm is done, and then they basically have to secure the entire thing because this is now an active.
Who could be the shooters? What the motives? What's the motive behind?
We understand that several patients were taken to Sharp Memorial Hospital. Our NBC7's Audra Stafford is there right now, and Audra, I understand that the hospital has issued a statement giving us a little insight into what they're dealing with there.
Oh, wow, really? Christina, where'd you send that?
That's right, yeah. So we've been out here for the last 30, 45 minutes, and steadily we've seen what appeared to be maybe some sort of a triage area being set up outside of the hospital. We were just able to confirm that they have activated their emergency protocols, and so that's what we're seeing. So if you look behind me here, you can see actually there were quite a number of medical personnel that were in yellow gowns. It looks like maybe they've stepped inside now, but where all those folks are, we've seen next to that blue tent a lot of just more resources being brought out. You can see some beds there, all really just in case, again, as part of this emergency.
Okay, let's check this out. Eyewitness account, maybe 30 shots fired. Let's see.
Steve, who do you have there?
So I'm at Exerman Cosmo, which is just across the street from
so I've never seen a presence like this.
And your son is safe right now?
He's safe from what, yeah, he's safe.
Seeing the massive law enforcement response out here, what do you make of that?
You know, I gotta say, they got here fast. And they just kept flowing in. It's good to know that, you know, obviously they care. We're protected. I mean, I had an officer yell at me when I got too close, but I know it was for my safety.
Oh, that's the guy that was on Citizen. Okay, let's hear this eyewitness account first. And I'll pause this dude so we can listen when we're done. Oh, well, let me pause. Okay.
Fired and was home around noon. And Andre, tell me what you heard right around noon.
We were having lunch and I heard at least a dozen shots. They sounded like from a semi-automatic weapon. And then there was a pause, and then another dozen shots, and again a pause, and probably another dozen, so maybe around 30 shots. That's what we heard. Then I called 911 and reported the incident. They asked me if I saw a car speeding away from the mosque, which I didn't because I was inside the house.
understandably, you didn't want to come outside at that point. You could tell these were not firecrackers. This was not some kind of a joke. This was a serious situation.
Yes, definitely sounded like gunshots. And we were concerned and putting our heads down inside the house.
And so then, about how quickly did it take before you started hearing the sirens and the officers started showing up? Were they, here instantly?
A few minutes after my call, I would say about 5 to 10 minutes after my call, I heard the sirens. And at the same time, the helicopter was here.
And at that point, they had already said to you, did you see a car speeding away? And what you had heard maybe there was possibly a chase on the 805?
What?
This we found later on online that apparently there was a chase of a black SUV on 805.
And that's still information we are waiting to confirm, but definitely a scary situation here for Andre, just sitting home, having lunch, he's retired, hanging out.
A getaway car? What's the chase?
And so then, about how quickly did it take before you started hearing the sirens and the officers started showing up? Were they, here instantly?
A few minutes after my call, I would say about 5 to 10 minutes after my call, I heard the sirens. And at the same time, the helicopter was here.
And at that point, they had already said to you, did you see a car speeding away? And what you had heard maybe there was possibly a chase on the 805?
This we found later on online that apparently there was a chase of a black SUV on 805.
And that's still information we are waiting to confirm, but definitely a scary situation here for Andre, just sitting home, 30 total. And then, Andre, you also saw, I was telling folks at home, the kids coming out. It's just a heartbreaking scene as we're watching these.
Or kids relieve. Gets very concerned. Or
Interesting. I don't know. What? Getaway car.
For a time there, we didn't know if the threat had been neutralized, as we have now confirmed it has been.
So you just take one look at Sky Ranger 7 right now, you see how active and how busy this neighborhood is, not only with businesses, but tons of homes too. This is a very active community. There are a lot of people around there. Life has been disrupted, and we've been speaking with some people who live in that neighborhood. Here's one.
Easy, 150 police cars have shown up here. So I called my friend who's a fireman, and he said, yeah, there's a shooting. Supposedly, someone walked up, showed a weapon to the security guard. Security guard pulled his weapon. They started firing, and from there, this is what I know. I know SWAT showed up, and this is what's going on since then.
And you've been standing here for how long? How quickly did all of this?
Crazy.
Into the driveway, it has been nonstop show of police officers.
We are getting some more information, and it is not good news. There appears to be at least one individual who was shot and killed, because we are getting an update from the Council on American Islamic Relations, known as CAIR, and representatives from CAIR have confirmed that at least one member of the mosque was killed. Oh, no. The council says that they certainly have condemned the shooting and the attack that happened here. Representatives are there on the scene monitoring the developments as they try to piece together what happened. The school children were inside during the attack, and once again, someone from the Council on American Islamic Relations has confirmed to us that at least one member of the mosque was killed. We actually have a statement, too, from the executive director, Tahsin Nizam, who said, we strongly condemn this horrifying act of violence at the Islamic Center of San Diego. Our thoughts are with everyone impacted by this attack. No one should ever fear for their safety while attending prayers or studying at an elementary school. We are working to learn more about this incident, and we encourage everyone to keep this community in your prayers.
CAIR, by the way, also regularly publishes something called a best practices for mosque and community safety booklet.
Wow.
I mean, that's
Sad
the
that we
world.
even need that.
That's the world that we live in too. Synagogues have to go through the same thing. This is sort of unfortunately, the climate of what exists now. But this is obviously something beyond politics and beyond even.
Crazy.
Advisor from 3. What's your actual location?
Beyond politics. It's all politics, it seems like.
Plays out later, but I would not be surprised if it happens to be one of the first people that confronted these gunmen, or at least hopefully gave other people a chance to get out of danger.
Wow. And we have been reporting that today marks the start of a holiday religious observance period called Dhul Hijjah. During the first 10 days of the month, it's recommended to do additional acts of worship. We know one member of the mosque was killed. We're waiting on confirmation about any other injuries, as we know that some are being treated there at Sharp Memorial, where our Audra Stafford was located. We have more than half a dozen crews spanned out over the Claremont area, gathering information, talking to residents, talking to police, and filtering that information back to us as we pass that along to you. Just a sad day in the city of San Diego today, as this active shooter situation that has been contained sadly has claimed at least one life, including 2 of the shooters.
Which would then speak to the multiple people down, which one of the officials had confirmed to all of us. Just joining us, the first call of this came just about lunchtime, 11:30, 11:45, and then from that point on, these police agencies, obviously San Diego Police, because it's happening in Claremont, is the lead agency in all of this, but they all drill for this, and there is just instant community aid, which happens. So multiple agencies are there, including, I'm sure, the FBI is there by now, and multiple local and state agencies as well. We saw a CHP cruiser there as well. Okay, summary of what we know so far from the police department. The threat at the center of San Diego has been neutralized. They believe at this point that there are 2 bad guys, 2 gunmen. They have both been neutralized, so we presume that means that they have been killed. They did not say that they believe that there are any other bad guys who are out there, at least at this point. Obviously, if you have 2 people involved, were they supported in planning all of this? They certainly will be looking into all of that, we can bet. CARE, one member of the mosque, has been killed in the attack, as Monica mentioned just a short time ago, along with a statement from CARE. And for all, remember, they have a kindergarten through 3rd grade school there. So you've got these babies who are going there basically just to get an education and be together and presumably be safe. They were all rushed out. We saw them being escorted with armed police officers to make sure that they got okay. We have gotten no word that any children have been harmed. A reunification center has been set up because, remember, you may have parents who are not monitoring their phone or their television set, and they may just now be hearing about it. There's probably a phone tree, but still, it's just like, okay, where do I go? There's an active shooter where my 4-year-old goes to school. So the police, and along with the center, smartly set up a reunification center at 4125 Hathaway Street in San Diego so that parents can safely meet up with their children, offer them hugs and support, and they will hear from the school about what's next. But I can't imagine the school and the center opening anytime soon because it's an active crime scene that has to be investigated.
I think in reporting a situation like this, it is always the biggest fear that there are children involved or somehow in harm's way, as those of us who are parents know that our kids have these lockdown drills at their schools and even preschools, which is horrifying to think that our children have to even go through something like that. But I know it caught my stomach. My stomach dropped when I saw those babies coming out hand in hand, led by their teachers
and the
administrators. No, it was clearly a sense of urgency, but there are law enforcement with guns trying to keep them safe as they were frantically exiting, but doing so in a really orderly fashion given the situation. So kudos to our law enforcement for being there to escort those children out of harm's way.
And by all indications so far, it looks like this was a very robust response, very quick. People running towards the danger, all the rest of that. But
and all the stories, Mark, that you can imagine are going to come out of this. We always end up talking to family members, first responders, people who were there on scene, and that's kind of the sadness that trickles down from an incident like this, because you hear about the horror and the terror that these 2 suspects imposed.
Yeah, they're saying one of the security guards is deceased. I guess we're going to have to wait for more information, Mara here posted, said the shooter who targeted the Islamic Center in San Diego has reportedly been neutralized. 2 people were killed, one of the security guard, or one of a security guard. I don't know. That's what he says.
To tell everyone, what did you see this morning when you came back from work?
Just coming back from work, and nothing was going on, and then I went back home, and then we were just going out for a walk, and then everything was shut down, and then we looked on the news and saw what was going on. That's pretty much about it. We saw everything that was happening. I hope everybody's okay.
Yeah. What kind of presence did you see in your area, like right outside your home?
Nothing crazy until the last hour. All of a sudden, all these cop cars showed up. We've been hearing helicopters for the last hour or so. So nothing out of the ordinary other than their streets being shut down.
Yeah, I've talked to a bunch of your neighbors, and I'm sure you have too. Tell me about how neighbors are feeling in this time.
I'm staying with my friend over here. He's our Uber driver over here. I'm sorry. Yeah. All of our neighbors were texting my friend just saying like, hey, I hope you guys are okay, everything's okay. But that's pretty much everything I've heard.
Yeah, how do you feel right now?
I don't know, we're a little scared, I guess, but worried for everybody because I walk by this mosque all the time and I hope everyone's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, tell me a little bit about this neighborhood. I mean,
very nice neighborhood. Yesterday we had like a kids party and all of his friends were out in the street just like hanging out with each other. It's a very nice neighborhood. I go for like long walks all the time over here. So
yeah, what questions do you have right now?
What's going on? I don't know. I'm very confused. I mean, obviously for everything to be shut down like this, it's a little weird, but that's about it.
Yeah, that's kind of the message that we've gotten from everybody is that there's a lot of confusion and there's a lot of obviously sadness, of course, at what's happening, but there's so many people that are kind of we mentioned earlier circling around and making U-turns trying to get to their kids. So I think everybody is kind of having those same questions right now, like Isaiah. Thank you so much for your time and hoping for the best. Yeah, thanks. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Shelby, and Isaiah as well. All the neighbors in that community, our hearts just go out to everybody and anyone with a loved one or a connection to the Islamic Center of San Diego, because even beyond the immediacy of the danger.
Some people are saying, I don't know if this is true, the graphic video and image that's been posted online on X of the person deceased in front of the mosque, some people are saying that's the security guard. I don't know if that's true or not. That's not the suspect. It's either the security guard or one of the victims. New York Times. Let me see here. Guard killed in shooting. Making me log in to read this crap.
Of something like this where there are multiple injuries or casualties or whatever the situation may be.
So the way that it came over, this is a statement we got from Sharp just a short time ago. They said Sharp Memorial Hospital is receiving patients from the shooting and said disaster procedures have been activated. That doesn't mean that people are streaming through the door, but it means that they are open. A lot of places in various large cities, there are level 1 trauma centers, right, which essentially means that 24/7 you have a specialist which is not only on call but on duty and in-house the whole time. So they're basically ready for anything. But what they don't know in a situation like this, you could have children, right, who may have witnessed things or been walked past some pretty bad stuff on the way out, or just feeling scared, or their parents, or you just don't know. So they're set up. Sharp has not said that a certain number of people have come through, but they said that we are available for anyone who needs help we're here. Come here if you need any kind of help or just to be checked out.
And we should acknowledge, if you have been watching along with us since we first broke into programming a little after noon today, at one point Sky Ranger 7 did show a deceased person on the property there at the mosque.
It was outside?
It appeared to be outside, maybe the entrance, and we apologize for the surprise of that image. We were all surprised along with our viewing audience. We don't know who that person is. We don't know exactly what happened there, or if that was someone involved, if that was one of the two suspects. We do not know, but that was, where the children were coming out of the mosque as well. Yeah. So I don't know how close in proximity. It was a little hard to tell at that point, but just a situation that you never want any family member or loved one next to, let alone these like 3 to...
Oh, snap. Is that AXN? What's up, man? Is that the real AXN? Oh, yo, what's up? Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you, dude. Security guard down in front of a mosque. 2 shooters dead in a vehicle. Thank you. Make sure you guys check out his channel. He's out there in Los Angeles. Boots on the ground, stringer, like out there live a lot of the times. Great channel. Yeah, pretty wild situation. I'm confused because the way the audio sounded, it sounded like there was, I thought it was almost like 5 people dead, but so far what I'm hearing is 2 shooters and the person out front. The way we heard the audio, to me, it sounded like 5 people. Maybe we'll listen again one more time. They Citizen updated their title and it says at least 3 killed. Maybe it was a miss. Yeah, it says at least 3 killed, 2 suspects down, in active shooter situation.
Supervisor from RTF-1. RTF-1, go ahead. Just another update. RTF units are still standing by outside with PD. We have confirmed 3 victims, 1144 outside the building, as well as reportedly 2 shooters, 1144 off the property.
Yeah, that's weird. Okay. So we'll have to wait. Maybe, I don't know, maybe they'll update that. But the way he's saying it, but scanner kind of changes a lot of the time too. Like you don't know. You know what I mean? But the way he says it to me sounds like there's 3 victims and then there's 2 shooters. The people killed. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. Maybe they'll update it.
Family members who may have been home at the time were safe too.
Exactly. Yeah, so if you guys happen to live in that particular neighborhood, what we will do kind of behind the scenes is we will work the phones and reach out to San Diego Police Department to see if people who live in the community are being allowed basically to go home, or if they're just basically cordoning everything off. But even with the threat neutralized, look at the law enforcement presence, which will exist there, but there are 3 deceased people on scene. They have to double, triple check, probably with bomb dogs, everything, just to make sure everything is thoroughly clear from that building. And then all of the homicide investigators come in and they begin their investigation, right? So this Islamic Center is now an active crime scene and likely will be that way for days.
We have a statement from the Islamic Center to share with you, and some information I think to put up on, we've actually spoken with someone, I understand, from the Islamic Center. Let's hear what they have to say.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. This is Imam Taha from the Islamic Center of San Diego. I wanted to send this message to the entire Muslim community in San Diego. Alhamdulillah, we are safe. The entire school is safe. All the kids, all the staff and the teachers are safe out of the Islamic Center. We have few casualties, not confirmed yet. There is no threat at this moment, but we want everyone to stay away from the Islamic Center of San Diego. We are closed for the rest of the day. Stay safe, stay at home, and make a lot of prayers and a lot of dua. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay.
There you have it. Well, multiple casualties now. We do know the one confirmed inside the mosque and 2 suspects, which would be a total of 3 people, which is multiple. We don't know if there are any casualties beyond those 3 people, but they're reassuring to hear him say that the school and the children and all involved are safe. Really good news.
So we don't know who the third person is, or maybe he wasn't aware of it, or maybe this was a security guard or something else like that. But that's one, at least you can cross off the list, that the children are all safe. Thank goodness.
Yeah, thank goodness there. And certainly the prayers of an entire community and nation will be going out to all involved in this horrific act of terror, this active shooter situation that happened. Calls coming out at 11:30, multiple 911 calls brought law enforcement just descended here on the Islamic Center of San Diego. The mosque that you see in the center of your screen, which is situated there on Ekstrom Avenue, just south of Balboa Avenue and west of the 805. And in the hours that have transpired, they have neutralized the threat. 2 suspects.
There's a guy named Breaking News on X, the news trending. He said a woman named Vanessa, who lives across the street from the Islamic Center of San Diego with her husband and 2 daughters, was eating lunch when she heard explosions. She saw kids playing in the center's playground, rush inside, then witnessed a uniformed officer get shot while on the phone with 911. I told them to hurry. There's so many kids, she said. Her daughter's nearby school is now on lockdown. That was earlier. Let me see. Did you have audio? I'd like to actually see or hear that. What? Again, take with a grain of salt because I haven't seen anything confirmed on that. Weird. Okay.
Shooter, because I remember when I was driving in, Monica, I was listening to you on my phone as we stream all of our newscasts and our live coverage. It was still an active shooter situation. You don't know if there's people running around the school still, around the neighborhood, into situations where they could cause even more harm.
Really scary situation.
But whatever the case is, it's going to be fascinating to figure out how this was neutralized and neutralized so quickly, because a lot of times we hear about lone shooter situations, right? And active shooter situations. These are 2 people working together. So this is something that took organization, planning, and all the rest of that. And usually in a circumstance like that, there is major damage with casualties, both fatalities and also in injuries. And in no way are we minimizing the fact that there was one person, one innocent who was killed, certainly, but that you have 2 gunmen armed, storming into a place which is unsuspecting, but hopefully had some sort of guardrails up, which I suspect they probably did. It probably could have been a lot worse. So,
and patients being treated here at the nearby Sharp Memorial Hospital, which is really just a few blocks away from the situation. Their statement was that Sharp Memorial is receiving patients from the shooting. Our disaster procedures have been activated. We're coordinating with the County of San Diego and other resources to respond. We're getting a couple new updates right now. San Diego City Council has canceled all meetings today, according to Council President Joe LaCava. And just in the last 2 minutes, FBI and ATF confirmed that they...
Harsh Patel tweeted out that the FBI San Diego has responded to the scene of the shooting at the Islamic Center of San Diego this afternoon. All resources will be made available, assisting local partners, and will be updated. And we will update the public as we're able to. I can't read. Okay. Okay. I'm just like scanning all the on X, all the updates and information.
Okay, let's send it over to Tori Apodaca now. She
at the school, as well as a daughter who's in the front of staff office. How are you feeling right now? What are they telling you?
I'm shaking. Fortunately, my doctor text messaged me that she's okay, but she's 911. She's in the receptionist area in the office. and my daughter-in-law is a teacher helper. She talked to me, but I don't know she's in a safe place. But the good news that I got, my son is inside with the police officer. He checked with the kids. They're fine.
So good to hear.
But I don't know anything else about anybody else. As far as I heard, I don't know if it's not the right news or not about the security light.
Did they hear any gunshots? What was the first information they told you?
They did. Like I said, I was sitting in the sofa with my son. We talking. All of a sudden, my son jumped. Said, "There is a shooting. Let's go." And I don't know if they heard any shooting, what happened. I don't know all those details, but that's fine.
I hear you're getting.
So it's a very tough situation because we had no idea, how this happened, what time. We just jumped and ran to come to the school.
I'm so glad to hear that you've been able to get in touch with some of your loved ones who are inside there.
Luckily, but hopefully that everybody is safe in the school. All the teachers, all the kids, are just like my kids. I'm very worried.
Thank you, sir. I can't imagine just how traumatizing, even though I'm so glad to hear they're okay.
Yeah. It is very traumatizing, although I'm still shaking. My son left the car in the middle of the city. He ran.
He ran.
They didn't let him go until now. Hopefully, he's calling me back. But at least he said that he went and checked on the kids, his kids and my grandkids. They are okay up there. Hopefully, all the kids and all the teachers, all the staff are good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, sir, so much for talking with us. And again, we're just out here on Balboa Avenue. There's other parents standing nearby right here, wanting to know how their children are doing as they're inside the school there, where there is this very active scene for an active shooter investigation, Netta and Eric.
Yeah, you can certainly hear and understand the emotion coming from that man, with...
Okay, let's see if they got any new information with this
The
lady.
police lines are still there.
Yeah, it's been a complete standstill. I haven't been able to move from Lindbergh Park, so I haven't seen who isn't able to come in. I just know that I'm not seeing anyone come in. Of course, there's neighbors that have come out and looked in their driveways, come over and spoken to us, that have just heard things and are checking on family, kids that they have that go to the schools as well. But it's a complete gridlock right now. None of the squad cars that I saw come in have left. We still see dozens and dozens of them over to my left, the overpass over the 805 highway. So nobody's moving is essentially what I can say.
I'm going to put you on the spot for just a second because we were scrambling also to get our viewers information here, so we didn't hear everything that you said. But as they set up behind you right now, presumably that's for the police chief, right? And the mayor, who I understand is supposed to be arriving at the scene. Do we have any idea if that's the case and when they might talk, please?
We do know that the police chief is definitely going to be here. I haven't heard about the mayor myself, but he could be coming as well. I do see some other city staffers here. We know that the police chief will be here, they say, in the next 5 minutes. We don't know. He's finishing up gathering information at the center, and then we're told that... Say that one more time? They're 100 yards away. I don't see them visually, but one of the city staffers just said that they're about 100 yards away to being able to come and give us information after they were done kind of gathering what they could at the center, where their next priority. So hopefully we'll hear a lot more really soon.
Excellent. Okay, stand by right there. We hope to hear from the police chief coming up very quickly. We understand he's 100 yards away. For those of you who are just joining us right now, we continue to, and we'll give you an overhead shot as well. Here's one of Sharp Memorial Hospital as well of what's going on. So between 11:30 and 11:45 this morning at the Islamic Center of San Diego in Claremont, which is a place which is known as sort of like the heart of the Islamic community. Even as journalists, we use many of their people who do commentary on politics and on culture, and they're a vibrant part of this community. Between 11 and 11:45, 911 calls started just coming in one after another, that there was an active shooter situation involved. Clearly, San Diego Police has protocols. They also have mutual aid, which means, as you can see, there's a sheriff's department, people behind that white car right there. You have other agencies which just swarm in. I mean, it's all hands on deck. Everybody just goes there very, very quickly. From what we understand at this point, and we'll hear hopefully soon from the police chief, is that they had two bad guys, two gunmen who approached the mosque center. According to a witness who just spoke with Chandel Maniz, who we heard from just a moment ago, that one of a security guard, presumably who works for the mosque, we'll find details in just a second, may have engaged the gunman. What we do know is immediately the SWAT team was called, the whole place was put into lockdown. Hundreds of police vehicles arrived there, everybody just running towards the situation to try and defuse it. And in the end, we heard not a long time ago that both of the gunmen had been, quote unquote, neutralized. And then we heard probably about 10, 15 minutes ago that there was a member of the mosque, of the Islamic Center. We don't know if it was the security guard, that we see the mayor and some other officials approaching the podium. We'll hear from them in just a second. But that also a third person, not one of the bad guys, but somebody associated with the Islamic Center, had also been killed. So a total of 3. That we see also Scott Wall, the police chief, also, who is walking up. So we'll hear from them very soon. We saw also, which was really sobering, Monica Dean, our thanks to you as well. I'm also joining now with Catherine Garcia, my co-anchor, as we get ready to hear the San Diego police officials tell us what the latest is on a sobering day. But they had, Catherine, children who were going to school there, kindergarten to 3rd grade. We understand from a mosque representative, they were not harmed, but certainly how traumatic. We saw them being escorted, these babies, with armed police officers just to get them out of harm's way.
Here's the chief.
Good afternoon. Cesar Jimenez with San Diego Police Department, Public Information Officer. Still very early in our investigation. We've got Chief Scott Wall is going to let you know what occurred. We are going to have time for questions afterwards, and so please, Chief Scott Wall.
This is every community's worst nightmare. I want to give you some preliminary information to put a lot of minds at ease. There is no further threat. Both suspects in this case are deceased. All of the kids are safe. Our hearts go out to the families that are in this moment being notified of what has happened to their loved ones. We have 3 confirmed adults that are deceased at the Islamic Center. There is a lot of preliminary information that we're going to try to highlight and cover, but understand it's going to take us some time to get accurate information out to everyone. Here's what we know so far. At about 11:43, we received a call of an active shooter at the Islamic Center. Within 4 minutes, officers arrived on scene and observed immediately 3 deceased, what appeared to be deceased victims out in front. They immediately began to deploy with an active shooter response into the mosque and adjacent school. At about the same time, we began to receive calls from just a couple blocks away that we had more active gunfire. Officers were also responding to that call for service at the same time.
All right.
There was a landscaper that was doing his work that was shot at.
Ooh.
And fortunately was not hit. That was at about the 7100 block of Salerno, which is just a couple blocks from here. Moments later, at the 3800 block of Hatton, officers were called to that location where they found a vehicle in the middle of the street with who we believe to be the shooters in this incident, both deceased.
Whoa.
The circumstances that led up to this And the details of what happened and exactly which time it happened will come out in the days ahead. I can tell you, this is, in 28 years, this is the most dynamic and impressive response that I have ever seen in policing. We have every single police officer available throughout our county that dropped what they're doing and did exactly what they're trained to do: run towards gunfire. I could not be more proud, and I cannot express the gratitude, the willingness to step into harm's way in a moment like this. And I tell you what got me. Watching the kids come running out. Just thankful to be alive. I want to bring up Mark Remley from the FBI. Because of the Islamic Center location, we are considering this a hate crime until it's not. And at this point, we're going to work closely with the FBI to make sure that we are matching all the resources that we need for this investigation. So, Mark?
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Remley. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI San Diego field office. Today, the FBI responded to assist our local law enforcement partners at the Islamic Center of San Diego. On behalf of the FBI, we extend our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of the victims.
Sorry, I had to turn on
running
the AC.
out.
And we got to get going here in a bit.
Thankful to be alive.
To turn back in the rental car from the trip we took the other day. But
I want to bring up.
I'll be back. I'm gonna put on
Mark
decaf
Remley
decoy,
from
and
the FBI.
he's pretty cool, and he has a special
because
guest.
of
so,
the Islamic Center
until
location,
further notice, we'll have that on.
we are considering
and
this
two other
a hate
little
crime
things at the end in case he
until it's
decides
not.
to end before we get back.
And at
which
this
won't
point, we're
happen,
going to
but
work closely with the FBI
I'll let you
to
guys
make sure
know.
that we are matching all the resources that we
Later.
need
Anyway,
for this
thanks.
investigation. So, Mark?
Because we already heard this, so I'm trying to. Anyway, thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Remley. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI San Diego field office. Today, the FBI responded to assist our local law enforcement partners at the Islamic Center of San Diego. This was based on reports of an active shooter. As the chief said, what we know at this time is that there are 3 deceased adult males, and those are the presumed victims at this time. On behalf of the FBI, we extend our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of the victims of this tragic incident. There were 2 subjects, both teenagers, and both are confirmed deceased.
Teenagers.
I want to thank our local law enforcement partners for their quick response that undoubtedly saved the additional loss of life. The FBI is meticulously assessing the situation and is prepared to employ every resource we have to uncover the facts of this incident. No community should have to go through such a tragic incident, but we will work tirelessly until we learn the truth. We have on scene a number of special agents, task force officers, our evidence response personnel, victim specialists, and many more. As we work through this investigation, we ask for your patience to determine any motive and facts associated with the shooting. The FBI continues to ask for the public's help in providing any information that could help us resolve this investigation, and we remind the public that any detail, no matter how small, could be useful. The FBI has set up a digital media tip line for information regarding the shooting. We ask that the public submit their tips to FBI.gov or call 1-800-CALL-FBI with any information you may have. Thank you.
Well, one more piece of information that I failed to put out. There is a reunification center set up at 4125 Hathaway, where parents could be reunified with their kids and any other loved ones that might be related to the Islamic Center. That is the location where you can be reunified. Next, I want to bring up the Mayor of San Diego, Mayor Todd Gloria.
Thank you, Chief. I want to be here to reemphasize what our police chief said. The threat currently has been addressed. Children are safe, and that is a good thing. Obviously, we've had the loss of life here at the Islamic Center of San Diego, and to our local Muslim community, my prayers are with you. I want to assure our Muslim community that we will do everything it takes to make sure that you can feel safe in this city. And no resource will be spared in making sure that our religious institutions and locations are protected in this sensitive time. I want to express my appreciation to the San Diegans who responded to our calls to clear the area, to allow law enforcement to do their jobs. I ask you to continue to do that until you hear otherwise. As Chief said, students can be picked up at the church just down the street here. We have that information already sent out. And lastly, I would just say at this time, obviously we'll have more comments later today, but at this moment I want to simply express my immense gratitude and that of all 1.4 million San Diegans for the incredible law enforcement response that we saw here today. As Chief mentioned, a response within 4 minutes. This is what we train for, this is what we budget for, this is what we ask of our public safety professionals, and they absolutely deliver in the way that we ask them to do so. I appreciate our San Diego Police Department, our San Diego Fire Rescue Department, our Chief of the Fire Department is here as well as our local, state, and federal partners, many of whom have been in touch with me directly, recognizing the gravity of this situation and why it is so such a tragic situation for which there'll be a lot more work to be done in the days, weeks, and months ahead. Again, my condolences to the victims and their families, to our Muslim community. One of our great leaders is here, Imam Taha, who is directly impacted. This is a time for making sure that we do everything that's necessary to investigate and fully address the incident that was here today, but to reassert, as I always will, that hate has no place in the city of San Diego, and when it happens and crime of any nature occurs, we will hold you accountable. Again, appreciation to our public safety professionals. I'll turn it back to our Chief.
I'll open it up to questions here in just a second. I want you to keep in mind, we're giving you what we have and what we know at this point, and there's only so many there's a limitation of what we can go into at this point until we can confirm information. So with that, we'll open up to a couple questions. Yeah, so thank you for asking that. How many total deceased? So we have our 2 suspects that are deceased. We have 3 victims at the Islamic Center. All 3 are adults, for a total of 5 people that are deceased related to this incident. Yeah, so we are actively investigating that right now to figure out and piece together exactly what led to this moment. And as we get that information confirmed and verified, we'll be back out here providing more details moving forward. So the suspects at this point appear to have died from self-inflicted gunshot wounds.
What?
There were no officers involved in firing their weapons, but that is still very preliminary at this point. But that's what we believe right now. 2 males.
Raging, thank you so much for the super on Rumble. 2 males.
At this point, we
Suicide.
believe them to be 17 and 19.
What the?
Oh my God. You gotta be kidding me.
So again, we are actively investigating the things that led up to this. Obviously, these things don't typically just happen on a whim. And the information that we knew preceding it is what we're actively looking into. And once we get that information verified and assembled, we will provide it. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. So the Islamic Center does have security. One of the deceased is a security guard that works there, and I think played a pivotal role in assisting from this being much worse. Yes. Yeah. The Islamic Center does have cameras, and there is footage. There's going to be a tremendous amount of information and details that we're going to try to sort and put this puzzle back together again. Not confirmed. No, we don't. Shannon, I don't necessarily know, which locations were put on a lockdown. There's other neighboring schools in the area. It's standard protocol. When information like this comes out with an active shooter, we try our best to get that information out and either shelter in place or evacuate from the area if it's ideally safe to do so. So that would not be outside of protocol for that to happen.
Just one more question. Yes.
So our initial officers that got on scene did not engage with the suspects in the parking lot. They began to make entry into the Islamic Center. They observed 3 deceased bodies outside of the center, which obviously forced them to engage in an active shooter response and immediately deploy inside of the Islamic Center and start working from room to room. They did have to breach doors to get into all of the different rooms. Extremely chaotic. There was somewhere between 50 to 100 police officers inside of that facility. All of you that responded here could see how many officers and deputies from around the county that were surrounding the outside of the facility. We also have the scene a couple blocks away where we had active gunfire coming in on a landscaper that was just out there doing his job. Thankfully, he's okay. Was not hit. He was not injured. But we got a lot of work to do to try to figure out what led up to this and exactly what actions took place. But I can tell you with 100% certainty, the heroic actions of the responding officers and deputies is beyond words. To know that this many of our public servants are willing to leave their loved ones behind, drop what they're doing, and run towards gunfire without asking any questions is remarkable. Not yet. We're obviously making notifications as we speak to family and loved ones, and so I want to respect that. So we will be back. We will be back with more information a little bit later today. Thank you, guys.
Good afternoon. My name is Taha Hassan. I'm the Imam and Director of the Islamic Center of San Diego. I know it's time of sorrow, time of sadness. We have never experienced a tragedy like this before. And at this moment, all what I can say is sending our prayers and standing in solidarity with all the families in our community here. And also the other mosques and all the places of worship in our beautiful city should always be protected. It is extremely outrageous to target a place of worship. Our Islamic Center is a place of worship. People come to the Islamic Center to pray, to celebrate, to learn. Not only Muslims, but we have people from all walks of life. Just this morning, earlier, a group of people, non-Muslims, coming just to learn about our faith and our cultures. So this is something that we have never expected. And I would like also to thank all the people who contacted us from all over the country and even from overseas to give condolences and to ask about, is there anything they can do to help? And I would like also to thank our local authorities, our San Diego Police Department, the FBI, the San Diego Police Department, FBI, and all the Sheriff Department, our mayor, for showing up and standing in solidarity with us. So this is what I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That's all the time we have right now. We will come back in 2 hours, and we will also set up for Spanish interviews. Yes.
All right, you've been listening to a press conference getting us up to date on what authorities know about what happened today at the Islamic Center of San Diego.
Very bizarre story. Leo told me, and I'm trying to confirm, it seems like people online are saying that this is the guard that was shot and killed. I don't know. They're saying it's allegedly some guy named Amin Abudallah. And you can see in his profile picture, he's suited up. Says officer. He's carrying a gun in his picture. There's one person that posted this. I want to be sure though, so maybe I'll wait. I don't want to just put this guy. It looks like it probably is him, but and we covered the shooting yesterday in Texas. These kids went on a 10 shooting spree, 10 shootings from Saturday night until Sunday morning.
Okay, it's getting pretty close for me to
in Texas, Austin, Texas. They were all caught, by the way.
I gotta get
the update. They ended up catching the last teenager last night. I don't know what's gotten on with these teenagers, what they're consuming, what exactly
this is life
they're doing on their free time. Like what kind of
this is all they're doing.
Because the Austin thing, I think they had stolen guns from different homes. They stole guns. They had multiple cars, stolen cars, just shooting at fire stations, shooting at random places. And so they confirmed with this California situation, San Diego, that 5 people.
Okay, I'm not gonna.
It's a press conference too. Let me see if I can.
I'm going to leave that now, and go over to this one.
What they did, but trying to frame it as this is a MAGA Donald Trump. Do is be not Trump, and all we have to do is convince idiots, which we knew a lot of. Which we knew a lot of. Well, we still do know a lot of. There's idiots like, I don't like Donald Trump because I was told not to like Donald Trump. So let me vote for the guy that is saying they're fighting Donald Trump, and that's pretty much all they have to offer.
That we have because they're too busy to read it, or look into it. So we'll see if they catch up.
Was it maybe Sunshine? The moderator says a bunch of creators complaining about YouTube and the algorithm, whatever. It's not an algorithm anymore. It's an AI. AI just tries to guess what you like. And a lot of YouTubers, I think,
the algorithm is AI. He's right.
Relying on their ability to game the algorithm. I'm not talking about anybody in particular. I'm not calling anybody out. I just know people that would game the algorithm, that know how to say, get you to do this thing, and then the algorithm rewards them and gives them more viewership. Once the AI stops saying, hey, we're just going to reward people that know how to get the correct levers to be pulled, now it's more about viewer satisfaction. So if you guys push like on my video, if you comment on the video, like if the chat is very, very interactive with you guys, if you guys get the survey, you watch one of my videos and maybe a day later you're scrolling and it shows you my thumbnail again, and have you seen this, and says, hey, how did you like this video? Is it 5 stars? Is it no stars? Why did you like it? Why didn't you like it? And the more thumbs up ratings, the better ratings I get with that little survey, the more I'll get pushed out. There's a lot of people that just... People are already gonna guess in the chat. But there's a lot of people out there that just know how to spam you guys, and when they spam you with a whole bunch of content, it used to work. It used to get them a lion's share of the content, and now it's different. Decoy voice used to be very, very short form content, and that's currently not really in vogue with the with what the platform's trying to push. But I could either sit there and complain, oh, they don't want my short videos anymore, short, concise, light-order comments. And no, you just have to evolve. It's always a different thing. A different viewer wants to see a different thing. I can either make the best content for you guys so you can enjoy it, or thanks for the Prime sub, Evil Ted. I can either evolve with it and give you guys better stuff, or I can sit there and complain. And
you have to
everybody's least favorite style of
right.
content online is content creators being in their office. Like, look how hot. I've lived in some like roach and rat infested places in LA. Look how tall this ceiling is. It's something small, but it's like, I can't sit here with this super tall ceiling and say, oh my god, guys, like, the algorithm's being unfair to me. I know you guys work at an oil rig. I know you're a janitor, but, sad face, the algorithm. Like, no, nobody wants to hear that.
I remember those, this was a while ago, I saw, maybe you talked about it, about a YouTuber or streamer complaining of how hard it is. All it does is just work on the computer. And he has like maybe like 4 million followers or 10 million, something huge. It's making a boatload of money, and just complaining about just, you know, being in a nice and cool environment in the sun. I understand it still work, but the fact that it just made it seem like other people are not, you know, working as hard out there is just redundant.
Well, it's like millionaires never want to complain. Millionaires should never complain to non-millionaires, and that's just how things are. Like, I think people don't understand like why a millionaire or like a movie star would only want to be around other movie stars and like get dinner with them, because there's a things like you can have your like your really cool homies from back when before you were in movies, but you can't complain about like the paparazzi followed me home and I don't feel safe for my family. It's like, yeah, but you're still a millionaire. Like they would easily want to switch places. I think movie stars can sit down with each other at dinner and complain about the paparazzi, and it's fine. It's like one of those things where it's like, everybody has problems, but again, nobody non-YouTube famous watching YouTube wants to see a millionaire complain about how rough my job is and the algorithm and this. It's like, doesn't matter. You made millions over your career. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, you can always go back to working at a coffee shop. You may not like it, but you're gonna be amongst the normies again. Whatever it is, you know. I don't know, bro. That room looks very tall. Are they trying to say this is a regular room and me and you are like 4'2"?
Bro, I'm in a truck.
Those guys are midgets. They're in a regular ass room.
My fucking, I don't have any.
Get them high ceilings for swinging that bat. I mean,
if I make it like sitting lower,
you know.
That's what.
Well,
it is.
No, like it's just oh my god.
It's kind of high. How did that person see from the camera? That's laser high.
Well, it's like I can touch that side, but either way, this is a very Why are there hobbits in the room? See, this is messed up, man. Wait, it's all near all the ads. I feel like I shouldn't be running any ads on anywhere but Twitch, because Twitch wants to enable them. It's part of like the deal or whatever.
This is what you have to be able to do. You have to downsize.
You said you're only concerned with Pratt is there's more corrupt voters than there are moral voters, especially how sane people already left California. I think the only reason you can get Pratt and Katie Porter, that Steyer guy to win, is harvesting ballots. Harvesting ballots is legal in California. So for every base person saying, hey, I want change, I don't want to hear the Democrats campaign against all the things that the Democrats did.
But I'm going to...
It doesn't matter if me and you can get together if just one Democrat operative can go to homeless... not homeless. A homeless shelter or a...
See, he's just trying to get into the groove. And this will be my house music, so at least like I'll still be streaming like I usually do. This will kind of be getting into the step of normalcy for me, and I appreciate you guys sticking by me. And I think I just got a subscriber last night. I'm at 73. You guys are doing phenomenal. Thank you. If you like stuff like this, make sure you share it to your friends, so they get the full picture as well. We'll be deep diving into the UFO files eventually again. I just took a break on that because of the somber experience with my dog and her passing. So, but when we get, because I want to involve my wife more so she understands why I was like, so excited for that, but then crying for the dog too. And it was just like,
Let's bring in Russ
it was a lot.
McSpadden, Southwest
But
Conservation
anyway, so check this
Advocate
out.
at the Center for Biological Diversity. Thanks for joining us, Russ.
You got two 5-minute segments here.
Some pretty cool
Rare
video
jaguar
coming
spotted
out
roaming
of
around
Arizona.
southern
We'll
Arizona,
pull that back
and
up,
then a
but can you
secret
tell us
Chinese spy
exactly
post in NYC,
when and where this
and then the
was
feds
taken,
took it down.
and tell us about some of the
And then
different
you guys will
species.
be automatically
We see quite
shipped
a few
back to
different animals
decaf decoy.
walking past this camera. Let's
And
pull that
I
video
will be
back
on my
up
way
as you
out.
explain.
So thank you guys for watching.
Yeah,
Make sure you
so,
like,
you
comment,
know,
subscribe, and
went
share
to
this with
go
other
and
people.
check this camera in a Sky Island mountain
Your
range
host,
south of
TJ,
Tucson,
is signing
about
off for the minute.
40 miles.
We'll be back
on
momentarily
Monday.
in the comments to
And
keep
I pulled the memory
contact
cards
with
from this
the
one.
podcast.
I
But
sat at this
my
very
voice
spot
segment
as I
for
was,
this show is
changing
now off for
batteries
a
in this
while.
camera,
Thank you.
and then brought it back, to my office later that afternoon and flipped through all of the detections. And this jaguar appeared. I have had this camera in this canyon since 2019. I've never seen a jaguar on there. I've seen a lot of these other species that you see here: mountain lion and bear and deer and ringtail and fox are all in there. Bobcat as well. But I almost leapt out of my seat because it's really exciting. I have detected a jaguar before in a different mountain range, but I was just really excited to see this one. This cat was first seen back in November of 2025 by another organization, and they nicknamed him Cinco because it's the 5th cat that they have detected since 2011, the 5th jaguar they've detected in Arizona. And I can say this is probably the largest jaguar I've ever seen in Arizona. He's just a really big, bulky male. It's an incredible thing to see. But the U.S. Southwest has been habitat for jaguars for millennia. Before it was the United States. They were nearly extirpated in the 1900s by predator control programs. And currently, there is only a breeding population. There are only females south of the border in Sonora, Mexico. The last female in Arizona was killed in 1963. And so it's incredible to see, this cat came up from the breeding population in Mexico in Sonora and has now taken up residence in the mountains just south of Tucson.
That's a really cool sight to see, and also interesting that you recognized this jaguar. You said they've actually named him Cinco. How did you know that was the same jaguar that was spotted in the past?
Yeah, so jaguar rosettes, or the spots that you see on the side of their body, they're very much like a human fingerprint. You can look at a pattern of 2 or 3 of them, and they are absolutely unique. No jaguar has the same pattern. It only took about 30 seconds. I pulled up, I took a still of this jaguar image that I got on Monday and looked at it with other known recent jaguars in Arizona, and it was, clear as day that this is Cinco. This was a cat that had been seen previously.
And jaguars are endangered both here in the U.S., also in Mexico, and their future really depends on conservation efforts like what you all do at the Center for Biological Diversity. So can you tell us the biggest factors that are contributing to putting their future at risk? And then also, what can we all do as a society to help protect jaguars and other endangered species like this?
Mm-hmm. So jaguars are really wide-ranging species. Their home territory could be anywhere between 20 miles to 100 miles that they move about, within just a matter of months. And so the loss of habitat, wildlife connectivity, is certainly the biggest threat for jaguars. They need lots of room to roam. And in Arizona and northern Mexico, that comes down to a couple of big things: new road projects, border wall, which is going up across Arizona as we speak, including a second border wall in some places, including the place where this jaguar most likely roamed, and also open pit mining and other projects that just sort of take large chunks of habitat away from this species. And so, you know, what can the average person do? I think it's, you know, pay attention to the wild places that jaguars need to live. The Skyland Mountains are in southern Arizona are a perfect example. And talk to your local politicians, talk to your representatives about the importance of protecting connectivity between these mountain ranges.
Yeah, really cool and rare sight to see for us, but also a great reminder of that we all need to do our part to help protect these beautiful animals. Thank you so much, Russ, for your insight here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
I discovered a secret Chinese spy post hiding right under everyone's noses in New York City. And now federal prosecutors have found the principal agents guilty of spying on dissidents of the Chinese Communist Party. Here's how it all happened. 2022, a source of mine gave me a list of addresses of all of the Chinese police stations set up by the Communist Party of China to spy on dissidents, on pro-democracy activists all over the world. One of the addresses was 107 East Broadway. I dug down and I looked at the property records. I looked at who owned the building. And what I found was that it was a nonprofit called the Chang Li Society. And then I dug deep into the Chang Li Society, saw how much money that they were getting. The sort of secret thing they did was spy on the Chinese population, and especially those who were working for democracy in China. A Chinese dissident is somebody who's involved in the pro-democracy movement, somebody who wants to see China become a democracy. The Chinese government has been chasing these dissidents, these activists around the world, and they have various ways that they lure them back to China. In some cases, they kidnap their family members back in China and make them come back if they want to see their family members alive. There's all sorts of nasty stuff that goes on, but they keep an eye on what they're doing here so that they can report back to China.
大过以前没有网络时代，的确感觉到比以前更不安全。
Yan Zheng was one of the Chinese dissidents directly affected by the spying and harassment.
这种迫害就更加微妙，啊，虽然不见得一下就的身体上的伤害也有，但是声誉啊、名誉啊。 压迫啊，操纵啊，哎，这些东西就很厉害了。
This secret spy operation was headquartered on the 4th floor of this building. I went inside the building, knocked on doors, and tried to get comment from people who worked there, but no one wanted to talk. Outside on the streets of Chinatown, most residents also declined to speak to us. Those who did speak with us were surprised to learn that a Chinese spy post was right under their noses.
No, I did not know that there was a Chinese outpost, or it was like over here. No, I did not know that.
海外警察，不知道。
那我这个我现在。If I was arrested now, he would be concerned.
The Chinese Communist Party would set up what they called community centers, where people would go to play mahjong, where they'd go to play ping pong, and that was their defense, and that has been their defense, that these were just community centers. These were places where you could go as a Chinese American and you could renew your driver's license, any kind of marriage documents, any kind of like inheritance issues. It almost functioned like a diplomatic office. But in fact, its main purpose was to spy on the Chinese community. I was surprised to see that my reporting led to an indictment against Harry Liu. Harry Liu was the head of the Chang Li Association, this nonprofit that was secretly working as an illegal Chinese spy post. He was arrested by the FBI in April 2020. and his trial began on May 6, 2026. New York Post court reporter Ben Kochman was at the courthouse watching the trial play out.
Harry Liu went on trial in Brooklyn Federal Court on 3 charges: conspiring to act as a foreign agent of China, acting as a foreign agent of China, and obstructing justice by allegedly deleting texts with his handlers in the Chinese government when he was being interviewed by the FBI. There were also text messages shown of Liu communicating with an officer in the Chinese police services about this dissident who the Chinese government was allegedly trying to track. When the FBI raided the building on East Broadway, they found this big blue banner hung above a conference table that proudly announced that the site was an overseas police station. And in a key moment in the trial, prosecutors dramatically unfurled the banner in front of the jury.
On Wednesday, May 13th, the jury reached a verdict.
We are following some breaking news right now. The man accused of running a secret police precinct in Chinatown was convicted of obstruction of justice.
When I started reporting on the police stations, I was just stunned by this. I never imagined that federal prosecutors would go after these people. So I was really surprised when Harry Liu was arrested. And what was also surprising was that it took so long for him to enter a plea. I think it was like 2 years after I'd first reported the story that he pleaded not guilty. And I suspect that China had a hand in this. It certainly seemed very interesting to me that all of this happens, this conviction happens at the same time that Donald Trump is on an historic visit to China.
And even though he was surrounded with police protection, somebody had no problem walking up and... Interesting how you can be in Japan and you're going to get attacked by the not Japanese. Not saying that you don't get to have a voice if you're in Japan, but I'm just saying, interesting who's attacking who here. Decoy dresses like a cartoon character. What are you... We're talking about anime guys. Smacking him. Ooh. Yeah, he gets smacked in the face. Goes down.
So who's that guy? The guy that got smacked?
He's a political leader over there. And then, again, it's crawling with cops. And they do not have the capacity to stop violence. Just a guy not lightly slapping another dude in the face, but the idea that they're not accustomed to this type of violence. They really aren't. They're not prepared. They're not equipped for it.
The guy, he escaped? Did he escape?
Yeah.
It looks like he escaped.
And as being a little dramatic. Being a little dramatic. That's like FIFA soccer level where you get lightly tapped and you go down like you flopped or whatever. He's proven a point, which is also the point that I'm making, that Japan is not equipped to go to essentially a soft conflict, a war with these people that, one, they hate them, but two, they are willing to take it farther than you. Like, that's the saddest part is about, like, being in the city. I just remember somebody gave me advice, like, even like working in security. He's like, the thing that you got to let everybody know, you might not be the biggest, the buffest guy, but you need to let somebody know that you are willing to take it further than they're willing to take it. Like, your first response to them physically, if they're confronting you, is 2 steps past what they thought it was. It's not they yell at you, you yell at them, or they lightly shove you and you lightly shove them back. It's just, you take it the entire way. And that's almost like self-defense.
Yeah, you go full crazy.
And the thing is, though, is if they lightly tap you and you go down, they just realize they own you because you can't handle this level of violence. But then also, the police can't protect you. They're just gonna do it again. They can. It's open season in your country if nothing's done to you. Another masked non-Japanese man tried to steal the camera. Another angle shows the police getting splashed with an unknown substance. And I say unknown substance, and I say unknown substance is likely coffee, it's likely water. But if you are bringing in people from countries notoriously known for acid attacks, Japan is not prepared for that. They wouldn't even know what was happening until it was too late. They need to reel this in, but again, they're not equipped for it yet. As their group had no issue shoving police. Yep, as apparently he was with the guy that... Okay, we don't gotta watch the whole thing, but it's like, they've been having problems. They've been... Wait, what is this? Oh, just real quick. Japan even has the plague that is... what China calls the Batsua, like the white liberal college-educated people that are like, have these self-ending empathy. This is wild. Of that, as if anybody seeking the article on the attack needed to know the peaceful aspects of the gathering, not the several assaults that occurred, both on their article was about and the police. Their article was about how, like, oh, it wasn't all bad. It was, they were just having, it was the Kurdish, like, dancing festival. It's like, well, a politician got physically assaulted. We don't care about the dancing, but here we go. Lets us know Japan is suffering from the same liberal nonsense we are in the US.
Everyone always tells me that it's just a lunchbox and that it's not that deep. But it is. And I'm going to take you down.
Recreationally offended. Man. Oh my god. I know you're enjoying lunch, but here's why this makes you a bigot.
But why is she complaining about food in the lunchbox?
Nothing better to do. No hardships. It's hardship. Like I think about if you were working double shifts, you had overtime, you're taking care of your family, your father's sick, you got a lot of stuff going on. You don't have the mental energy nor the time to say, yo, that lunch is looking at me wrong. Like, it's not there.
Because the bento box is also a symbol of Japanese empire.
Oh my god, I'm never from Japan. That just sounds like BS. This is just wants to complain.
Here's the thing: is like you could be like that stupid, like inside thoughts, but she literally put this together. Like she green screened it.
How did she link it up? You know, just start complaining about plates and bowls and buckets and just make it like some kind of like social injustice.
Because she can get fame from this. She's like, look, like, here's how, like, woke I am. I can see the racism through the lunch. Like, she's like...
linked to nationalism because women quite literally make humans.
Oh, wait. I wish I had the Twitter, TikTok opened up so I can go, hey, what's a woman? What about the people that aren't birthing peoples? Do you mean to say you're a bigot? Because you could never be woke enough if you're trying to say, my buddy over here, light-skinned decoy, he's not a real woman. What makes him not a real woman, huh?
I'm not a real woman.
I don't know that. I dare not offend the YouTube gods by saying I don't know what you are. Yeah, okay.
We're socializing them for the next generation of laborers, but it is also a direct correlation with how much you love your country. Because those lunchboxes are not only beautiful, but they're also really well thought out in terms of nutrition.
She's making no sense.
She's trying to say if you make a beautiful lunchbox, you're pledging allegiance to Japanese heritage, which apparently is a bad thing.
So there's this spirit of wanting to raise these really strong and healthy citizens for...
Did you know that if you have healthy kids, that makes you a bigot?
...for the nation. I always get the ick because it just reeks of nationalism.
Of course.
Whether it's subconscious or not, I think so. For someone like me, who teaches gender in Japan.
Oh, it all makes sense.
There it is.
It makes sense now.
Yep. Yeah, no purpose in society whatsoever. Like I'm saying right now, she is like 1 degree... below me in terms of if the nuclear apocalypse or zombie apocalypse happens, my career is worthless. I gotta revert back to what I was doing before. No one's like, if you're recreating like a Walking Dead society, you don't need podcaster, but the only thing you don't need less than podcaster is gender studies teacher.
It's really, really difficult for me to come in and say, hey, that's actually...
But that's a good point. Sal Perez says, how do you teach gender? It's like, one... Everybody graduates.
That's it.
Nonsense like this. Yeah, it's so bad. But the thing is, though, they had this, right? This was a month ago, and this is before, what is it, the 7th and 8th shrine had burned down, and before the 2 more pig farms burned down. Like, they're having issues, they're fighting their issues, and you have, like, their politicians. What is this? Conservative Party of Japan leader Naoki Hayakuta. Well, obviously this is going to be
just
Japanese.
Said no more immigrants. Wow.
Yeah. Well, they have stricter immigration laws than us. Like I've seen there's a woman that's Nigerian and she was complaining. She was like, why is Japan trying to make it so difficult to get your visa to come from Nigeria to Japan? Don't they realize what they're missing out on? And it's like,
no.
It was very difficult for you to come here, but I think it was because, what was you, sponsored by your parents?
Yeah.
Who had gainful employment for several years, weren't breaking any laws, and it's like, it's very hard to come out from third world countries into America because you have a lot of vetting. You have to prove yourself. Why would we just say, you know what? Let's go ahead and waive all the laws and let everybody over there, because that country is so great, nobody there wants to live there. Interesting how you're saying, like, we gotta escape Nigeria. Simultaneously, why won't they let more of us in? Said,
we don't see it.
I think the biggest problem is immigration. It's a huge problem. The other day, picture came debate topics were, what would Japan look like in the next 5 to 10 years? He is angry. Tim Pool's going off here. Oh, the future of Japanese baseball, ruling power. But he's just like, okay, no more immigration. I thought this was a quicker video.
What specific region? I want to say region. I want to say invading as well, but is moving to Japan. Why are they really upset about immigration as of recently?
I think they're upset about a certain religion that's incompatible with Japan, because you see this over here. Thousands gather to protest the construction of a first mosque in Fujisawa. The proposed mosque would be much larger than nearby Shinto shrine and act of propagation. And here's the thing:
historically, Japan has no correlation to Muslims.
No, they got the Spanish brought in Catholicism, Christianity, and they've been Shinto. So it's like, they don't have it, but then you had, it's not this video, but there was they wanted to build a huge, what do you call it? Cemetery there. And then when they said, no, you can't build a cemetery, they started building it anyway. And it's like, wait. And they were so upset, like, oh, Japan's being racist. It's like, why do you have not necessarily goal, the audacity, but why do you feel entitled to saying, we came here to seek asylum, but also we need to make this place like we did the other place? And I think a lot of people, they don't understand with this when they want unlimited, unchecked immigration. They're very liberal and progressive minded. They're very pro LGBT. They pro women's rights, and they want to bring in unlimited amounts of people from countries that are very, very, very religious fundamentalists. And I'm not saying any religion necessarily negative, positive, whatever. I'm just saying certain people take their religion, whether it be Christianity, Catholicism, or Muslim, they are more fire and brimstone, no LGBT, no women's rights. Why do they think it's compatible with each other? But it's because there's constant brainwashing like that. It's like a self-ending empathy. But you see this, and they say they don't want the mosque, they don't want the cemetery here.
I'm guessing this is like a peaceful protest.
So, to my understanding, these signs are against the conservatives. Somebody in chat could probably would try to correct me, but the people over there are giving them the middle finger, and it's like you have Japanese fighting other Japanese for the right for another country, another culture to come in and dominate your culture. Because what I see over here, at least, is for every liberal family or whatever, classically liberal family, they maybe have one kid, more oftentimes 0 kids, and then the other families of people that are newcomers, will say, will have 5 to 7. So it's like, they're already not having kids, they're not reproducing them, and do they think that they can say, hey, just because we let you in and we help to provide you social services, you're going to preserve our way of life? And by what I mean by way of life, I mean being pro-LGBT and being pro women's rights. Or are they going to say, hey, we got to build these mosques, we got to build these cemeteries, we're not going to assimilate. They're already proving you they don't want to assimilate. Oh, thanks for the Prime sub, multiracial lion. Yeah, it's like the Japanese police uniforms are so friendly looking. They look like construction workers, right? And they also appear to be unarmed. They appear to be not equipped for a massive fist fight. Actually, I might be right.
No taser, no pepper spray, no something batons or
batons, yeah.
Batons, yeah, no batons.
Okay, maybe these are the conservatives, because you know what? Doesn't that guy look exactly like the guy? What? No, it's this guy. It's this guy. Okay, you know, it's him because the same haircut, the same flag draped around him. Is it him? I don't know.
It's hard to tell.
I don't know. But again, okay.
I mean, it looks like him. He's not wearing any. He's the one speaking as well.
Yeah. So I'm guessing the political leader, but you have other Japanese saying, we demand to make our culture, the dominant culture in this country, extinct. Because here's the thing is, if you love that culture so much, I don't even like saying, if you don't like being American, then get out. Like, I don't want to be that. But also, if you are so infatuated with Gaza or infatuated with Nigeria, because I think... We're not going to name names because he probably doesn't watch my channel. But a guy we know, you're African. He was African American. He seemed to love Africa way more than you.
He had the necklace going.
The wooden Africa.
Yeah, the music.
I think the funniest thing is when that movie
Black Panther.
When Black Panther came out, he was like, guys, I saw it 3 times on the opening weekend. He was all about it, but it's like, he could not survive in Africa. Like, he loved Africa, having never been there, but he made it his entire identity.
But I think, not to like go off topic, but Black Panther was kind of a bad representation of how Africa life. Although it's a movie, he still doesn't depict how Africans really live as well.
Oh no, the worst part. This is how we know that the country's fucked. Is flights to Wakanda trended on Google. After Black Panther went out. People were searching on Google flights to Wakanda.
You didn't know that?
I mean...
They thought Wakanda was a real place.
Yes.
Oh my god.
And then there was even people on TikTok, maybe they were trolling, maybe they were being genuine, but they were saying like, look, like, where would you rather live? Would you rather live in Chicago? The white man made Chicago. Or would you rather live in Wakanda? African people make Wakanda. It's like, good guys. Guys, it's so bad. But here's the thing is, okay, so back on topic is, they're so infatuated with this other place, they don't want to be there. And the problem is like what you say, like, you want... They don't have this police force, and they're not surrounded by a docile society where everybody's quiet on the subway, everybody minds their manners and everything. I think, should they go to any of these third world nations that they demand unlimited, unchecked immigration to come in from, they would be robbed. They'd probably be kidnapped and ransomed the first day out there. They don't know what they're asking for, and that's why they call it self-ending empathy. Yeah, they're demanding, Okay, so somebody here is chatting. I don't know what that is. Wakanda forever. Okay, yeah, but it is sad. But then you see this where neighboring Korea, they have a sign for a Asia Mart that says foreigners exclusive lounge, where they say Koreans not allowed. Because when you go to Japan, there's a lot of places saying foreigners not allowed. Or also, I think in China they'll be like, coffee, 10 yen. No, that's Japan. Wait, what's the won? 10 won. And then in English it says coffee 21. It's like wait. So that means
upped it up.
If they upped it up for
foreigner,
for foreigners, right? And it's like, why do they think that when you go to the country, they're not going to start to say, hey, we're in your country, but there's enough of us, we're going to exclude you from it. Yeah, Wakanda's elections, lethal combat. I mean, the craziest part about, like, you know, with Google and everything and AI trying to protect these idiots is when I was doing a video and I was talking about how if you watch Black Panther, and we're getting kind of sidetracked, but watch Black Panther, T'Challa versus Michael B. Jordan, right? T'Challa is a make a MAGA conservative of Wakanda. He wants all the resources, America first, Wakanda first, don't expand, we don't want that. And then Killmonger, Michael B. Jordan, he's all about like, oh, we need to start being imperialists, we need to start helping us out there. And it's like, both of these political ideologies are like the enemy of what progressive liberals want. They want unlimited immigration or whatever. It's like Wakanda had a literal force field that could eliminate anybody, even they can't even see your country. And it's like, I was trying to ask ChatGPT and I'm like, hey, give me all the examples. I got a couple, but give me all the examples of how Black Panther is a example of MAGA conservatism, and it wouldn't do it. Oh no, it wants this, and it would give me even a graph in ChatGPT of all the ways that MAGA conservatives think, and what T'Challa and Black Panther and Wakanda thought, and it's the same thing in both parts. It's just like listing them off, and I'm like, do you realize that you're not making any sense? Like you're proving my point. And they said, I'm sorry, I'm just not supposed to connect MAGA conservatism in Black Panther Wakanda. I'm like, see, they're so desperate. They're willing to just bold-faced lie to you and also explain why they're lying to you because they need to protect their thing so much. But gotta ask Grok would do it exactly. But also this, Koreans not allowed. They come to your country and they want to exclude you. And the same thing has happened, like, what is it, over in the UK? The same thing, yeah. Not the music, but you have all these people waving the UK flag, and you have liberals seeing it and literally crying tears. How dare this country where I am safe? And I guess her boyfriend's wearing a mask in this year, so yeah, that kind of makes sense. But yes,
so she's crying because they're protesting to protect their country.
I think they're trying to keep England British, but they're like, oh my god, it's racist. Like, guys, I saw all the Netflix movies. We can all be multicultural together. And the sad part is, it's like, yes, multiculturalism is something you can accomplish.
Yes. If
you want to assimilate to a similar culture. Like, I remember someone saying nobody's gonna die for the multicultural economic zone where we share no values, we share no common religion, we share no there's nothing that puts us together that says, hey, I like the American way, I want to protect it. Case in point, Ukraine. When you had all those Nigerian and all those Middle Eastern refugees seeking refuge in Ukraine. Beautiful country, they're there. And also, oddly enough, I knew like a couple Ukrainian girls. They're Ukrainian, they're from Kiev, I forget how you pronounce it now, but they're from Kiev, but I never knew they're Ukrainian. They always told me they're Russian. They spoke Russian because they're ethnically Russian, but their nationality is Ukrainian. So it's like, you have a lot of Russians in Ukraine, you have a lot of people seeking asylum in Ukraine, and then once Russia invaded, I just knew Nigerians were fleeing in mass, and they're like, oh my god, it's so racist, because they're not letting us leave. And there's like, I'm not dying for Ukraine's war. And it's like, okay, I don't think that seeking asylum means you die in the front lines, but also, this is not a system that can be sustained because wars are inevitable. We're gonna go to war with somebody's gonna invade America. It's only a matter of time.
It's like, if everything is going well, there's peace, they're like, oh, it's all nice, but when everything goes to shit, like, yeah, I want a divorce. I don't want this anymore.
It's like, how can you say, I'll accept your free housing, and I'll accept your SNAP cards and your EBT cards and your pocket money, but I will not accept anything that makes me want to work for these free services. Like, it's sad to say, but it's like, this is reality. It's not a Pixar movie where everybody can it's like, you have to earn it at some level, and I don't like the idea that it's like, okay, we're gonna give you all these services, but once you have to protect the system that provided you those services,
then they go against it.
Then they have to go, because it's like, okay, I don't want to be the next country, because what happens if China invades America? Do I want to start giving you guys free housing and EBT cards and pocket money for you to say, hey, once we get invaded, now I'm gonna go leech off of Canada next? Now we got some issues, guys. But again, if you were a conservative woman in the UK or America, or even a liberal, bleeding heart liberal in Japan, crying tears because they don't want that. And the sad part is, you see this over in the UK, it's like, the way some people think about it is disgusting.
Why should English people pay for you to have a house?
That's a legitimate question.
Yeah.
Maybe they give me house, they give me anything I can need there.
Yeah.
And the sad part is, how much English proficiency did you need before they let you come over here?
I mean, you do need to prove that you could, talk fluently. Not even just know the general grammar.
Yeah.
But be able to. They interview you and they ask you a bunch of questions and they expect some kind of level of proficiency and even defending the reason why you want to go over there. It could be something as simple, just starting a better life and creating a better life for my family, and hopefully contributing to the country and culture.
What can you do for us? That's what it came down to. It wasn't, are you here for food stamps? You know what I mean? And the thing is, though, is the UK. So look what you see behind you. why do they want to try tears that you don't want more of this? This is abject poverty. This is making the UK suffer. And I don't know. I don't think he's Nigerian. I think he's more like Cameroon, maybe.
Him, maybe
Yeah.
Kenya, Cameroon, but
Kenya.
he's not Nigerian.
Yeah, he's not Nigerian. It's crazy how it's like Asians can detect what a Korean Japanese person. It's like where were we? We were last time you were on the show. We were at an Asian restaurant, and I was like, those guys are Nigerian. Right?
Oh
Turn around,
yeah,
you
yeah,
knew it. It's
like, yeah, they are Nigerian.
I'm like Neo in the Matrix. I'm starting to see it. This guy's not Nigerian. But yeah, no, it's like this is suffering, and they say, okay, how is this sustainable? Because we took maybe how many millions of people in Nigeria are? How many millions of people in Africa? If you take in 1% of them, you decimate the economy. Like I think over from Haiti, I think we took under the Biden years. I'm making it up. Maybe 1 to 5% of the entire population of Haiti is now in America. It's like it's unsustainable. So Haiti's gotten worse. America's gotten worse. And now you say the only answer is more of this? It's unsustainable.
Like you said, they said this is suffering, but in their head, it's suffering, but it's suffering in a developed country where they can even get more assistance. Like no one is going to help them back in Africa or wherever they come from.
And the sad part is they always talk about like, if you need revolution, like you said, Nigeria, very, very shady. Like most third world nations, shady. You need revolution in your country to fix it. And if you take all the military-aged men and put them in another country, you're never gonna get a revolution of your shady politicians. And I forgot where it was, but I think it was in the UK too, where somebody said, and it's like it's an uncomfortable question, but it was like a city, maybe it was in Ireland. They said, you're going to drop in 200 military-aged males in this small town of maybe like 20,000 people. How are you going to satisfy the adult needs of those men? And the politician's like, I'm not concerning myself with satisfying the desires of these men, but it's a very, very serious question where you're gonna have 200 frustrated men in your community that have a culture of ownership, suppression, higher rates of R on girls, and it's like it's an uncomfortable question to ask, but it's like you have to answer that question before you can invite it because it needs to be addressed. Because like, sad to say, what are you gonna say? There's no race mixing, or there's no woman inside these I forget what those called, those little tiny, not dinghy boats, but those little boats that come over here. There's no woman, and it's like, okay, so now you've created a huge disparity. It's an uncomfortable question to ask, but it's a question we need to ask because otherwise it's unsustainable and it puts people at risk. Like you don't want that. I don't even want the idea of like a first world nation where you have 80 to 20%, 80% male to 20% female. That's gonna cause problems in society, and it's like it's all sorts of havoc. But again, back to this guy. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to have you on camera while we talked about this, but you know, do we need to be giving you unlimited resources?
Me. Just give it.
Yeah.
Why?
Why?
Because people in England is perfect.
Oh,
England's
so you
perfect.
think you think we're all rich people,
Yeah.
so we can give? Okay.
I think they think they're wealthy comparatively. If you have a minimum wage job, you're doing better than any Nigerian.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I tell you something?
Okay.
We are not all rich people. If I said to you, look, we don't have enough houses in England, would that stop you coming to England?
Okay. Maybe I come back in my country and I change in another country after.
Yeah,
I'm
maybe
going.
you try another country.
Yeah.
If you think that if you realise that we can't afford England, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now
Notice it wasn't, I'm coming here to build. You don't have housing? I will build the housing. Because I always hate how people say, America was built on immigrants, so why are you trying to keep people out? It's like, no. Somebody coming here for a EBT card, government housing, and pocket money is not the same person that came here on the Mayflower to say, I'm going to go on the Pioneer. I'm going to turn dust into civilization, meanwhile fighting the plague, fighting the wilderness, fighting the Indians, the indigenous people. They're not the same thing. Like, there's nobody here that looks like the Pilgrims, at least to me.
I think one thing too, where maybe I'm not just specifying to the British, but the government of any other country, is that they don't really create jobs for these people, or have jobs for these people can, or maybe the people don't even want to work, like you said, they just want the EBT and the free money and the house, but there's no way they could even pay back the country that brings them in.
Well, I think that's the big thing that happens with the Somalian community in America. Like, oh yeah, Somalians built this country. They're making it great, blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, they're politicians like, I represent Somalia. I'm sending money back to Somalia. They, not recidivism. I always forget the fucking word. Recidivism, remissions. The remissions. I send all my money back there, either through fraud or just wiring them money. But it's like, what percentage of them are still on government assistance 5 years in? And it was something like 90%. And it's like, okay, see, immigrants, great. Immigrant. I would say the H-1B visa is a big thing, where I think H-1B visas should cost the employer $20,000. If you're that much of a superior worker than America, because I agree, our college system, our public school system are broken. So maybe we don't have the best and the brightest programmers or whatever. Maybe we need to bring in some people from China. Like, not the Chinese government, but a Chinese citizen that wants to better their life and not live in communism. A Japanese kid, a Nigerian surgeon, or a Indian programmer. Like, somebody that is the cream of the crop that the Google or Tesla, SpaceX, whatever it may be, they want that candidate so bad they're willing to give the government $20,000 off the top just to get that talent before somebody else gets them. I understand that, but not opening up these things for like, oh, let's get a whole bunch of people to be a soccer coach. Let's get one to be in a work at 7-Eleven. It's like, okay, now you're competing with like high schoolers that are looking for a summer job. This doesn't seem right.
I just want everyone at home to understand that every single person in this room is absolutely desperate to come to Britain.
Yes.
The only reason they are here is to try to come to Britain.
And they have a housing crisis already. And this is not like, let's settle these guys, then we can close this shelter down. It's like, no, once you settle these guys, another wave comes in, a bigger wave. They need more and more and more. It's like,
because those guys are gonna see, oh, these people got accepted, now they're leaving, they're getting all this free stuff, and they get all these houses. Of course we're gonna come. It's better not to do anything.
And the sad part is like, I can, their struggle, I can see it. It's like, if I was in Nigeria, if I was in Cameroon, if I was in India, I would want to come to America too. I don't blame them for wanting to have a better life. I blame the system for selling them on the idea that they're going to have a better life here, because so many of them, like, what with all those immigrants that were dropped off in New York City, they got put up in the Roosevelt Hotel a couple days, then they got kicked out in the snow. They're like, what the heck? I was in poverty, but at least I was in tropical weather. Yeah. Now I'm in poverty and I'm freezing in the snow in New York City. And then also, a lot of those girls got sold into slavery, and the Democrats turned around. I play this clip often. They turned around and said, but this is survival work, guys. We can't outlaw survival work. They need something to provide for their families. It's like, so you mean to say Joe Biden's like, we don't got kids in cages? We got girls walking the street. Like, that was the thing that he sold to the American people. And that's the thing that a lot of bleeding heart liberals still try to provide. It's like, yes, I want everybody to be nobody suffering from hunger, everybody to have a home, but I live in reality, not a Pixar movie, and this is what reality looks like. Yeah, so, okay. It's that, and then also, do you want to turn into this? This is Paris.
Paris was the city of love.
Oh, there's music. But yeah, this is Paris. A lot of people going to Paris, going to the Eiffel Tower, and be like, this doesn't look like the first world. This is not.
Wow.
It's like, it looks like, and this is what New York City looks like too. All the people setting up their blankets on the street, selling things. And it's like, this right here looks no different than the shelter. This looks no different than the countries they fled. And it's like, there's a way you can make it to there if you do it the right way. You can immigrate. You can immigrate to these first world nations, not topple their economies, not turn their capitals into the third world.
Yeah, this doesn't look like it's gonna get better. It just looks more like, oh, easy access. Like, oh, we could come in. Oh, we could sleep on the street. Oh, we could get this free stuff. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna bring my entire family and we're all gonna do the same thing and not work and not contribute to society and the country.
But it's always going to be a thing as long as you have people like this. People crying tears, or not even crying tears, actually fighting with their politicians and screaming in their mouth, allow this to happen, allow this to happen. They live in a fantasy world. But again, like that girl that was in the girl that was in Japan arguing, I'm a gender studies teacher, and here's why your lunch is a bigot. That's why you're racist. Like, you're always gonna have these issues because these people have too much free time. They have too much free time. Capitalism has provided them too much prosperity that they need to find things to be essentially a mother to. Like they say, if they don't have a family of their own, they try to make society their family. They want to nurture. And the thing is, I've always said this. Liberalism is just literally feminine energy. Conservatism is masculinity. I don't want to be like this Andrew Tate snake tattoo guy smoking my cigar, my sunglasses indoors, saying that's why women are liberals or whatever. But it's like, liberalism is about taking care of people outside your bubble, and conservative is about protecting people inside your bubble. That's just kind of how it drills down.
Yeah.
And sad to say, that's how they have self-ending situations where their culture can go away overnight because they just didn't know. They didn't have the mental capacity to understand, hey, it's not a Disney movie. We don't have unlimited resources. If anything, you saw the
And that's the thing. That what makes people think resources are unlimited? You know,
because they live in unlimited resources. You have people that live in very wealthy circumstances and wealthy environments where they've never had to want for anything, and they just assume that's the default. They live in their suburbs, they live in their city, and they walk to their car at night and think everything's fine because we have a well-funded police force that shoots criminals, and they think that's how things are everywhere. Let's grab these people from places that have corrupt police systems, that have kidnapping and murder rates and R rates out the roof, and they think we can bring that in because they've never seen it. And the sad part is we have very, very limited resources. I just think about this little video I had posted the other day. This is AP and Swatch had a collaboration. Like I think you will my one watch. Yeah. They did their collaboration. It's like certain cultures, certain societies, if there's scarcity, they turn into savages overnight. Imagine if this wasn't a watch that they wanted to resell on the internet. This was the last glass of clean drinking water. This was the last vial of insulin they need for their kid. We have a problem here, and unless you want to address it in reality, it's like, no, we can't just provide endless goodwill to everybody because it's only going to end in violence.
And one of those things that people that are actually providing those resources will end up quit. I'm not gonna keep working hard and let these people just, chew off my arm and my knees while I suffer in pain and pay all these taxes. Like, I'm done. I'm quitting as well. I'm gonna just quit and get the same benefit they do. I'm not gonna do anything.
I think the same thing,
which is like the extreme end to it. But you don't want your society and culture to just become that.
Well, I think in California we're always saying that, where it's like, hey, why would I work really hard, do this job? I had a day job, I was making a podcast at night, I was building this thing, I was learning, I was taking courses, I was doing all this stuff. And now that I have a little bit of something, now Governor Gavin Newsom and Mayor Karen Basota, they want to just divvy up my money to give it to bums so they can do fentanyl on the street. I'm going to move to Tennessee, I'm going to move to Texas, I'm going to move to a place that sides with the makers over the takers.
Yeah.
And the sad thing is that's why there's population collapse in California. Freeloaders, yeah. The Japanese seem based as they do, but then they don't as well. No country is safe from this literal hell world that we have right now.
Yeah, everything is kind of like a shit show now.
Yes. Yeah, well, remigration, that's the thing, is like, they want to say it's this terrible, evil thing, but it's like, Obama remigrated more people than Trump has remigrated. So, I mean, it didn't used to be evil, but apparently it is now.
I don't think, again, I'm an immigrant. I don't think immigration is a bad thing. And of course, it can expose or maybe open eyes to different cultures, but it's just the illegal side of migrating is where the problem comes in place, because those people that do not majority of them, but some of them that come here illegally are the ones. They have nothing to lose, and when you have nothing to lose, you have nothing to contribute. You just like the least they could do is send you back home, and you have that mindset like you're not gonna take your life seriously.
Yeah, well, it's when there's nothing to live for back home. There's no job. There's no woman. There's nothing. It's just like, hey, I can either do this or I'll be ended. So might as well trying. And it's sad, but it's like that's a real thing. And I'm not saying I don't feel bad for those guys, but I also don't want them to be my neighbor. And also the litmus test is not necessarily my neighbor. I can protect myself. I don't want them to be my grandmother's neighbor. If you don't want them to live next to your grandmother, living in abject poverty where they don't eat unless they steal, they don't know the language, they can't get a job, they don't got a social security card, they are desperate, I don't want them living next to my grandmother, somebody vulnerable. And if the answer is no, not for your grandmother, that doesn't mean you get to volunteer the safety of a stranger. And that's what liberals are always doing.
Someone with disabilities as well that can't really defend themselves that much too. That's not ideal. And
that's what that's the whole Democrat Party is. Like I'm going to volunteer the goodwill of my vulnerable neighbor because I don't want that for myself. So Karen Bass is never going to open up immigration into her backyard, but she has no problem just offering up your home. And that's just how they're able to do this. Oh, I'm the good guy. I want to help these people out. Like over in Los Angeles, I'm going to help out. Can't play the full video. I'm going to help out these homeless people because they're insane. What is this? Guy spits and grabs food 2 times when having lunch. Yeah. Insane homeless guy fighting random people and getting down. Now, the thing is, though, this guy squares up with him, right? He fights him, but it's like, because he's a capable man able to defend himself. If you are a 5'2" Asian girl walking down Hollywood Boulevard by yourself grabbing lunch, you do not stand a chance. You can call 911 over there. They're not, 911 operators aren't picking up for another hour. And 2, they're not showing up to this thing. So you mean to say, hey, we just want to help these homeless people out. Like, we want to be fair to them. But it's like, no, you're sacrificing the safety of your most vulnerable. And it's like, yes, we got homeless people there. And also, what is this? Saying LA resident can't get this homeless person out from in front of their door.
Guys, this is literally outside, 1, my apartment, 2, a storefront.
Wow.
I've already called the police to come.
They're not coming.
Remove him. Clearly they haven't come yet. This is why we need real leadership change here in Los Angeles.
Nothing. I mean, not statistically, but historically, even if it's 4 years or 5 years, how long she's been there, you can see whatever she's doing is not working. Nothing against her person or anything, but whatever laws or politics she's pushing for is not working.
Well, that's the thing. Is like the Democrats have this weird thing where they campaign against MAGA conservatives. Even in California, MAGA conservatives and Donald Trump from all the things that they've created themselves. Like how Kamala was saying simultaneously, I'm campaigning to make things better, but I'm also campaigning that I did things good last 4 years. Or either you're trying to improve from last 4 years, or last 4 years weren't good. It can't be the same thing at the same time, but they think they're too stupid to realize that.
It's like everyone has their own agenda. If you're going to run for politics or run for a seat, you have your own focus on where you want to focus on, like what you want to tackle, right? And when you're in that position and what you actually said and told everyone you're going to do, you're not doing it, that's where the problem comes. And you're just focusing on other things like protecting the fish in the ocean. Of course, that's relevant, but not as relevant as what you say you're going to do.
Well, the sad part is, like, so we got this guy, he's here.
Right? Sure, guys, we're going to keep the pressure on until June 2nd, election day. So we got to save our city. We got to take our city back. This is unacceptable.
So, okay, you got a huge homeless problem over there, right? So you said they're concerned about fish and stuff. Here you got Spencer Pratt, who I think is the best candidate for mayor in such a long time in any city. Spencer Pratt out there campaigning, saying, hey, look at this kids' park. It's become a homeless cesspool.
This is Asker Basura's park right here. Look at this. And that's a camp that
you pay top dollar to have these public parks in your area, which you don't want. You can never put your kid in it, ever.
All the fentanyl addicts and dealers just post up next to it. And then that's the park. That's where...
Yes, you probably got like used syringes right there.
Oh, 100%. And they don't care. They don't care because they're just going to get treatment. So, okay, well, major problem, right? Homeless people fighting you, sleeping in front of your business, taking over your parks. And what does Mayor Karen Basura... What is her solution? What is her solution to all this?
How many people who are unhoused that you meet have no teeth at all? They don't have teeth. Why?
A lot of them don't have teeth.
Why? Because meth rots your teeth. You can't succeed without teeth.
I agree.
So
No
there
lies
needs to
detected.
be comprehensive health care provided to people.
How about you just if that's your topic, how about you just focus on stopping drugs and meth, right?
Lock up, give life sentences to drug dealers the same way you would a murderer. Because if a guy is selling you fentanyl or he's sending rounds into your chest, both of those end your life. You're never gonna have a happy life after that. Charge them the same way you would a murderer, and maybe we wouldn't have all these bums missing teeth. But her answer to her answer to all these junkies out there running around without teeth is like, hey, what if we gave them free teeth? What if we gave them taxpayer-funded teeth? Guys, did you know the only reason when you're out there in the streets and you're fighting a random homeless guy because you're just grabbing lunch, it's because if he had teeth, he wouldn't be fighting us.
That statement just is such a piece of like FU statement, because like I have my family, my parents, right? They're older, they have to pay their insurance out of pocket, and they still owe at the end of the year for taxes.
Yes.
And like you have this, this Karen Bass saying, oh yeah, this guy is using math and doesn't have teeth, let's just give me free healthcare. But my parents are older, they work long hours, they have to pay their own insurance. But this homeless guy that doesn't want to do anything but prefers using drugs, he's gonna get a free healthcare. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, it's like your parents owe money. It's like it's insane for me to see how everything's going to shit. Trying to move away from all of it, but the fact that working all the time, doing all this stuff, how much money I had to cut the government at the end of the year in taxes, because like independent, I don't know what you call it, just you're self-employed, whatever it is. How much money you have to give to them so they can try to give these people teeth or housing or free fentanyl, whatever. It's like, what is their fair share of my paycheck? And it's not because she wants to provide dental care to the homeless people. It's because it's another program that you can pay your buddy. Because if I ran for mayor and you're my buddy and you did me some favors where when I was running, I'm like, okay, cool, you gave me $100,000 so I could run for mayor. Yeah. Now I'm going to give you a position in the dental, the Basurda Dental Association. We're going to pay you $2 million of taxpayer funds so you can give 3 bums new choppers. That's how the system is. And it's like,
and it's not like, you fix the teeth and they get better teeth. Does that stop them from still using math? No.
But they don't want to stop them from doing meth, because then they can give them more free stuff. Or not free stuff. They can give them more of my tax dollars while they take 80% of it. And the sad part is, you've never seen a clearer division between candidates. Mayor Basura, free homeless teeth. Mayor Spencer Pratt, clean up the city and enforce a law. So when you see this out there, Mayor race, Pratt, his viral videos, he's doing good. It looks like he actually can pull it off. So what is some of these platforms, these alphabetical platforms, what are they doing? And Wokeness says, this is clear election interference by Google. Look at this. So Google Maps LA, April 2026. The satellite shows you everything's burned down. Because it all burned down. But magically, as of April 2026, the houses are back. They don't want you to know that the house is burned down. So they beautified the city by saying Palisades fires didn't happen. You don't need to vote for Spencer Pratt because everything is fine. And the sad part,
someone found that out. That's pretty interesting.
And magically, what is this? He said on May 18th this occurred. Google said technical issue happened on update satellite imagery in Google Maps and Earth. It accidentally restored all imagery before the fires. We're fixing it ASAP. Magical that it happened right before the mayoral election. It only went one way. That's what China does, exactly. They're trying to interfere with things. And the sad part is, they can't stop stuff like this. They can't stop normies finding this. What is this? Digital mobile billboards spotted driving around LA. It's an AI image. Oh yeah, no, it's while your house was burning down in the Pacific Palisades, Karen Bass was over in Ghana. She was, I don't think she was shopping. I think she was at a cocktail party or something. She was at a wedding. So she was out there having the time of her life. I believe it was even taxpayer funded. She was out there in Ghana hanging out while your house was burning down. This is in front of Erewhon. This is in Venice. This is Spencer Pratt cleaning up the city. And this is all the bums outside Santa Monica. And it's like, you can't stop normal people from seeing this stuff.
She was discovering herself.
Yeah,
she was finding herself.
Yeah, but it's like you see this Regular people are starting to notice. What did she say? She says, living in LA means through walking through 2 miles of tents and body fluids to get to a cute bakery.
Everywhere smells like pee.
Everywhere. Everywhere smells like homelessness. And it's like, like I said, right when I tell the story too much, but it's like, when I left LA, officer, that guy, officer told me, hey, they're building this homeless shelter next to you. In 1 year it opens, you gotta be out. The minute it opened, human excrement everywhere. I used to walk to a little place where I can get coffee. I used to go walk through like the residential neighborhood behind my apartment just to kind of like be outdoors. There was poo everywhere. It was like I was in San Francisco, and it's like overnight you built that thing and it immediately went to crap. It was sad, but I see this, and this is something that's going to be very, very relevant to us. So what are they doing to fight the homelessness? Karen Bass is like using this as a victory.
The volatile sights
MacArthur Park
and sounds of MacArthur Park.
And remember, this was the park that ICE came out to enforce border laws, and Karen Bass ran down there so she can say, "Get ICE out of here! No law enforcement." It's like, no, it's a terrible place.
Down the sidewalk can spark tension without warning.
Is that a video? People filming?
You don't have,
we're leaving.
But you know, if they had teeth, they wouldn't be doing this. Like they wouldn't be posturing up with somebody. You're filming me in public? Man, I wish I had teeth.
This man in broad daylight beat to
That's
the
why I can't even
known
show
as
this.
the fentanyl fold impossible to miss. With open drug use in plain
Just
sight.
casually, you know, fixing his teeth.
Look at the V vocabulary.
Why is this the first world nation? Why is this okay? Anybody that sees this and knows this knows you can't vote for another socialist. Either it's Rahman, Bass, whatever. It's like, we need change. Voting for the same thing is only going to make it worse because they profit off it.
Drive Alvarado at 6.
For William Howard Cromedy, staying safe means staying ready. So you gotta talk back.
You gotta talk back. It's rough too.
He believes it.
What I say, you gotta push it to the limit. If you look like you're a quiet, mild-mannered Japanese person, I don't want to be like, they're just gonna pick on you. They're gonna rob you more. If you just go absolutely nuts, they like get in your face. It's like, oh, you filming me? It's like, you gotta
up it. Like,
you have to up it. I'm filming you, and what? And be not only. I'm not recommending you fight these bums because you're just gonna get dirty. You're actually gonna get MRSA if you do it. But it's like, you have to let them know, I'm down with it. This doesn't scare me. You know what the sad part is? I'm giving you this information of how to like survive in LA the same way you would tell someone that's about to go to federal prison. Yo, you got to be able to fight the biggest, buffest guy to let everybody know you're not a mark. And it's like, why do I got to give you prison-style coaching, prison-style survival guidelines to go to a cute little bakery in Eagle Rock?
Safe means staying ready. So you gotta talk back.
You gotta talk back. It's rough too.
Look, he's even kind of squared up.
The epidemic has tightened its grip on the area.
You see them nodding out, and I think that's going to be a stain on the Olympics and the World Cup that's coming here.
Oh, when the Olympics come in San Francisco, when Gavin Newsom brought in his favorite foreign dictator, Xi from China, they cleaned that shit up overnight. They're gonna do it over here. They're gonna bottle all these people up and send them out to Palmdale or something. They're gonna clean it up, just not for Americans.
Temporary cleanup.
About a week ago, federal agents swarmed in. All persons comply. DEA officers raiding businesses, part of a massive drug operation. Then, days later, LAPD here for more arrests, seizing fentanyl, pills, and cash. Despite everything going on in this area, the bus stop right here at 6th and Alvarado was taken away. Apparently, the homeless were using it as a shelter.
Many people sleeping there, doing drugs there. It sucks. Especially for me, because I was about 6 months pregnant.
Where a bench used to be, Angela Robinson now waits for the bus, standing, 6 months pregnant.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
A bench now missing in a community desperate for relief. Walking! And despite recent arrests, many say when the sun goes down...
It's always funny. It's like, he's so bad and buff and bold and whatever, with this little shicey mask on. I'm like, I can almost guarantee, the guy gets rocked. He's like, I'm gonna sue you. I'm gonna sue you. You can't touch me. It's like, he wants to be all bold.
I'm gonna call my lawyer.
Exactly.
The problems come right back. Have you noticed a difference since then?
No, because the same rats come out at night.
A spokesperson for Mayor Karen Bass tells us one bench was removed for maintenance, another for public safety reasons. They say this is one small example of the mayor's broad and comprehensive approach to finally improving public safety in MacArthur Park, a problem that's been...
The sad part is, do you remember back in the Valley, one location we worked at, and in front of our office, there was 2 benches. Okay, so back in the day, there was 2 benches in front of our building, and it was like the bums would always go there. They would get off the bus, they'd get their drugs, they'd park their little bike on the bench, they'd shoot up, they'd knock out, and then you had maybe 1 or 2 hours till they woke up and wandered into the building, and they were up to no good. And I'm like, I think the benches are getting them to congregate here, because you get all the junkies, they'd be sitting on a bench, they'd see their buddy when they're riding by on the bike, they'd meet together and they'd talk, and I'm like, I think just having a bench for just everybody, like somebody waiting in the parking lot, whatever it is, there should be a bench. But just having a bench in front of a parking lot, kind of nearby where the Orange Line was in LA, in the Valley, you're just gonna get junkies there. So once we remove both those benches, overnight the junkies just stopped showing up, and it's like we didn't have a problem with them anymore. Small problem, but not as big of a problem before. And it's like, how sad is it that in LA, that caters so much to junkies doing junkie shit, you have to get rid of chairs. You can't have chairs in your society anymore, because getting rid of chairs is a public safety service, but also giving them teeth is also the public safety service. It's their spawn point. Sad to say, buses, public transportation is their spawn point. I mean,
it's crazy. I don't take the buses anymore, but I remember I had to go to for work. I had to go to court. And when some guy was talking about another guy trying to fight him in the bus, and like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Are you trying to square up?
Well, that's the thing. Is like, it's just they won't refuse to put him in jail, so it makes society a jail alongside them. Now, Spencer Pratt, he's doing his campaign is getting so good. I don't think you've seen this.
No.
Did you see the Lego movie?
Some of it.
This is the parody Lego movie.
Everything is awful.
I don't know if we could play the full thing.
Everything is hell when you're passing. Karen Bass is awful and burning down our street.
But I mean, here's the thing: it's like, okay, this is AI, whatever, but is it a lie? Is it a lie? Is this legitimately exactly what's happening?
Dirty needles, human waste.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Where's the lie?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where's the lie?
Everything. Moms in shock, hit the locks, a camp of addicts down the block.
Yeah.
Intense, a very big mess. Awful scenes are not the best. Camps, traps, and crap, they're awful. Crack, smack, and shacks, they're awful. Slums and scum and bums, that's awful.
And it's like, okay, so this is a joke, but this is legitimately the what do you call it? A mayoral campaign, top 2 cities in America, and then he also made this.
Now this is a story all about how my life got flipped, turned upside down, and I had to take a minute to run for mayor. I'll tell you how I became the prince of it.
This is so ridiculous. 10 years ago, never would have a chance, but right now, this is my favorite campaign.
Yeah.
My favorite campaign ever. I like Donald Trump. I think the moment where he, like, he took the round and stood up and was like, fight, fight, fight. Nothing could ever top that. But I mean, this is as close to that as you can get.
It kind of looks unserious, but at the same time, you can see his message.
Yes, and the sad part is what's his message? Clean up the streets. What's their message? Spencer Pratt's a Republican. He's a MAGA conservative.
Call Bel Air.
Like he sat down, took time to make this, but I mean,
West Los Angeles, Palisades, my backyard is where I spent most of my day. When a couple politicians were up scared.
okay, I mean, yeah, they burned down his house. It's hilarious, but it's like seeing all these AI videos, right? They burned down Spencer Pratt's house. Karen Bass's rebuttal to that is they're being violent towards me.
But what's worrying me now is that his social media is now taking on a violent turn. And that worries me, because when you do
burning your house down, an arsonist burning your house down, and your mayor emptying out the water reservoirs, providing no water in the fire hydrants, defunding the fire department, making certain that all the fire trucks aren't in service, and then leaving the country, that's not violence. An AI ad against me, it's a violent turn. You getting hit over the pipe by a bum in the street, not violence. This, violence.
that, and when your messages are so hateful, or when you demonize people.
I'm demonizing you. You look like a little demon because you burned down the houses, and you seem to be laughing about it now.
Then you do provoke people who are unstable.
She said she's unstable. She just called herself unstable.
No. She's saying that if you put an AI ad where you're Batman and they're attacking, they're fighting Karen Bass and Governor Gavin Newsom, crazy people are gonna attack me. And I'm like, yes, I agree, there are crazy people, but I'm more worried about the people you're trying to give teeth to attacking me at a gas station than I am of a conservative attacking you after you burn down your house. I don't think it's happening the other way.
You can jeopardize people's safety.
You mean like the throwing of the tomatoes?
Well, the throwing of the tomatoes, which look like blood, or drowning me and the governor in a reservoir. But there's also other violent scenes. And so I've noticed that, that it's taking on a violent trend.
Oh, she's so offended that she gets to go to sleep in a nice, warm, safe house surrounded by police authority and forces and security. It's like, yes, I want Karen Bass to be safe. I don't want psychos to be attacked her because that's not what politics should be like. It should just be about the best ideas. But for you to sit here and cry that you're a victim of social media campaigns, AI campaigns that are calling you out for your objective failures, I have no compassion for you. But again, here she is saying, what, yes, you let those houses burn down, but they were climate change.
Well, Spencer has been very outspoken about this idea that
his house burned down.
You and California Democrats, current leadership, are responsible basically for the tragedy.
How dare you bring up the fact that I was partying in Ghana while your house is burned down and they're still not rebuilt.
That befell him, and so what would your reaction to that be?
Well, what I have felt about Spencer all along, because I've watched this very closely in the Palisades, is I understand, obviously, his personal tragedy and all of that, but I think that it is really, really sad to play on people's grief and to create
it's his grief. It's his house.
Playing on people's grief.
Atmosphere of nothing is happening and hostility. There were absolutely mistakes. The city really was
mistakes
not.
Mistakes were me, but not by me.
Not by me. There were some mistakes. I mean, your house burned down. We let go of the arsonist. But here's how I'm going to defeat the guy that made those mistakes. Was that guy you? Maybe. But let's not talk about my previous failures. Let's talk about my future failures.
Not prepared for a disaster of that magnitude with a weather event that we had never experienced before.
Oh, weather event.
So
was she blaming the wind?
She's talking about the wind, but the winds we have Santa Ana winds every single year. Maybe this is the first year we didn't have water in the reservoirs, water in the fire hydrants, and we also didn't have you, the mayor, inside the country. That was the first time that happened, but again, we can't. It only took how many years of her being in office for socialism to destroy the city?
Hindsight is everything. But this also was not just the city of Los Angeles, the county as well. And when I talked to the fire department afterwards, their response was, we are very used to Santa Ana winds.
No, they sold you up. They threw you under the bus. They sold you out because you were firing them. I don't know who she's talking about.
But we have never had anything like this. And so I think that the lesson for me and for Angelenos is that now, given climate change, we have to expect things. I mean, I'm born and raised
climate change.
So
again, climate. These are the same people that said the polar ice caps would have melted by 2026 back in 2016. This climate change thing is like MAGA Republicans. You can't identify what it is or what they do. We don't have a history of what it's done either, but we can keep on fighting it with enough of your money.
This is the climate I know. And we now have to expect things that we would have never imagined.
Like arsonists. But here's the thing. It's the magical thing. People talking about Simi Valley. Magically, we got more climate change, guys, just in time for the next election.
Is this current?
Today.
It's today?
In Simi Valley, the Sandy fire broke out at 10:50 a.m. local time, we are told, and has burned at least 10
Simi Valley is
acres,
about
according
20
to a
minutes
local
away from
report.
LA.
Helicopters
Like
have
the
been
valley,
dumping
the
water
outskirts
on
of
the
LA,
fire,
but LA.
and we have been seeing, wow, look at this site here. We've been seeing structures burning there.
And I remember during these wildfires, when it was in Simi Valley last time, it's like, it's faster than you can drive your car. under the right wind circumstances.
Unclear.
And again, they still haven't gone
finished.
through and cleared out the brush. They still haven't gone out there and replenished the fire resources. They've just been campaigning against Spencer Pratt.
And that's been like 2 years. 2 years of
years ago.
Not even. And she's talking about preparing. She hasn't mentioned how she's like replaced some of those things that were not there before.
No, they're just fighting Trump. That's all they've done. They fought Trump, and they fought ICE from deporting S-traffickers.
Seeing on fire are homes, but this is some of the new video, I should say, live shot that we are getting of this
is
happening.
Some houses are gonna
and
burn.
spreading right now,
Already.
John. Wow, we're taking in these pictures together. We're just getting word of this, and we can
those guys
report that
need to leave
evacuations
now.
are underway now.
Yeah, I took a look at the map. It's about 4 miles away from the Ronald Reagan.
Brush fire is now.
Yeah, just in time for her to say, guys, climate change is a real thing. I'm not trying to sit here and put on like a tinfoil hat and be like, it's not real, they're just doing this thing, but it's like, kinda.
It's like, how is LA not prepared? I mean, we have an idea that the fire happens almost like every year.
Santa Ana winds in dry climate. In heat. It's there, but the sad thing is, like, she's talking about, we haven't been able to prepare for this level of climate change or whatever, but I'm like, no, it's the arsonists. I think every single one of the fires was traced back to either arson or a failure from the electrical company to maintain their areas. But they won't say, okay, here's why, letting crime run rampant is putting us all at risk and burning down homes. It's like, no, climate change, MAGA agenda, and Spencer Pratt making AI campaign videos. That's the real enemy. That's who we really got to be worried about, guys. Screw filling up fire hydrants with water. Did you know Donald Trump is bad?
She doesn't have her priorities straight.
No.
I mean, again, I'm not gonna stand right here and talk and think of how easy it is to run a city. I'm sure it's very difficult. So many things are going on, but at the same time, you have people giving you feedback on what's going on and feedback on how they want a certain amount of change. The least you can do is listen to those feedback and try to create a solution, like a permanent solution, or maybe a even if you can't finish that entire solution to what the problem they mentioned, you could still start and like work towards it, and even as little as 10% of the problem being solved can change the entire view of the city.
Well, it's like, at the very least, I give you grace to fail, to have problems. But also, unless you can address how you failed, maybe the reservoir should have been there. Not saying, well, the reservoir is for drinking water or whatever. Oh, it's because of the wind. Even if the reservoir was open, we still couldn't fly in that. It's like, well, one, you guys were flying in it. But two, if you can't admit how you failed, you won't fix it next time. And if you try to blame something like racism, or you try to blame something like, oh, we didn't have enough DEI in our fire department, just lets me know you are completely complacent with failing the citizens because you're planning on it again. You can sit. Break. Yeah, the importance of learning about proper maintenance. I think you can move the chair up. It's like making you so short.
I'm 6 foot, guys.
But also the angle I think we had on last time when I was showing everybody, like, it's because I'm close to the camera. He's a much larger individual than I am. Yeah, the fires are racist. That's how they see things, right? All right, so you see this over in DC. They're having a huge problem with these street takeovers, these teen takeovers. Police shows DC and Police National Guard dispersing a crowd in a chaotic scene. This was April 11th. You had to bring in the National Guard to take care of the kids out of control over there. Lets me know that you're having a problem. Why is our military having to a group of people engaging in disorderly behavior in Navy Yard? They've completely lost control of the city's capital. Not city capital, the country's capital.
Were they protesting? Were they partying?
No, they're just partying. They're just doing these teen takeovers where they say, hey, they can't arrest us, so we just go out there and we do whatever we want. We've seen these things over at the mall that was near us, the takeover, and it's like, you can see it in the eyes. I think we even watched it on stream. The local coppers were afraid to enforce a law because of them just doing this. And it's like, you see this over here. What is it? Yeah, the Navy Yard. This is is this the same one? Maybe the same video. Hard to tell how many times they've taken over the streets.
They can't control.
They can't control. And it's like, kids need to be in jail. That's the National Guard. They have no fear of our military.
Yeah, no respect, no. I don't think they see the importance of having police force or National Guard in the country.
They're trying to say it's harmless, but in Chicago, how many times do these street takeovers result in murders? People getting shot.
Yeah.
Like, this is a problem. I think there's even a fight here that we can't play.
Like, this could just go wrong and tragic.
And look at their faces. They think this is fun. They have nothing better to do, nothing more productive. They're not studying for finals. They're not getting a summertime job. They're not trying to figure out how they can better themselves. It's just destroy the city, and it's fun because we ain't got nothing better to do. And nobody's out there watching over us to make certain that we are being productive, not just doing whatever the hell this is. Why do our government employees have to babysit them? Where are the parents? Where's the father? But again, so they have a huge problem over there. But finally, they're doing something about it over there because, well, yeah.
Then on Friday, I made it clear that I was going against the parents who take and refuse to take responsibility to stop this kind of thing. I said they would face consequences, and I meant it. I talked about DC code.
Piro to parents, find something for kids to do.
And I want to reiterate, it is 22-811 that I am going to use to prosecute you for contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Parents, you are not a bystander in this crisis.
100%.
The taxpayers who are footing the bill by extra policing, cleaning up damaged property, suffering the effects of these illegal gatherings, whether it be noise or fights or robberies or chaos, are done.
Oh, see, there you go. Hero seized 32 guns over the weekend. This is a much bigger issue than, oh, the kids were at the mall and they were causing a disturbance. And the sad part is, like, we've seen it happen before where if you have these teen takeovers, it really impacts the local economy where you have a mall where it should bring you in a couple $1 million of sales a day, which is maybe 10% tax. That's, $100,000 of revenue for the city. When the teen takeover occurs, not only does it stop the city from getting that $100,000 that they need, it also makes it so these shoppers, your person going out there to buy a Gucci purse or to buy a Tesla, they're not going to go to the mall that constantly gets taken over by teens, bringing 32 guns there. It topples your economy in kind of a quieter way that you don't know it. Like, a long time ago, you weren't there. Or, there was two other guys, whatever. But the time the guy tried to stab me, right? Guy tried to stab me, and while the guy was trying, he was like slashing at me, I bumped into essentially an old lady, gets essentially body checked into a glass behind me. Now we were able to safely arrest and detain the guy. He didn't catch a huge beating, but he got arrested as he's trying to murder me. But I remember watching the camera, and I'm like, okay, I remember bumping into a lady as I'm trying not to die. She gets checked into the glass, falls down, gets up, and leaves. That person, one, is never going outdoors ever again. She's not going to a shopping mall. She saw a guy try to get stabbed by a bum, and also she kind of got, like, she fell on the ground. Oh, the lady, that probably hurt. She's never going out and shopping in person ever again, and she's probably telling lots of people in her world, her parents, or not her parents, her family, her kids, everybody, not to do it. And it's like, yeah, it only takes a couple people of that sharing the story of, like, did you hear how Ethel, like, she got hurt and there was like a big incident over at this mall? It's like, small incident spreads like the plague. Or that one time over at the big designer mall in the valley, where they were using hammers to break through the glass line to get to the I forgot what jewelry store it was. I forget which one. It was a Ben Bridge. But it's like they broke all the glass and people started sprinting because they thought it was a two-way incident. That mall became a literal graveyard for like the next month because everybody, even though it turned out to not be a mass incident at the shopping mall, people still thought it was, and it destroyed the entire economy. And it's like, yeah, that mall, the Topanga Mall over in the valley, the Topanga Mall has to bring in something like
A lot.
I'm guessing over $1 million of revenue a day, and at 9.75 tax rate in LA County, it's probably $100,000 for the city. One incident of junkies smashing, not junkies, of organized retail crime, people, kids breaking into that, robbed the city of probably $500,000 in a 1 month over the course of 1 month. We can't live like this.
And that doesn't even, account for the damages they cost to that mall and how much it costs to fix whatever they break.
Yeah, and the sad part is it just put out the message that you can do this level of thievery, probably stealing over $1 million of jewelry. They probably got light slaps on the wrist, and they're at it again. Like, there's no reason why they wouldn't. But yeah, it's a good thing that she's finally taken over. These just takeovers that seem benign, but they really harm your society.
Starting now, parents, you're paying the bills. And if you know where your teen is and what your teen is doing, and you allow them to continue their conduct and continue to allow them to flourish, then we're going to prosecute you.
Prison.
Wow.
And you can't just say, well, I really didn't know, I'm not so sure.
You make an example. Again, the justice system, our legal system isn't about justice. The legal system is about precedence. So it's not necessarily, hey, these teens took over a part of town and we're going to get them to be better for society. It's like, no, it's telling the rest of society, if you do this, there's going to be consequences. It's almost like a sacrifice of saying, we're not going to sacrifice society, we're going to sacrifice the criminal.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the way that our whole system's built on.
This is going to be a strict liability crime and a strict liability prosecution. Now, how am I going to do this? When teens are repeatedly violating the curfew, when they're repeatedly truant from school, when they possess alcohol or drugs, no matter how much, it doesn't mean that they have to be prosecuted.
Whoa, can't show him.
Depends a person in need of supervision or committing criminal offenses like we saw in Chipotle. We're coming for you.
And again, that Chipotle's done. I'm not shopping at that Chipotle knowing those kids are going to brawl, because it's like, all it takes is like a wood chair to hit you over the head, lightly graze you, like maybe hit you in the button. You may never be the same ever again. All because you wanted, hot honey chicken. Good Lord, have you had it? It's great. This is not an ad for Chipotle, but good God, it's great.
We're coming for your parents.
But also not worth a concussion.
If your teen, parents, is a curfew violator, you're subject to a $500 fine each and every time. Wow. And if there are crimes under contributing to the delinquency of a minor, you face up to 6 months in prison. And I am not shy about looking for jail time.
100%. This is a Donald Trump administration. Jeanine Pirro, I think she's going to throw the book at him, and good.
People of the district have had enough, and we do not want this increasing as these teens run wild through our neighborhoods.
Bam, a haymaker with a booster seat. Like,
yeah, she's very strict on crime. And the fact that she's going after the parents, not even the kids, which is good. The parents still need to talk to their kids and show them, show them the right way, if these kids even have parents, right?
Yeah. Well, it's like, I like the idea of keeping the parents accountable, because it's not just DC, we got fatigue with these certain people. It's like, no, everywhere is starting to charge the parents that are allowing their kids to do crazy stuff, because you have this, Orange County mom charging teen son's deadly e-bike crash, it appears in court, where I kind of I want to be more outdoorsy, right? And I saw a notice from my local PD saying, hey, you see these kids on the e-bikes. I don't know if they're around where you are, but I see these kids on e-bikes, and it's like, they're kind of a nuisance, and they're kind of like on the street, they're in danger. And I'm like, well, I'm an adult. I looked at, I think it was Best Buy, and it's like, hey, this is a cool bike. It's within the laws of, I think to be a class 2 e-bike, it can't go more than 20 miles an hour. So this e-bike I found was just like, max 19. It kind of looks a little like a motorcycle, but it's fun, and like e-assistance. Maybe I'll go out and enjoy the outdoors more. Looking at reviews over on YouTube, you can essentially jailbreak it and turn it into a motorcycle. You just push these buttons and that button, and then it turns your e-bike into a motorcycle that can do 50 miles an hour. Oof. And it's like, why is Best Buy selling this janky China e-bike that's like a little mini motorcycle that's gonna get somebody hurt? And it's like, this has to be addressed, and I like that they're finally going after the parents.
appearance today for the Orange County mother charged in connection with the deadly motorcycle crash that killed an 81-year-old man. Prosecutors say she was warned multiple times that her teen son was riding illegally.
Orange County reporter Bianca Bono live in Newport Beach with the details.
Newport Beach is like the wealthy part of Orange County. Orange County's wealthy. Newport Beach is like the Beverly Hills of Orange County.
Okay.
Yeah, it was the first time that we have seen Tommy Jo Major in court, and if convicted as charged, she faces more than 7 years in prison.
Good.
No comment from Tommy Jo Major as she walked out of court in Newport Beach, charged with involuntary manslaughter. Prosecutors say her 14-year-old son killed 81-year-old Ed Ashman while riding an e-motorcycle in Lake Forest. It happened last month.
I thought he was a veteran. Imagine being a veteran, serving in either Vietnam or World War II. Actually, it would have to be Vietnam now. World War II is a little bit too... 81, no. But it's like serving in a war, maybe Afghanistan, maybe Vietnam, and then getting taken out. Like surviving mortars, AR rounds over your head, and like IEDs, and then come out and getting taken out by some stupid kid on a freaking e-bike.
Outside of El Toro High School, where Ashman, a Vietnam War veteran, was a...
Vietnam vet. See, thanks. LPD or WPD Bill. I thought it was a veteran of some sort.
Substitute team.
Yeah, the most dangerous thing. He's flying a fighter aircraft, comes back from war, and gets taken out by an e-bike. She deserves all 9 years.
And just like they said, she has been spoken to multiple times about the kid being like a nuisance.
And they just think because the kids can't go to jail. I think the Democrat agenda is you don't ruin a kid's life for a mistake they made as a kid, but now we're seeing, but do you also sacrifice the lives of our veterans, 80 years old? Okay, yeah, you said you're 80 years old and you knew. Makes sense.
Orange County District Attorney Todd Spitzer says the teen was doing wheelies on the e-motorcycle when he hit Ashman and fled the scene.
Whether you like it or not, we're responsible for the conduct of our children.
Right away, Major was charged, but her charges were upgraded when Ashman later died. Spitzer said the case is especially egregious because last year, Major was warned by the Orange County Sheriff's Department.
We have her on body-worn camera talking about and understanding the dangers and the illegality of this particular vehicle.
Prosecutors say the vehicle involved was a Suron Ultra B, classified as a motorcycle, so it requires a motorcycle license and registration.
And that's the thing is, the bike that they sell on Best Buy, its factory settings is Class 2, so I don't need to wear a helmet as an adult. It only goes 19. It has a little tiny little like electric assistance. Like I rode my buddy's her e-bike, and it's like it goes maybe 10, but it's just kind of fun. You're just coasting around, and you can pedal faster. It's nice. This is not that. These bikes are super powerful, and I wouldn't feel safe with having that large of a battery just sitting underneath me from like China. It's all sketch.
Deadly crash. Investigators say Major claimed neither she nor her son had access to the e-motorcycle. Major, who posted her $100,000 bond, was set to be arraigned this morning, but the hearing was continued to late June. In a written statement, her attorney saying in part, Tommy Major is anguished over the terrible accident. She sends her deepest condolences and sorrow over this tragedy. This has been devastating for everyone. It is premature to make any other statement.
I mean, we've seen clips of, I don't know if, most probably in New York, where people on their bikes and they just, you know, they do a wheelie and they try to like juke a car. That's crazy.
Yeah, well, it's because they don't got anything better to do. Get them something productive to do. Sad to say, it is your responsibility as a parent.
The DA's office is unable to comment on what, if any, charges the teen is facing in this case. The victim, Ed Ashman's family, was also present in the courtroom today. Reporting live in Newport Beach, Bianca Bono, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Bianca, thank you.
And the sad thing is, it's not about, you can't bring him back. Unfortunately, he's gone. He's going to be gone forever. But it's about setting a precedent. Warning all the other parents, you cannot buy or even let your child have access to this e-bike because people are dying. Like I think there was this Newport Beach one. Is this the same one where it's like kind of by the it's by the pier where like he's riding around? He's like maybe by like the ice cream shop or something over there. Hits them and then he runs away or whatever. It's like this is something that they've been having an issue with for a long time. Like there's been a lot of kids on these bikes, like essentially terrorizing the community. Like even when I walk to like the little shopping plaza near me, it's like I see the kids zooming around on their bikes on the street, and I don't want to be an old boomer like, oh, kids get off the street. But it's like I think Nah, I think some of these guys are gonna get hurt. Like they're on the street on a bike that can do 40, and they're like on their phone too. And I'm like, they don't understand what they're doing. The parent has to step in.
It's like back then you're more worried about your kid riding a bicycle and getting hit by like a car. And now it's like almost the opposite. You're worried about your kid on an electric bicycle doing something stupid and end up like causing like an accident.
Well, the sad part is it was like it attracts a certain level of, I don't want to say like criminality, but I remember I was at a basketball court not too far away from me, and I have a buddy. He's from a nicer area, so he doesn't like. I kind of feel like when I'm around here, I encounter a lot of people that don't know about like, hey, that guy's setting up to rob you. I can see him. Or when I left the fancy mall nearby where I live, 1,000,000%, and other people wouldn't pick up on this, but I'm there and I have a fancy watch on, and I see these two black guys. And they're coming in the mall at the same time as me, and I see them. And then I'm going through the different places, and then I see them again. And I'm like, doesn't mean anything, right? So then when I'm going back, because, you know, you do like a circle on a mall, and you go outside the department store you came in, I'm there again, and I'm shopping in a men's section, and I see them again. I'm like, I've seen them 3 times, and they're looking at me. So what I do is I just kind of make eye contact with them so they know that I'm aware of their presence. And as they leave the store, they're looking back the entire time. And I'm like, oh, they're setting up on me. So I wait. I use the restroom. I just kind of hang out for a while. Then I go out essentially through the fire escape. And as I come out, another dude is sitting there waiting outside the main entrance where the parking lot is for me to exit. And I'm like, the fuck? So I see him. I'm not going to say what I had. Had something, made it very clear. And then he sees me, goes out to a car, and I exit through a side way, and I'm like, so many people, and I haven't asked a buddy that works at the shopping mall. I'm like, hey, are there like follow home robberies here? And they say, oh no, there's a big problem because there's a designer stores in that mall of follow out robberies. I'm like, they were setting up on me 1,000,000%, and I'm like, see, a lot of people don't understand that. So what I'm originally saying is, I was at a basketball court, and my buddy was vaping. He has like an expensive vape. We're putting it on a bench. We're playing. He's vaping. Probably not the best combination. But these kids on e-bikes, they're doing circles, and he's not paying attention. I'm like, these fucking kids. They're kids. They're on their e-bike. They're watching you. They're waiting for us to... I've seen it happen many times. They're waiting for us to go down on the other side of the court, and they're going to jack your vape and ride away on their bikes. And I'm like, see... They couldn't do that if they didn't have e-bikes. Like, we could chase them down. We're adults, they're kids, but it's like the e-bikes are offering something. Recording won't do anything. I would say recording does do something because then it lets them know that you're more likely to be able to follow up with like a police report or something. But honestly, I would say is what it would do is if they're gonna rob you, like they think it's worth it, they're gonna rob you no matter what. But then also what do you call it? It would just up the opportunity for them to be confrontational with you. Like I would say, when I worked in security, you work over in like a poor area that attracts, I don't know how to say it, like
mid-class?
No. Like I would say there was a certain gang. I'll just say it. In Oxnard. I was in Oxnard for a little bit, very small bit. Oxnard gangbangers and people that are from the area, they know what the exact gang this is. If you're just like there and you're just watching over something, they don't say nothing to you. They'll just walk up and brandish. They won't say nothing. They're just like, hey, look, they're just gonna brandish, and it's like almost a thing. I'm like, okay, I know you're gonna kill me. Like I know you're gonna harm me because that's how it is. Like they're just different mentality. Like over in Oxnard, Camarillo, they even have something called a gang injunction. So if you are of that ethnicity, you cannot have Cowboys gear. You cannot wear Nike Cortezes. If you have that and you have prior affiliation with the gang, they can just arrest you on the spot. That's how bad the gangs are over in that area. It's not, you've heard of Oxnard onion fields. No, it's strawberry fields. So they have the strawberry fields, and what happens is, around a certain part of the year when they have the Strawberry Festival, a lot of undocumented individuals will go to Oxnard, work the strawberry farms, and what it is, and you can interview guys you arrest. They have an X amount of dollars they're trying to send back in remittance back home to Mexico, so if they don't make that dollar amount while they're there, they're just going to start committing crimes. So it's like, not being racist, that's the thing that happens over there. But over in Inglewood, I also did security over there. If you're just like, not even looking at somebody, you just happen to be there and you see somebody, they will get very ghetto and loud and say how much they're gonna beat you up. And I'm like, see, I can tell you're gangbanging. I can tell you're even wearing colors when that's not even really the thing right now. they'll get in your face and make a huge scene, and I'm like, see, I don't think you're gonna punch me. You're being too loud and trying to be too posture, like you're like a foghorn leghorn from Looney Tunes. I don't know. You're making a big spectacle of it, and I'm like, see, you're a pufferfish. The guy that was gonna harm me was just gonna do it. He wasn't gonna add an enhancement of saying he was gonna do it. Yeah, 2-Bit Gangsta. I mean, I feel like they're actual gangbangers, but I just don't think if you were gonna peacocking, yeah. If you were gonna fight me, you would do it. You wouldn't make a spectacle out of it. And also, I've heard about it like with the one time the white kids were like, it looks like they're gonna steal something, and I was watching them, and the one kid runs up on me, white kid, and starts saying the N-word to me.
I wasn't there for
and
that.
my other buddy, the other guy is a black guy, and he's a big buff black guy. He didn't square with him. He squared up with me and called me the N-word, which was very, very puzzling. And I remember, I forgot what I said to him, but then it was going there because it was like, okay, like, this isn't something we can resolve with words. Like, this is getting weird. And then he said, I'm gonna sue you if you touch me. And I was like, wait. First you were a white guy calling me a racial slur, and now you're a white guy with your daddy's a lawyer.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care which one you are. Just pick a lane. You're either gangster and we're gonna fight, or your daddy's a lawyer and we don't fight. Just communicate to me which one you are. The whole like, I'm both, and I'm gangster fluid. I'm trans gangster. Like, just stop it. I hate it. Yeah. Yeah, crime, nothing, just fun, yeah. The reason why all small electric vehicles are popular amongst problematic youth is because they can move from one place to another place very fast, making dealing very easy. Probably, yeah, it's like because they don't have to, they can get away from you super fast, and they can escape consequences. But I mean,
again, the electric bike seems like a fun thing to do, or like getting students or high school students from one point to another with faster, you know.
Well, I just know my niece, right before she got her driver's license, she's like, I really want an e-bike, and they're too expensive. They're like, some of them can be $1,000, and I was like, no, we're not gonna like put in to get you a fancy e-bike because you're gonna get a car soon. Like, once you get the car, you're never gonna want to bike again. And I was just thinking, I'm like, I actually would have fun out of that, like just riding a bike and being out there. But it's like now knowing what they really are, and it's like, you know what, it doesn't seem worth it. Like, I don't want to be. I'm getting older. I don't want to be the old guy wearing the spandex suit with the bike or whatever, because we see them a lot over here. And I'm like, see, I'm not trying to get run over by a road rager. I'm just trying to like find something enjoyable that isn't me playing video games or like buying shit I don't need. E-bikes are getting a bad word now. Anybody that's spamming over and over mods, if you hear, just ban them. I don't care. If they say the same thing more than once, I don't care. Just ban them. You can use a bike without the suit, man, but no, guys, I think it's a slippery slope. Like me, I can't get into something a little bit. Like, what is it? I was like, oh, cool. Pokemon cards are a thing. I bought a Pokemon card, and now I'm like fully in it, guys. I'm fully. I got all the fancy cards now. Like I have an addictive personality. I can never dip my toe into something. I'm telling you right now. If I get like a beach cruiser, a year in, I'm gonna be all like spandexed out and riding in the mornings or whatever. I'm like, oh, guys,
go extreme.
Yeah, it's so bad. 8 years for you on an e-bike, okay? Wait, exactly, Decoy. Don't fall for the old people things. I mean, I just see them all out there, and I'm like, first when I like walked out there and I saw the guys on bikes, I'm like, oh, these losers or whatever. Like they're out there, like, get a life or whatever. But then I see them later on, I'm like, that's kind of cool. They're like in their 30s, or they're not 30s. They're in their 40s or 50s, and they're very healthy. They're getting outdoors and they're having conversation. I'm like, that's kind of cool. Like, they have a social network. It's just me alone. I'm like, maybe I would get into that. And it's like, see, it's a slippery slope, guys. What is it? Yeah. All right, so Don Lemon his career is not going how the way he thought it was going to be. It's so ridiculous.
I cannot understand, and maybe you can explain it to me, how anyone could be black and be a MAGA supporter right now with what has happened.
I cannot understand how anybody can be a certain ethnicity and not be owned by the political party that apparently owns me.
Especially with what before that for me, but what has happened with voting rights in this country and what they're doing, I don't.
What law says they can't vote? Is there? Again, the soft bigotry of low expectations. They want voter ID, and they're going after black people, and it's like, what? How'd you correlate those two unless you have a bigotry of saying they are less than?
I don't get it. I don't know. And some people are defending it, even black MAGA, black folks, black lawmakers. Like, what? Look, it's similar to the log cabin Republicans. You know,
wait, what are log cabin Republicans? You know what that is?
No,
it's an autofill. Log cabin kits and log cabin syrup, then log cabin Republicans. They are the largest organization representing LGBT conservatives and allies. Oh yeah, there's a huge. What they didn't want to tell you in the media is when Donald Trump was running for president, both the first term and the second term, there were huge gays for Trump movements in like Los Angeles area. And it's like, yeah, because a lot of them don't fall for the thing of like, they're going to come after us and they're going to throw us in prison and outlaw us and get rid of marriage. It's like, do you guys not know that President Donald Trump was the first president ever to come into office being for gay marriage? Obama had to become for gay marriage after becoming in office. So it's
Biden was like that, no?
No, it's like because he's been in office forever. And it's like, no, because Donald Trump was the first.
Oh,
so
okay,
it's like,
okay.
But the idea is Donald Trump is a 1990s Democrat, but they think, oh, because the word D is next to their name, they must own all the minorities. It's like the fear-mongering is all they have.
I see how Republicans, how gay Republicans, or gay people can be part of a party that doesn't even believe that they should exist, that doesn't believe that they are, I guess, deserving of the rights of every American.
Again, fear-monger.
Who said that? No, I don't know. Never said that.
But I do know people that believe this. They hear it, and it's like, oh, I don't know how MAGA conservatives are against us, but I know they're against us. It's like, yeah, what rights did they lose in the first administration? What rights have they lost during the second administration? If you don't know what they are, then you're just believing these boogeyman stories. And here they are perpetuating it, saying, hey, I don't understand how anybody would not be under the veil of our propaganda, but let's keep on moving that way. That's why you're not on CNN anymore. That's why you're on this bootleg, dusty-ass Don Lemon Show podcast. That's why you look like a TikToker right now, interviewing people, showing them Sonic the Hedgehog memes, and it's like, yeah, you used to be the face of CNN, and now you look like you're I get more views than you, you idiot. Why do you think nobody's buying what you say anymore? It's regarded.
I don't get that, and I just don't understand how MAGA, there are black MAGA. Look, there's black MAGA. I don't know if you remember during, I think it was 24 election or whatever.
How dare they want lower costs of living? How dare they want strong border laws, and they want people that come over here illegally to be sent and be arrested when they commit crimes? How dare they want the law to be enforced and for me not to be taxed out the ass so I can pay for more immigrants to live in the Pakistani hotel in New York City? How dare they think for themselves and not just be afraid of their own shadow?
People are talking young, black, and MAGA. So,
yeah.
Wait, what? I mean, there are words that I just won't say here. But I think it's inappropriate. I will say,
yeah, because it was about to be racist. It was about to be racist, and he knows it.
Self-hating is one term that I would use for it. Naive is another term that I would use for it.
And here's the thing: it's one thing that these liberals or these people, they hate more than the whites or the people that they can't control just because of the thing. Like I talked about how a long time ago, worked in security. I'm there with one of my employees. Big buff black guy, and we're actually working in Inglewood at the time, walking around this store, and then random black lady sees us, panics. I don't know how she spotted us. Well, she probably shoplifts all the time, so she knows what the gig is. We're like wearing regular clothes. In her purse, dumps out a bunch of the store's merchandise, goes outside. She's yelling at us. Oh, she's cursing at us and stuff like that. We're just flabbergasted because we weren't watching it. We were just walking around like, that was weird. And then the store gets a phone call, which is from her, and I answer the phone. Now, oddly enough, people say I sound like a black guy over the telephone. I answer the phone. I'm like, oh, thank you for calling the store or whatever. And then she starts yelling at me as if I'm the black guy that worked in the thing. And then she's like, that Asian MF, blah, blah, blah. And she's saying all these racial slurs about Asian guy or whatever. And I'm like, okay, whatever. Like, she's yelling at me. And then all of a sudden she says, but you, it's worse because you're black. Oh, she said a different word that even though I sound like it, I cannot say the word. Which is like, it's worse because you're that. You are their slave. Oh, you're their uncle this. Blah, blah, blah. You work for the white man. Said all these things to me, and I was like, I can handle the whole like Asian slur, talking about my eyes or whatever. Like she can say all these things, but I was like, yo, I'm hurt. Like she's saying these things how I belong. Well, she said it's because I'm the house version and I'm in the house. Just because they allow me in the house doesn't mean I'm this thing. And she's really breaking it down. I'm like, her racism towards her own color, because her own color wasn't also shoplifting and being a degenerate to society, was far worse than any racism she could have gone to the white people. They sit there and they do this and they wonder, how come we don't own these people? We treat them so well.
You know what I never understood too in when it comes to African American is the point where they try to make you feel bad for trying to make your life better, or not supporting whatever they support, or going against a certain race, because I don't get it. I don't get it. Again, I'm not African American. I'm African. So every time someone tries to push that ideology towards me, I kind of just like, what are you doing? I'm from a different country. I'm trying to make my life better. It has nothing to do with the other race.
Well, I think it's one of those things where it's like, I don't identify because we have the same shade of color. I identify with, like, you know, makers and takers, law-abiding citizens and non-law-abiding citizens. Oh, thank you for the sub, Mall Street. But the thing is, like what someone said, crabs in a bucket. It's very much that. But also, Bathwater said she ran through her race iceberg for her, and I think it was projection. It was just this whole thing of like, I've heard all these racial comments. They hurt me. Now I'm gonna turn these things that I know hurt me onto you because I know it. Like it strikes us at a more core level, and I'm like, and you wonder why we don't identify with each other. Like I remember the first time hired you, kind of brand new, and you were the first arrest we made with me, you, and M. Yeah. And the guy happened to be, he wasn't even like, he was very light-skinned black. Yeah. But then he yelled his racial slurs at me, yelled his racial slurs at my Hispanic employee. Then his racial slurs towards you were far worse because he thought you were Ethiopian for whatever reason.
Yeah. He was trying to make me feel bad for doing my job. I'm like, I'm doing my job. I didn't do anything. I'm just trying to make my life better. I'm like, yeah, look at this. Yes, look at this. We're brothers. We're brothers. You can't be doing this. I'm like, what are you talking about, man?
Because he thought he owned you. He thought because you guys look the same, you don't even look the same way. It's like because you guys are categorized in a bubble on a Scantron the same way. Hey, I own you. Don't you realize? Let me steal from you. Because here's the thing: it's you versus him. Either you're good at your job and we keep on employing you because you keep theft down, or you are a good, loyal minority and you let me steal because I'm good for nothing. I provide nothing to society. He was Junkie Jr. because I remember him. We saw him in the beginning. He looked like any like high school student or whatever. Maybe smokes a lot of pot and has his little afro and he's just kind of whatever. And as time went on, I think I saw him with dreads. He's very, very unique. Like he's a very big guy. Maybe 5 years later, we saw him. Yeah. And it's like he was fully junkie. And sad to say, it's kind of rare to see black junkies in that area. So I was like, he stood out, and I'm like, yeah. So we saw him at the tip of the iceberg of him and his descent into, I don't want to say madness, but it's like, yeah, he honestly thought you owed something more to him, Junkie Jr., or freshman junkie, first year junkie, than he would a law-abiding citizen. It's like, okay, yeah, you have gainful employment, and now he's on the street. Yeah, it's pure tribalism.
Milder term would be pick me, is another term that I would use for it.
It's calling black people pick me. Huh? Just call black people pick me.
A pick me. I think they talk about girls like oh she's a pick me girl. All she's doing is try to like, you know, be the favorable one. It's like, how dare you say someone's a pick me by saying, hey, I don't want high crime. I don't think that the Democrats have been a net positive for the black community, and also I don't want my tax dollars when I go to my job to go to someone that got a degree in liberal arts, underwater basket weaving. I don't think my blue collar job should go to be paying off of your degree.
Like if I was gonna be like a devil advocate, yeah, I would say even if he's gonna make some solid point, he should make some solid points on why his view or his own ideology should be looked at, and not make it a race thing and more of a general population thing. But his specific, maybe because he's just trying to talk to, you know, his race.
He's scripting. It's scripting.
It doesn't make any sense. Even if you're trying to specify to this, you know, black people, you should state why you think, you know, being in this political party is not the best and not trying to like force them like, yeah, you're stupid for doing this.
Well, the thing is though, is he's not. The veil is he's talking to young black men, but the reality is he's talking to educated white liberal women. That's his target demographic, because the only thing they have right there is like, okay, yeah, when you were on TV, you had the most trusted name in news. That was your point of privilege, point of power, talking to everybody. Oh, we're the mainstream media. We have all this backing. Of course, we're going to tell you the truth. Now he's just some guy with a janky-ass podcast. His point of privilege, his point of power is, I'm a black man. That's it. That's why you need to listen to him. That's all he has. So it's like, we're talking to you as black men. Here's our lived experience. And other black guys that don't agree with us, that's why you have to listen to us, because they have no... They're pick-me people. It's like, yeah, they're trying to get... We know educated white woman that would buy the book White Fragility or Anti-Racist Baby, and they would buy all those stuff, and it's like, because they're like, oh, stop talking and listen to black voices. They think just because you're black, you have some sort of authority over them. It's like, that's who they're talking to. And the sad part is, you throw everything out the window when you see these people. I think this is the janky ass black guy that used to have his own CNN show, and the black woman that used to have MSNBC show. This is their retirement tour. Like, they have nothing. But here they are saying, he's saying, why don't the Democrats own all you guys? And now they're saying, this is why the Democrats own us.
I can't stand JD Vance. Let's just be clear. There's nothing he could do. He could literally rescue my cat out of a burning building, and I would still hate JD Vance. Wow. I can't stand.
Yeah, because I would vote against my Bo Censure. They're laughing. It's a joke of saying, even if they did something positive for me, I would still hate them. And the sad part is, I even on this show talked about how Governor Gavin Newsom, he passed a bill outlawing cat declawing. You know?
What was that?
Cat declawing is like, some people, if they want a cat, but you see my cat, he's clawing everything up, man. That's just what he does. And I get angry at him, but apparently that's when they're happy. Like, they see you and they claw the carpet, or sometimes he comes in the office and he's just like putting his claws and stuff, and apparently that's when he's happy. So I'm like, okay, cool. He's an older cat. I'm gonna give him this enjoyment. Some people don't want that, so they put him through a very, very painful surgery and take out their claws, and now they don't have one of the things that brings them happiness. It's minuscule. It's small, but I like it. And I'm like, you know what? New scam. You're wrong 99% of the time, but you had it dead on. Congratulations. I like it. Thank you, Governor Gavin Newsom, for outlawing cat declawing.
Yeah.
She's sitting there saying, even if they did something that was objectively good for me, I would still hate them, because they're owned. She is owned by the Democrat Party, that if there's something Republicans do in her best interest, she would rather pay higher gas prices. She would rather be going to war in Ukraine. She would rather be having people coming over the border that end up murdering her neighbors. She would rather have that. She is owned by the Democrats so hard, it's impossible for her to understand sometimes the other side is good.
If that's not like pure hatred, I don't know what it is then.
Yeah, and it's like, they say, why do them, they're pick-me's. This is the ultimate pick-me level of like how much the Democrats own you, and it's sad because they don't even realize how much essentially they're snitching on themselves. They're like, these people are low information because they're black Republicans. When they're like, I hate somebody so much, even if they do something good for me, I'm against it. What is it? These are the two most miserable women alive. I mean, I think The View is the most miserable people alive, because they really have to try to figure out how to propagandize something for someone with a shoe-sized IQ of how MAGA and Trump are bad, when I don't think they believe everything they say. That's the same thing I think about, who's the guy? Alex Jones, Ben Shapiro, Andrew Tate. I think all these guys out there that are hardcore one side of the spectrum, they don't believe everything they say, but they have, not necessarily a grift, because they believe it, but I think it's like they have something they gotta endorse so hard that they know that they don't believe everything they say, but they have to play the role so much, they just have to double down no matter what.
Just performing. They just have to
performative activism.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, so there's this guy. I want to cover him because he's so ridiculous and it's funny. But also, I think we should cover a couple of these things. Like, Talking about performative activism. I don't even know what this is. Waypoint. Who's a celebrity? Does anybody even chat and know who this person is? But it's like,
in the world. But like
they're against capitalism so bad. It's actually kind of funny. Actually, sad.
My rant is that capitalism is the greatest evil in the world. But like the people that are like, oh, but like, don't you enjoy the nice things? Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, you are right. As you're indoors, having nicely cut hair, perfectly put on makeup, a very, very fancy wardrobe, and people fawning over you. That's a little like embodiment of capitalism.
Yes, I do. And also, I would be okay with it if it meant that more people in the world could live without oppression. Like, hello.
Oh, she doesn't get it.
Well, here's the thing is, every single person that's a socialist, anti-capitalism, they can all make a commune in their local environment. Because I'm guessing she's not the richest, or she's not the poorest person wherever she lives. She can just go home in her little city block, say, okay, let's all pull our resources together. I'm gonna become a little bit more poor, but we're gonna bring people out of oppression. She could do it. The simple fact that she's not makes you know it's all BS. Because you have this, I guess, Waypoint Neon, whatever the heck this is. Does anybody know? Yeah, nicely cut hair. I would say it's nicely cut hair because it's on purpose.
Yeah.
If she looked like a bum with hair everywhere, like me, I haven't had a haircut in a while. I could see how you're not enjoying the fruits of capitalism. Obviously, I am, but it's like the idea that they don't mean what they say. Like someone put out here, oh, red carpet celebrity slam capitalism, and also put it aligned with how much they're worth.
Just about capitalism. Oh my God.
What five?
Wow.
Yeah, she could bring a lot of people out of poverty. Go to Cuba, go to Haiti, go to anywhere, but doesn't actually believe it. It's all, again, it's just virtue signaling.
That's a long list.
Oh,
It makes me wonder if they actually really understand the pure meaning of capitalism. I don't think they do.
I don't think they do. I think it's a grift. It's just part of what they say. They have to recite these talking points because they're a bad person. And I'm not gonna sit here and air out somebody in particular, but it's a YouTuber I actually enjoy. Like, did a lot of technology content. It's probably one of the main reasons I bought a Tesla. Just her reviews of it was great. But then she became someone that was into like real estate, and she has a. This doesn't dox anybody. A lot of people have Airbnbs that are over in the Coachella area. So it's like, had an Airbnb over there, charged an insane rate during Coachella. But since she's like, oh, I'm Kamala, I'm Team Kamala, I'm a socialist, all that stuff. Like, what she's seen, she really caters to that group of people. But it's like, she's now become wealthy beyond her imagination as a property owner. So it's like, she's trying to court the same group of people that think that property manager isn't a real job. So obviously her chat is blowing up on her. Like, how dare you charge like $3,000 during Coachella? That's capitalism. And they're all getting on it. So she has to address it. No, guys, I operate at a loss. I have to pay my people a living wage. I'm like, yeah, I don't think you pay. One, show the receipts on how much you're paying your people. But two, you're never gonna get these people off your back. They're always gonna hate you because you're a wealthy landowner right now. And even though you try to say, I'm a person of the people, it's like, because you're just going through the motions of trying to cater to these people, when obviously they're gonna hate you no matter what, but they can't get away from it because, one, they've pushed away all their fans that would understand, hey, you worked really hard. Really hard. It took you a long time to buy that house. I've seen you built it up the ground up, renovate it. You provide a good service out there in the Coachella Valley. Get your bag. That's awesome. But no, when you cater to all these socialist people, you're always going to do it. But it's just a grift. It's just you saying the right things to try to get them to cancel you a little slower. Yeah, multi-millionaire, but hate capitalism. Exactly. Let's bet she has an illegal as her landscaper. I wouldn't be surprised because you hear these people always saying oh, I pay X amount of dollars for the cleanup fee, but I'm like, the cleanup fee seems like a lot, but it's still not enough for that person to be your equal. If you're all about living wages and everything, and you're about socialism, and you want the DSA candidate to win in LA, how come you, the millionaire YouTuber, doesn't let your landscaper or your cleaning lady also be a millionaire status? Do you believe in socialism? No, you just want to virtue signal it.
The only people that really benefit are the top 0.003%.
It says the top 0.003%.
Talking about themselves. Who was that on that social media girl that was like, oh, we hate the wealthy, we hate the rich, or whatever? She was
Was it a musician? Was it during an award? I know some.
No. It was I think it's
Snore.
Who is it? Was it Pokimane or Valkyrie with Jason Eat the Rich?
She made a statement.
Pokimane? Everybody's saying Pokimane. Where's the video? Oh my god, it's Pokimane Eat the Rich. No, she's like, yeah, here it is.
Bro.
I can't find the real video. It's just I just have Asmongold's video. We'll play that one instead. But play the rest of this and then have this. This is what's his name?
It's an actor.
I like him. He was in Atlanta. He was good.
Yeah.
It's very simple. It's just way too imbalanced. There's no way you need to have all that damn money if people out here and can't eat.
Says the guy wearing gems.
I think it's the point where they don't. First of all, if they accept, like, yes, I worked hard to get where I am. I think other people should deserve the opportunity to be there as well and work hard. See the fruit of your labor, which some of these people did.
Worked hard.
Yeah. But the fact they're just like ignoring that side and just cater to a specific side, why they reap the benefit of of being wealthy is just stupid.
Well, it's like he's wearing a Dior shirt. He's wearing his like $500 shirt, telling people in like Walmart or thrifted shirts, oh, attack the millionaires. Because people always forget, if we instituted socialism, it would make us more like the homeless guy on the street and less like Elon Musk. He thinks socialism is going to make him more like Elon Musk. He wants to have a villain while literally wearing the brand in front of your face. It's literally, they just think you're too dumb to notice.
The unfairness of the entire system.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Six. At least he's kind of doing it smart, looking like he works in the valet. Like, but yeah, it's this video here. It's not Asmongold. It's Pokimane. I think I'll play it though.
That's what she broke. It's embarrassing, bro. It's so fucking cringe. I don't know why somebody would say this or act this way. It'd be fun. Trying to say this one to say it all comes off gains.
Play the
her
video
too. She been doing it. Understand? One of the.
Oh my god! He never plays the video. What is it? Yeah.
How much is Pokimane? Is she worth a lot of money?
She's a millionaire.
Oh, she's a millionaire.
Well, all these streamers make over 6 figures a month, I think.
Oof.
Where is this video? I can't even find it. It's like, and Google search is like terrible, right?
Maybe they took it down. Probably.
She probably could have DMCA'd it from everybody. But she's on a boat.
In France? I'm guessing it's...
I don't know. She's on a boat with another millionaire streamer saying, eat the rich. And he's like, oh, aren't you the rich? And he's like, oh, no, like the uber wealthy. And it's like, you are the uber wealthy. Well, I can't find the video.
She's calling herself, indirectly calling herself poor. Why she travels around the world.
She's just reciting talking points that she doesn't understand. That's what it always is. Like, it's like they don't actually believe in the things they're saying. It's just, hey, don't cancel me. I'm on your side. It's like when you get all your talking points from essentially like Hassan Piker, that's also not living, like not practicing what he preaches. That's how you get these people that are very, very uneducated in what they are.
I think it is. Sometimes it's like some of these people started like everyone else. Well, not everyone knows, but some of people started from like your general trying to survive individual, and eventually they make it, but they're still trying to cater to that general surviving people while they're living extremely large. I think that's what it is.
Well, it's like they just think you're too stupid to realize it. Like they're like a walking contradiction. I want to dismantle the system that I benefit from, but also I'm not the helm of it. It's Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. It's like, honestly, I think Jeff Dye has like the best, he's got his poster here. Jeff Dye has the best joke about homeless. It's like, I don't hate the homeless, but I also don't hate Jeff Bezos, because when I get on the bus, it's not that I'm worried about Jeff Bezos stabbing me. I'm worried about a homeless guy stabbing me. And it's like, yeah, exactly. Like the person that impacts your life more positively is like Jeff Bezos, where it's like, hey, what did I want? I wanted a multivitamin that I would get. Target didn't have it nearby me. Jeff Bezos gets it to me by 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you, Jeff Bezos. A homeless guy has never provided that service for me. Oh, here it is, yeah.
Do you think someday we'll have a revolution like that in America?
I'm sorry, if a revolution happens,
I don't even think she knows what what a revolution looks like.
Yeah.
Right? It's getting there, right? We already have one. Another one.
What's going on?
The wealth disparity is getting bad.
Yeah, COVID did that.
Wage gap, I hate that shit.
No wealth disparity.
Wealth disparity.
Wage gap is like between men and
Oh, yeah.
women. Men and
He tried to say wage gap, so he was trying to lean into her like into feminism. I'm on your side. I don't like the guys make more money than girls. See, it's like a woke Olympics here. Who can be the most social media Hollywood approved statements at once?
women, we love each other.
Men and
we
women.
hate the rich.
We hate the rich.
Chase the rich.
Too much.
Aren't you the rich?
No. Like the ultra rich, the ultra giga rich.
Yeah, you're at your job on a boat on camera, like a million people hanging out having fun, and you don't consider yourself
rich,
fortunate, the well off.
The
You have to
unnecessarily
clarify.
rich.
They're gonna clip that, and then it's gonna make you look bad.
Yeah.
You gotta say the billionaires.
The
Because you are rich.
Because that's what AOC did. Exactly. Bernie Sanders did. It's like, yeah, when I wasn't a millionaire, eat the rich, but when I become a millionaire, it's eat the billionaires. It's like a script for idiots.
The Bezos.
You can't be saying that.
I'm rich in friendship.
Yes.
I'm rich in
Do you
friendship.
think
Yeah,
someday-
it is
Of
so
course.
bad, but people eat this up though, man. Like they buy her, what is it, the cookies that were like, I don't
Oh,
even
she
know.
sells products.
They always sell it's all about merchandising your product and being the thing. It's like
But I hate capitalism. But yeah, buy my cookies. It's $3.99. It's affordable. You could spend $3.99.
And here's the thing: is like I think Hassan's an idiot, but I also think I wish I thought of that grift earlier. What do you mean? I could have been a multi-millionaire living in a mansion and having all like just sitting on my computer chair for 6 hours a day and eating Uber Eats, stealing content. Like I wish I thought of that first, grifting off of socialism. You mean there's enough idiots to pay me $5 a month so I can be a millionaire off it? Like,
wow.
I don't want to be an evil person, but let's be clear. We all think he's an idiot, but if we can play an idiot on the internet and become a multi-millionaire, I think we'd probably take that job. We take that gig. We do it. I'm counting on 5. Okay, we got to talk about this right now. Do you know this guy, Justin Pearson? Have you ever seen him?
No.
It'll be funny if you can watch him for the first time. So here he is. This is a person in not the state senate. I don't think it's the state senate. I think he's a state representative. So he's in Congress for Tennessee, inside Tennessee, not in DC, representing Tennessee. If that makes any sense.
Mr. Chairman, you have 2 ayes, 7 nays.
Hated exchange between.
The noes prevail. House bill.
Let me restart this. So he represents Tennessee. Let me turn this up.
So is running? Is a politician?
No, I think he's a small-time politician over in Tennessee. He's in Nashville, so he represents the state. So it's like you have your people that work in DC, and then you have the people inside the state. It's kind of complicated, but they're having a little exchange.
Mr. Chairman, you have 2 ayes, 7 nays.
Between Justin Pearson and Austin Farmer, intense confrontation.
The noes prevail. House Bill 1392.
Everybody's yelling. He's like, no. He's pointing his fingers like, this is third world shit.
Yeah,
man.
these. You don't know what this. He could punch him right there.
Yeah, and it's like you don't want that, but he wants you to think I'm gonna punch you, and he's not putting across the message he wants it. It's like I'm willing to fight for my constituents. It's like no, I have self-regulation issues. I don't know how to control myself enough to not take a swing at a guy because we disagree. We elect you into office so you can convince the other party to vote on behalf of what I think my citizens want, not when I lose my shit, I fight people. This is not what we need.
Like out of context, like if you're not paying attention, you think he's making like a violent threat against him.
He wants you to think that. He wants you to be afraid of not being aligned with his political values. Is stand up fast, yeah, you square up with him. Like maybe that's just present mentality. It's like, I think you square up, it's like I'm not gonna be threatened by you.
No, sir. No, sir.
In the set, I think it's a grift. I think he wants to get arrested. I think he wants to get pulled out to say, oh, they kicked me out of Congress because I'm too real, because I fight for you guys. Like, no, he doesn't actually have a way to convince him in the conventional sense, in the political sense. So he has to be this wild and ghetto person because that's all he has. Ha ha ha, he showed him exactly.
Don't you ever come out and get in my face.
Don't you ever come? What? Why?
What was the speech before that?
regardless of what the speech, maybe he made fun of his mother or his family, whatever he's saying, it doesn't matter. This is not how, look at this guy back here. He's so disgusted. He's like, how did this guy get elected in office? Oh, he's cussing at him.
Wow.
Come on, Justin, you're okay. We love you.
Oh, we love you. They're clapping for him, but someone said, "Why is this girl walking around with carrying this this scarf like a title belt?"
Even if he wants to prove a point, he doesn't have to go to that person's face. You can stand right there and scream however you want to scream and curse however you want to curse.
Well, it's the sad thing is like he knows his voter base has to be low IQ to vote for him in office, so he has to keep on catering to him because this is the same guy. I think he was in it's still Tennessee. But he was yelling at a state trooper where it's like, he's not a man of the people. He's a working man, and he's trying to call him boy. Him holding his hands up like this is him being submissive to him, which you shouldn't want to do it. Because you want him to kind of fear you. You want him to say, hey, I'm a state trooper. I don't care if you elected in Congress or state Congress. I can still arrest you. You still adhere to laws. You're not over the law because you're an elected official.
What's wrong with you?
See, we both know it. Once you embolden him, once you let him get away with it one time, he's gonna keep on doing it because he's trying to. He's like a Twitch streamer. He's farming for clips. He's farming content. He wants to go viral.
What's wrong with you? You stupid mother.
It sounds like somebody pushed the fire alarm too. But it's like, yeah, this is him, and it's like, do you know this about him? Pearson in 2016 versus Pearson in 2026. Wait, I thought his name was Farmer. Oh no, that's the other guy. Wait, Pearson is, he's a black guy. So here, you got him.
Justin J. Pearson, and I'm running for president of BSG. There are a few reasons that we're running this campaign this year. One has to do with representation. How can we represent all voices?
I want to hear what he has to say. He seems like he's a well-put-together guy who has some ideas. Let's see what happens after we vote for him.
This is in a conversation. I wanted to do this by partnering with organizations from the Bowdoin Democrats to the Bowdoin Republicans. I want to bring together different voices, dissenting voices, voices that may be more liberal or more...
He's emulating Obama right now.
Yeah.
Conservative, in order that we can reach a point of sort of the radical middle.
Here, you've had 3 strikes laws, mass incarceration, denied us of who we are, and we are still here.
He grew a fro, grew the little goatee, and now he thinks he's like he talks like he's a civil rights leader.
You ever seen that meme that says before you get the job and after you get the job?
The only majority black district from us, but I want you to know.
And that's what you know. The whole, I have a majority black district. He's catering to the lowest common denominator, which is like, I liked MLK. He's like MLK.
And I want my nephew, sons, and the future to know, no matter what you do, no matter how much you try and break us and make us bend and make us quit, we will still be here.
Even the guy behind him is kind of rolling his eyes. He's like, oh, okay, yeah.
What was the cost for that?
Nice
anger?
And the funny part is, they say he still hasn't left it. He went back and forth, and he keeps on doing it.
We demand justice, equality, and fairness in Shelby County, Fayette County, McNair.
See, he has nothing. There's no substance behind it because when he doesn't, he has to call you boy, cuss you out, or like put his finger in your face. He has nothing.
County, Williamson County, make it 15, 16, 17 counties. It don't matter.
So you aren't just going to be campaigning in Shelby County or in District 9, the former District 9. So what is your strategy now as you follow along this new District 9?
Absolutely. We have to go everywhere. I mean, one of the favorite compliments that I get from our current campaign is we're everywhere because we've had roughly 250 events and community engagements that we've been to. We've met with thousands of voters.
I know what it is. They call code switching. You talk to different people different ways because you just meet somebody's energy. Yeah. I understand that. But nobody talks like this. Like that doesn't exist anymore. And it's like it's so bad. It's so bad. Like all it is I'm angry at Trump. Why is he in Alabama? I'll never know.
I'm here because a white supremacist dictator known as President Donald Trump thought he could silence us. They thought they could stop a movement. You can rig a map, but you can't rig a movement.
He's really cool switching.
They're afraid of us coming together. They're afraid of us protecting one another.
tomb.
We have seen this before, where some people in black robes try to deny or take away our right.
It's all just they're evil, they're angry, they're like they're gonna take away your rights. We haven't done anything for the black community in the last not century, last couple of decades. Haven't done it. Nothing's better. If anything, quality of life imperatively has gotten worse. But because they say the other guy is orange and racist.
In terms of like quality of life, I think over the years, black people, maybe not recently, but at some point in time, black people were seeking out higher education and like better quality of life. But in recent years, I'm not sure if that still holds.
Well, it became a thing where it's like, I think the average black person wants, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, not to be judged or whatever. The average black person doesn't want to be pandered to, saying, hey, if the Republicans get voter ID, they're suppressing your vote. Like, they don't want to be pandered to, like, oh, you're less than, right? It's harder for you to get an ID than it is a white person, right? Like, oh, did you know that we gave you representation in a movie or something? Or like, oh, we elected, what is it, Supreme Court, not elected, we put in a Supreme Court justice not the Supreme Court, I'm trying to say a senator 5 years after, a black senator 5 years after the Republicans had, I'm making up the year, but it's like, they've done everything after Republicans. They're less progressive, but they just try to like think you're low IQ enough where you just accept everything they put at you. Yeah. But okay, so Super Chats right now is Prisma Knight says, dang, the Hobbit hate is insane when people thought we were short. No. Joe Citizen says, men passing a bat club weapon back and forth to measure the ceiling. It could have been a machete samurai sword. Welcome to America. The ceiling is just tall, guys. I'll be real honest, the leftists do the same exact things across the planet. They're so organized, almost like a military. I mean, there's George Soros finances it, and they push a certain agenda. It's the same thing. Japan can handle it, but we don't want World War II in Japan. I don't know what that means. Bite Deity says, I learned gender in my school. It's super important. It was also a small part of my class. I was taking biology.
That's true. Yeah.
College has changed so drastically recently, it's sad. Amazing Disgrace says, there is no welfare for the settlers. Exactly. The pioneers coming to America didn't come here to get a handout. They came here to build. Mick Woodsey says, they're brainwashed social activist collectivism induced by years of communist subversion and culminated during the Black Civil Rights Movement. I don't know. That was probably relevant to something. Redong says, decoy voice is pretty okay. Appreciate it. $5 okay. That works for me. Prisma Knight, you say decoy, you hear about the mosque attack earlier. I did. You can't play it on here because the news outlet showed a body with insides spewed on the concrete. It was pretty graphic. Akador says, example, post office pre-90s mail was as fast as 6 to 10 business days. Now due to private business, we have overnight delivery for orders. Exactly, because everybody keeps on talking about the post office is a good example of socialism working, but it doesn't, because over in LA, my apartment complex, our post office box was getting broken into constantly, and they said, oh, it's because the master key keeps on getting stolen. I'm like, so you guys, and also the post office was like delivering me mail that was already pre-opened. It's like, yeah, it's shady. Damn. It's terrible.
Yeah, I remember when I used to stay in an apartment, my old apartment, my mailbox got broken into, and this was during the time of pandemic, and that's when they were sending out, which was very, I don't know if it was the most efficient way to do that, but they were sending out the cards where you could get your stimulus, your
stimulus check, yeah,
your stimulus check, and my mailbox got broken into, and my card was stolen. I was I had to call the bank, and I was on the phone for like 4 hours trying to resolve it twice. It's like 8 hours of my time just trying to resolve, like, yeah, I'm not using this card, someone else stole it.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, there was so much fraud, not limited to us, but like Nigeria and China. They were taking EBT cards, or not EBT cards, the stimulus checks, and getting those bailouts in like the millions, tens of millions of dollars, and they just couldn't stop it. Yeah. But all right, we've been kind of on here for a while, so we're gonna go ahead and wrap up this live stream right now. We'll be back later on in the week. But I would say if you want to catch the second live stream of the of the week. It's not going to be on YouTube. It'll only be on Twitch, Rumble, Kick. So subscribe over there if you want to check me out over there. But for now, Duck, or anything you want to plug?
No.
Anything good? All right. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the mods being here. Count on keeping the chat in a line, because there's a lot of, the bigger we get, the more weird bad actors there are. Nothing you can do about it, but I mean, yeah.
Okay, everyone. We've had quite a day today. We covered a lot, including the mushrooms that could be poisonous, so don't be foraging, along with this active shooter situation that is now completely taken care of by this time. We have one more thing to show you. As a group, I'm trying to do something good for the scientific community and show this. So thank you. And then after
some really intriguing discoveries when it comes to the idea behind galactic evolution. And that's because normally when astronomers discuss galactic evolution or galactic growth, we often think of galaxies as these massive, stable structures, mostly governed by slow, predictable dance of gravity over billions of years. Something that scientists can even simulate using various supercomputers that essentially produce massive galactic structures that evolve over time. But turns out, based on some of the recent research, quite a few assumptions in these simulations might have been just a little bit incorrect. And specifically because galactic growth and the evolution of galaxies like the Milky Way may be a little bit more chaotic than we imagined. And specifically, it turns out that even changing a tiny little
So in the meantime, thanks for sticking with me. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe, and share this with other people who like learning about stuff like this. And thank you. Without further ado, this is the last subject. It was released 3 hours ago. Galactic butterfly effect. Even a single star can be dramatically changed. Can dramatically change a galaxy.
And how galaxies
so this is what I was thinking about our star when they created our galaxy. Like we were supposed to be the shepherds of this universe.
To try to piece together the past of a typical galaxy.
Because I mean, we're the youngest.
This is actually sometimes referred to as galactic archaeology.
Well, or I'm sorry, the oldest, rather, because we're on the outer arm, spiral arm. So
which accept simple hydrogen and helium and fuse them into something more complex like oxygen and iron. And so when the stars die and when they transform into something else like a black hole or a neutron star, they seed the galaxy with a lot of new materials through powerful supernova. And that, of course, creates the new generation of stars. And by looking at this chemical complexity, we can normally work out where some of the stars potentially started and where some of the new generation of stars seems to reside as well. For example, for the Milky Way galaxy, we know that a lot of ancient stars seem to reside in the thicker disk or on the outskirts of the galaxy, and the much younger members seem to be inside the thin disk and also closer to the center. But for an extremely long time, astronomers also assumed that since the galaxy contains hundreds of billions, if not trillions of stars, any small local disturbance would simply be averaged out, or basically just be some kind of a statistical anomaly, but would not really have much effect. And so for the most part, we treated galaxies as these smooth systems, which is essentially what all of these simulations are based on. But this new study we're going to be discussing today, the study by Tetsuro Asano and Simon Zwart, used a massive computer simulation to show that the smoothness might be an illusion, and is simply caused by our simplification of actual math. And that's because in these simulations, researchers decided to do something very specific. They created 2 nearly identical versions of a Milky Way-like galaxy, or essentially a spiral bar galaxy, with the only difference being an almost infinitesimal perturbation, and specifically, they moved a single star by a tiny amount somewhere inside the galaxy. And in other simulations, this would be basically equivalent to a kind of a rounding error. So essentially most computers would ignore this. And well then, they let these galaxies evolve for several billion years, with the results clearly showing us something that you might remember from a concept that trended a few years back, the butterfly effect. This was a clear manifestation of the butterfly effect, but on astronomical proportions. Here's actually a demonstration using double pendulums, and it basically shows us that even a tiny perturbation or a small change in the system's initial stage can lead to massive differences later on and produce extremely different final results. And it's usually referred to as the butterfly effect because, for example, a butterfly flapping its wings somewhere in Brazil through the concepts of chaos theory could possibly cause a tornado in Texas. And so something somewhat similar seems to apply here as well. Here in the simulated galaxy, that one tiny shift caused the spiral arms to develop in a completely different pattern, with the central bar of stars rotating at different angles. You can visually see the differences right here. So even though it's still kind of similar, In terms of the actual shape and appearance, these two galaxies look very, very different. And so it's not that these stars are in different positions, the entire galactic shapes develop differently too. And this is of course important because it suggests that the Milky Way simply becomes unpredictable after just a few million years, even if a tiny star is shifted by a little bit. And though a million years might sound like a long time, for a galaxy...
We had Steak and Shake tonight. It was delicious. I had a triple steak burger. It was $10. And it was really, really good, I'm telling you. It was like finger-licking good. I can only eat half of it. I remember when I could only eat half of something because it was so good, mainly because I wanted to eat it again. So that's what I did. I brought it back. So I'm going to be eating that eventually when I get done with making this adaptation to my studio. Once we're done with that, I will eat and probably doing a little bit of gaming tonight. We are not sure. Maybe I'll do some emulation tonight. Maybe. Because I have been kind of going pretty hard on Warcraft 3 lately. And since it's a Monday, maybe I'll do emulation Monday or something. So I'm thinking about maybe, because Going Commando is doing good, but I meant to just play Ratchet and Clank. Although I also need to continue playing Dark Cloud. So investing some time into each one of those emulation series to keep going and pushing them forward is another thing I'll probably be doing. Which one I'll be starting off with, we'll have to see, folks. So thanks for sticking by me, and that's my lineup for later on once I get all this figured out. So about 8 o'clock or so, about an hour and a half. I got it because I got to tear down my computer, have room to install this phone without all the stuff in the way, and then reinstall everything. You get what I mean? So like, yeah, it's gonna take a little bit, but it's worth it because like, it's only gonna be hotter, and I won't need to run the AC as long. So basically, meaning like we're gonna be saving money in the long run. You get what I'm trying to get at. So like, it needs to be done. Thanks for sticking by me, and without further ado, here we go.
That's most likely over 13 billion years old. That's essentially just a blink of an eye. And this means that if we could go back in time and move just a single star, the night sky we would be seeing today would be entirely different. So definitely a pretty exciting discovery just based on this one simulation. But here there's also a somewhat fascinating discovery when it comes to the limit of the chaos theory. And that's because here the study discovered that while the fine details like the spiral arms have changed, the big picture events were still actually the same. So for example, a central bar of stars always formed at roughly the same time in every simulation, in this case regardless of these tiny changes, which to some extent resolves this long-standing paradox, essentially confirming that technically galaxies can be both chaotic in certain details inside the galaxy, but also kind of smooth and even kind of predictable in their overall evolution over time. Which is of course great news for a lot of these simulations because overall the results are obviously not incorrect. Here only specific details and specific location of stars might be affected. But there are still some unanswered questions. For example, why did nobody ever notice this particular chaos before? Or specifically, why didn't previous older studies ever see this happening in real time? And well, here it seems to come down to something referred to as gravitational softening. Since calculating gravity between billions of individual stars is incredibly difficult for computers, scientists often treat stars as softened clouds and not just point masses. In other words, in a typical simulation like this, individual particles don't really experience gravity between each other. There is a lot of averaging going on, and there are a lot of mathematical shortcuts, which effectively kind of muffles a lot of this chaos, with Asano and Zwart showing that as you make these simulations a lot more realistic and less softened, this chaos becomes almost impossible to ignore. In other words, the more realistic you make the simulation, the more chaos it creates. And so here this creates a kind of a paradox of infinite granularity, which suggests that the real universe is likely orders of magnitude more chaotic, and thus more unpredictable compared to the best possible model we can currently create, which potentially explains why none of the models seem to actually predict the universe very accurately. With this, of course, having a lot of implications on galactic archaeology. since quite a lot of studies have actually used these ideas and tried to combine them with observations from the Gaia telescope, mostly to reconstruct some of the previous years of the Milky Way galaxy, here we now know we have to be super careful. But in the past, scientists have discovered that, based on some of the initial simulations, Milky Way definitely had at least a few specific collisions. For example, the Gaia-Enceladus collision 11 billion years ago, which triggered a massive burst of star formation inside the galaxy. And while here we can only see these major events, according to this new study, we still must be very careful when trying to trace the exact orbits, or if we try to discover exact locations of individual stars. And so in short, this confirms this idea of the butterfly effect even on the cosmic scales. Or basically we live in a universe where even the smallest objects, like very small stars, can influence the formation of the largest structures around them, confirming that stars, and possibly even smaller objects, are not just passive passengers, they are the engines that define the galactic shapes, and their individual flapping wings seem to determine the long-term fate of the entire cosmic system. Which of course makes the night skies we see today just a little bit more meaningful, because in this case, even the sun very likely had some effect on the formation that we see. And so essentially the order in the Milky Way is a lot more precious than we believed. But when it comes to the exact mathematical discoveries, when it comes to our galaxy, there was actually something else that was somewhat interesting, and it's actually referred to as the Lyapunov time. This is a mathematical term, named after a Russian mathematician that came up with it, that represents a time scale over which a system's memory of initial conditions is lost completely. Normally due to some kind of an exponential divergence, or basically a lot of chaos. And while over the years mathematicians were able to calculate this for a lot of different systems quite precisely. For example, when it comes to various chemical reactions, and specifically chemical oscillations, usually all of this becomes too chaotic after just 5 minutes. Whereas for larger objects, such as moons and planets, the Lyapunov time is normally in millions of years. Here's actually a really good example, Pluto's orbit. It's approximately 20 million years, after which everything becomes too unpredictable. But for the Milky Way-sized galaxy, turns out that this time is even shorter, only 0.1 million years or 100,000 years. So basically even shorter compared to what we usually find in the solar system itself. And so after just 100,000 years, the entire galactic system becomes too unpredictable and will usually create very different final results depending on the initial conditions. And so on cosmic timescales of billions of years, this is actually pretty tiny. It actually suggests that galaxies are incredibly sensitive, and even the movement of a couple of stars can change the entire structure in just a few million years. And though this simulation only used 40 million particles, they also confirmed that by increasing the number of particles, the overall complexity and the overall chaos increases as well. And so by simulating 400 billion particles, like in a typical galaxy, here the overall system would become even more chaotic. But I guess the biggest surprise was really the fact that even huge structures like galactic bars seem to be very sensitive to these minuscule conditions. And so the evolution of galactic bars and galactic arms changes dramatically depending on what you start with. And so definitely super exciting discoveries for astronomy and for understanding the complexity of cosmos. But until future studies or until someone else attempts something even more complex, that's pretty much all we know. Thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else. Support this channel on Patreon, where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Goodbye.